Hi guys and welcome. This is day number 2 of Damnation. We are talking from Italy, from PISA. Yesterday we had a great event. We had more than 300 player, 200 player in Moda and sealed events. It was an amazing day.
Yeah, sure.
Here is Dr. D talking.
And here is Asino.
Welcome again to Damnation. Today we are gonna have a great day full of events.
Yeah.
We are gonna play a lot of events. There are sealed, there are pauper,
Modern.
there is modern, there is
Booster draft.
yeah, and there is what else?
Commander.
But the main event today is
Legacy.
Legacy. What does Legacy mean?
Well-
It means dual lands. It means underground sea, tundra. It
Volcanic
means
Island.
exactly. It means great interaction, great way of thinking. You have to think a lot of things. You have that's another that's another
Yeah.
format.
Yeah.
That's an eternal format. Yeah, and the most important thing is that today we are gonna be the ALM qualifier.
So what is the ELM qualifier?
The ELM qualifier, or what I mean, ELM tournament is a tournament that we are gonna have this year in Bologna, hosted by Four Seasons. Yeah, thanks to that, and there is a tournament that we have one per year, and you have to qualify for it. There are a lot of tournaments all around Europe, yeah, and you can qualify for it. There are last year there was the first edition of the ELM. It was a great event with the strongest player in Europe that played it, Legacy.
And won a spicy deck, isn't it?
Yeah, of course. We had the winner was Francesco.
Francis Chiuda.
Francis Yuda, yeah, it was a little bit difficult. The surname was a little bit difficult. It was a nice guy, but he played mono black, and it was the first weekend that you could play wonderful cards.
Beseech the Queen.
Beseech
Beseech the Mirror.
the Mirror, not
Beseech the
not
Queen.
that one. Not that one. Okay, Beseech the Mirror. Beseech the Mirror was released in that weekend, and it was the first weekend that the player could play the card, and the card had a spike from
20 euros to
for
40.
20 euro for 40 euros in a while.
And did it have any impact in Legacy? Because in Modern, it entered. Many people tried it. Tried, especially in some spicy combo, to take the One Ring. It has been tried in Mono Black Offer, but then the card. I mean, people just stopped playing with it. So in Legacy instead, is the card used or?
We had a great expectation, to be honest.
Okay.
We had a great hope that the card could enter and could have a great impact in Legacy as well. The card had a great impact at the beginning. Yeah. Now you are playing the card in specific decks like Uta Saga, Mono Black Combo,
Okay.
and it means Storm, yeah, and Mono Black. The meta game is absorbing the card, but the card is a wonderful card. Yeah, it changed a little bit the meta game. It changed how you play, how you are playing combo as well. It's an amazing card.
Sure, because for Modern, a 4-drop is, quite too expensive, but in Legacy you have many ways to cheat it out in the first turn. So.
Exactly. I would say when you played, as you played Storm, when you had no card in hands, you were basically dead on the board. Yeah, because you have to have cards in hand, you have to refill your hands. But with Beseech the Mirror, the players started to play a couple of artifacts just to sacrifice the artifacts and then to use the tutor effect of Beseech the Mirror and then play a Yawgmoth Wheel, a free Yawgmoth Wheel. Yawgmoth Wheel cannot be played in Legacy because it's a banned card. It's too strong, of course. But you have the Gaia's Wheel. The Gaia's Wheel.
So
yeah?
what does it do?
It's you can replay for that turn the card that you played in the turn
Okay.
from your graveyard. Basically, it's a Yawgmoth Wheel effect, and you can play, if you play Besiege Mirror, you can play directly free. You can play free. You can free play the card, and you can refill your entire hand, and you can replay all the cards from your graveyard. So it means storm. It means storm effect. It means done.
And what is the closure with the tendrils of
with tendrils, of course. Tendrils means 2 damage, 4 cards, black card, black card with 4 mana cost, 2 damage to you, again 2 life. Storm effect. It means if you are if
you play 10 spell, 9 spell, then tendrils and you won.
Of course. I would before we begin, the players are settled down. We have today 100 legacy player. They are battling for the Elm qualifier. I would like to remember it. And before we begin, I would like to show our playmat for the event, designed and drawn from Francesco Curia. Is amazing. Look at that. Look at the playmat. They're amazing. Their legacy and their modern version. With Ragavan and with Fossil, it's amazing. They're amazing, amazing playmat.
And the Ragavan has the ring.
And the Ragavan has the ring. The only ring. Nice topic, because the ring we are probably gonna see, because I know the 2 players.
Of first round.
Or the first round.
Nice.
The one player is gonna play Delva.
Which version of Delver?
I suppose Temul Delva, Rag Delva.
Okay.
Nice. The version who won the Eternal Weekends in Prague. And the other guy is normally he plays. Controls, and that's going to be a great matchup. Going to be a matchup with a lot of topics, to be honest, because the control against tempo deck, so Delver against control has always been like their matchup. Their matchup, especially in Legacy.
And if you were one of the players, which one would you rather be? The Delver one or the control one?
I would choose the Delver one, to be honest. I'm not a Delver player. I don't want that. I don't want that sticker on me. But because I'm playing Cephalic, Cephalic Breakfast spoiler. But I would probably the Delver player.
Why?
It's a little bit difficult to play it's a little bit difficult to play control. You have to have a lot of concentration. You have to keep your concentration for a lot of rounds, especially in a tournament where you have 100 player. It means no mistakes. Because you are planning to play long games. And as I said, we are directly in the middle of the game. We are going to say, as I said, as a 4-color control, Fedi against Rag Delva, Ricci, Gabriele versus started with DLC. DLC is a legacy and a modern staple.
One of the strongest 1-drop ever.
Because that makes everything. To be honest, that's the new Delva. Could we say that's the new Delva?
Sure.
And interesting, because how the control changed in the years. For in the last 2-3 years, we had a great switch. How the control played, or how controls plays.
Okay.
And
it has been the One Ring, right, that changed everything.
That changed everything. Before we had the UVR version, that was the most played control, the most played control version, and then that means that you are trying to
to control the game and then establish a card advantage and then slowly kill the opponent. That's, to be honest, my favorite kind of deck, because playing Magic is so fun. So why you should stop? and with control you never stop playing. So,
Yeah,
because you
exactly.
never win.
Exactly.
So here, doing Wasteland on the play second turn is a common play pattern of Modern, right?
Yeah, of Legacy, you mean?
Of Legacy, yes.
Yeah.
So sorry.
I would say in my experience, it's not a great matchup for Rock Delva, or especially for Delva, because the control, as you said, changed it a little bit, and before or interesting. That's a great interaction. The Fidi they play Terminus. That means they are playing at least Beanstalker, I suppose. Yeah,
Yes, they do play 4 copies.
they do play for copies, and has how changed the control before, as we said. The control player played like Nasset and Teferi. As Cat Avenger here, they started playing Beanstalker. It means
Whenever you cast a spell that costs 5 or more, you draw. So like your Terminus, you change Terminus. You play Terminus instead of Supreme Verdict,
Exactly.
so that you draw and you make a lot of card advantage, right? Because
Exactly.
you remove all the pieces from opponents' boards. and
Exactly.
then-
Exactly.
So double days.
Double Day. That's interesting. That's an interesting move, an interesting play. Sorry, from Richie, because he knows they play a lot of Legacy, and they know that you don't have a lot of time. If you give the control player a lot of time, you are dead.
Yes.
Yeah, and interesting how the control player decided to play Terminus against Days as well, and he fought with
A force of will.
with a force of will. It means that was a free spell, to be honest, because you have to settle the Terminus again. So you drew it randomly and you decided to play it. It makes sense.
Right.
If the opponent plays Days, you are
Yeah.
you are waste you are
You're wasting their mana.
you are wasting the money. You are playing a wasteland effort.
Yeah. Kind of.
Yeah, a kind of. And as we said, do we wanna have a look at the list?
Yeah, sure.
And the control player is they are playing Uro or 3 copy of Uro for Orchis Bowmaster, another great card, and for up the Beanstalk, for Leyline Binding, 2 draws down, 2 Terminus, 2 Lauren Reveal, 1 for Erlingans.
Fedi is playing 5 Chi control, right? He is playing all the color.
they're
Black,
play-
white, blue, red, and green.
Yeah, you're right. But the red, the red.
The red splash is just for the Orlingas,
Yeah.
if I'm not wrong, and card in the sideboard. And the black splash as well is just for Orchish Bowmaster, right?
Amazing. You know, you cannot play it again. You cannot play it. You cannot play without Orcish Bowmaster. I mean, it's an amazing card.
Yeah, the card is super strong.
Super strong.
So here, Fedi just put up to the Beanstalk, so he set up his card advantage and has a removal. So, what do you think?
The Gabriele, I mean the Richie, he's following his plan. He was super aggressive, as we said. It means the control player, Fedi, played a Terminus. He fought on it with double dates. They found a Water Plasha. It means I'm keeping my plan. I'm following my plan. It means I'm fighting against all your removals because I
want to let my threat survive. Right?
Exactly.
Especially because Fedi is already at 5 life. So
yeah, you are playing super aggressive, not giving a lot of time the control player to survive. To be honest, because Gabriele, so the Richie knows that if the control player managed to play the Uro, the game is over.
And I see reading to Richie's list that he's playing Vapor Snag.
Such an amazing card.
Is the card like how is it used? Like in modern prowess, where you can eventually Vapor Snag your own threat and replay it. So what's the value of Vapor Snag here in Legacy?
Well, that's basically a brazen burrow effect. Not the same.
Not the same,
Not
right.
the same. But you can use it against the Dark Depths token, Merit Lage.
Yes.
Yeah. And if you're playing Temo, it means that the Murktide that the opponents plays are a problem. Probably you can use it as a remover, as a fast remover to the Murktide when the Murktide is in play, and you take their turn. You take their turn just to kill the opponent. Yeah.
Right. Yes.
Murktide requires a prize as well. It means delve.
Yes.
Yeah. So you're just the tiles that make the difference. Not flip. There was an important flip for Gabriele, but as we said, Murktide.
Their regent. So here, would you have played Mughal regent in this spot, or would you have rather like keep it in your hand and hope to flip Delver, perhaps with a bolt, and hold up for avoiding like some 2-for-1?
I would go all in here. You are already a little bit dead, I would say, if I see the control player hands. You have two more removals in hand, and you have a ponder.
Yeah.
If I don't see wrong, they have two Sword to Pleasure.
Yes.
One is here.
So and I mean, most importantly, they have Beanstalk in play, and they took a Leyline Binding. So
Exactly.
and they have a Leyline Binding on the top. So that
Exactly.
means drawing more and more and more
And more and more and more. They
let it
okay.
go.
They are friends. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. They know each other, and there is a good relationship between them.
So why Feli doesn't play the second Beanstalk?
You don't have green. Have a look.
Oh right. Sorry.
You have a look. You have a tundra. You have a underground sea, and you have an island.
Right.
The game
It's mostly over, I guess.
is mostly over. You are controlling. As the Gabriele has 21 life. Yeah. Okay. You have a lot of work to do, but the Fidi is drawing too much cards. You have four lives. It means
Double bolt.
It means if you are okay. I wanted to tell you, you have to watch out if you fetch to take your green swords, but they found the natural green swords. Yeah?
Right.
That was amazing.
Yeah, because I mean the control play also Uro, so being so low on life with your opponent with no card in hand is not such a great deal, right?
You have to. Okay, we are drawing another. We are drawing more, and Gabriele played 2 volcanic. Mm-hmm. What does it mean? It means the control player doesn't know if Gabriele plays a Grixis version or a Temo version, a Ragdelva or Grixis Delva. It means you have to watch out when you're playing Ponder, when you're playing Brainstorms, if you want to.
Yeah, because if they play Grixis and they have Orc, and you play Brainstorm into Orc.
Exactly.
It's
not a
good day.
They don't know what kind of Delva you're facing.
Right. Yeah? And which version of Delver do you think has an advantage on control?
Against control, basically there are two versions of Delva. I would say there is the Grixis one and the Rag Delva, the Rag one. The Rag one, you try to win the game with a card advantage.
Yes.
It means
Questing
Druid. Okay, that's an interesting spot. That's what we were talking about. What we are talking about. Because basically, when you are playing against Delva, they're playing the same cards, except 4 orcs, basically 4 orcs and 4 Questing Druids. Questing Druid. Interesting. Because if they're drawing 3 cards, if Gabriele has
the Orcish Bowmaster.
The Orcish Bowmaster in hand, you could be dead.
Right. Even though we know that Fedi has a Sword of Bloodshore, right?
Yeah. You can swore your own orc, but it means you are losing resources.
Yeah, but you can also sword opponent's Orcish, right?
Yeah. Okay. Of course. It depends how many damage you are taking.
Yeah, sure. You need just to take 1, right?
No, because you interest. Okay.
Oh.
He's going to 1. He's going to 1.
Wow.
Okay. He doesn't have another bolt, because in that spot, if we know that Gabriele is playing Rag Delva, but if you were playing the Grixis version, yeah, in that spot, you could have played Orc, ping the control player, and then bolt, of course, but at the same time, they they wanted to draw 3 cards with the Beanstalks. It means 3 more draws. It means 3 more damage.
Right.
Except if you are playing Veil of Summer. If you are playing Veil of Summer, you can play the Veil of Summer and prevent. It's not a prevent effect, but you are not taking any damage.
But Veil of Summer is not playing main deck, right?
Sometimes.
Oh, wow.
Only the control player. Okay. I saw a couple of lists, and they were playing a couple of Veil of Summer. Wiki, our wiki. There's Angelo Cadei. He managed to do the Elm top 8 at the Elm last year, and he played 2, if I remember wrong, 2 copies of Veil of Summer main deck. Yeah, because he knows that there are a lot of orcs around, and if you are drawing with the 1 ring, you want to they play Orcish Bowmaster in response. You want to play your own Veil of Summer, and you don't want to take the damage.
Sure. So how each other side against each other? So one does Rag Delver brings in and take out, and
let's have a look at the list. And the Gabriele plays 1 Hydroblast, 2 Prize of Progress, 1 Blood Moon, 2 Force of Negation, 2 Counterbalance, 3 Pyroblast, 2 Meltdown, 2 Surgical Extraction. And in the match, I would, as a Delver player, I would bring in the 2 Prize of Progress, 2 Counterbalance, Blood Moon, of course, and we can discuss if you want to play the Surgical Extraction on the Uro, right. Or if you want to fight against your against the opponent's Uro with your own Pyroblast.
But I don't get why bringing in Counterbalance, since the opponent plays this version of Control in which they.
You're right.
I mean, your only target with Counterbalance are perhaps Beanstalk.
Yeah. Sword to Plasher. Prismatic Ending. If they play prismatic ending, otherwise, but they probably don't play prismatic. They don't play prismatic ending because they are playing Beanstalker and then they play Leyline Binding. Well, as we said, it depends how you are. How you would like to play against the console. How you would like to play the matchup.
Right.
Yeah? If you want to play more a mid-range plan as a Delver player, or if you want to play full aggressive plan, the counterbalance helps you
To play the mid-range plan, right?
to play the middle range, but at the same time you can protect your own creature against the Wars to Pleasure,
Right.
against the Orc,
Right.
yeah, because you have 2 drops as Days and Questing Druid. Questing Druid. Yeah, it has
And the sideboard of the control player instead is 3 Carpet of Flowers,
Yeah.
Flusterstorm, Force of Negation, 2 Force of Vigors, 3 Terlinges, 3 Hydroblast, Stony Silence, 2 Surgical Extraction, and 1 Veil of Summer. So what would you bring in?
yeah 3 couple of
carpets?
I would say the game changer is the Carpet of Flower.
Oh wow.
In my opinion, because if they play turn 1 Carpet of Flower, the Gabriele has to react, has to fight on it.
Right.
Or most of the time, I would say, most of the time. Because Carpet of Flower helps you to play multiple spells during the match at the same turn.
Sure.
Yeah, because you are playing against we have a Carpet of Flower, and because you are playing against Wasteland deck,
Yes.
and they try to screw you. They try to waste your You use the Wastelands to let you waste your mana, and with Carpet of Flower you are Wasteland proof.
Yeah, and if you establish the card advantage with up the beanstalk, multiple spell in a turn means a lot
Exactly.
of trouble because you start drawing a lot of card and right.
And at the same time, we see that Gabriele has Blood Moon, in hands. It means if you play Carpet of Flower, you can
Let it resolve.
let it to resolve, and at the same time you can play a Leyline Binding. It depends how many lands are on the board, but you can add. Sorry, you can add.
Mana in response. Let
mana.
Blood Moon enters the battlefield and then tap 3.
No. You can only add the mana in the main phase.
Oh right. Yeah. Sorry,
And Gabriele plays. He should play an island as well.
yes, an island and a place.
No, I mean the Gabriele, the Delver player. They should play. They should play an island as well.
An island,
Let's have a
yes.
check. Let's have a check. Yeah, it means you can play your own spell, your own brainstorm, your own Delvers, your own Ponder, even if you have Blood Moon in play.
Yes.
But you can as we said that's a two-rush. It's a two-rush effect. I mean one
card is card 2. Right.
One, yeah, exactly. Yeah, you are playing one green for discard 2 spells.
Yeah.
But you have to find on it. You have to find on it because otherwise it's a nightmare management. The matchup.
Am I wrong or Fede has a second Carpet of Flower?
Yeah.
Wow.
As I said, to me, is the game changer. Okay, you are giving here a great tell to your opponent.
Yes.
Because you are fetching basic island. You don't need any. You want to be more aggressive as possible in the matchup, but you are giving a great tell that you want to play a Blood Moon.
Oh.
Hydroblast. That was great.
That's like a time walk for 1 mana.
And
a critical turn and a Carpet of Flower.
And a Carpet of Flower again. You are not in a great spot. You tried to use the Gabriele, the Delver player used the Blood Moon as win condition. They didn't keep a super aggressive hand.
Right.
They submitted on that. On that Blood Moon. It was countered, and I would say that the control player Alessandro is really in a great spot.
The Delver player has 2 Pyroblast in hand, right, and a 4th land. So perhaps he could have like waited another turn.
Another turn to draw another source of mana. He had one, if I don't see wrong, yeah. But there's a tropical island. It's a tropical island.
Right.
That's a downside.
So now we're taking an island. I guess he take a basic island. Right.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean,
that was a spot we were talking about. Because the control player has a wasteland proof. Because you have Capital Flower.
yeah. And
And have a look how much work.
the Delver player doesn't like, the only response to enchantments are just Brazen Borrower to take it back to the hand, and that's it. There are no other responses to carpet, so that carpet is like bounded to remain on the battlefield. That's a huge problem, especially because the Delver player has not a menace in play, so
No treats. Indeed. But that's a great topic that you. Okay, that's the topic we were talking about. Grixis versus Rock Delver. You are trying here to make card advantage instead of doing more damage as possible with the Orch or playing a more aggressive plan. If you were playing the Grixis version, yeah, here you could have had a spot where you have played the Molten Collapse. Molten Collapse was a great art for the Grixis Delver player. You usually play one copy of it, but you could have destroyed a permanent.
Yeah.
It means Carpet of Flower.
Because what does the card does? Say it again.
Let's have a look. Let's have a look all together at the card. The card costs 2 mana.
Is a sorcery.
Is a sorcery. One red and one black.
And you choose one, and if you descend it this turn, that means a permanent went to the graveyard from anywhere. You may choose both, and the 2 modalities you can choose from are destroy a creature or place worker, or destroy target non-creature, null and permanent with mana value 1 or less. So it's a potential 2 for 1.
2 for 1, of course. It means you fetch,
yes,
and you can use both.
Right.
Yeah. It means it's a great response, especially if you are playing mirror, because you are doing 2 for 1. But it's a great response to Capital Flower as well. You don't want you probably don't want the cards when you are playing against control, but at the same time you need the card. Right. It means if you are reading the card, you would like to sideboarding the card out, especially because there are not a lot of planeswalker anymore, especially in the control version, or especially in the control shield. But you need the card, right? Because if you are in that spot with capital plan, you want it.
So it remembers a little bit to me the modern format like a month ago before the bans, before the full bans, right?
You're right. We are already in the chat. Thanks, Zakrom. The first game was won for the control player. Sorry, it's a little bit early for us as well. 3 days of great magic. It means great community. Yeah. It means a lot of dinner together, and we were a little bit tired as well. We are gonna face it. Thanks, chats, and thanks. And responding to the chat as well, responding to Tasso, yeah, as we said, they know each other, and Alessandro, Fede knew they probably knew that Gabriele, the Ricci player, the Ricci, sorry, the Delva player,
is on rug.
is on rug. They play a lot of time against at our local event, at our local league, the low league, and they know each other. They know each other. They probably knew that Gabriele was on
rug.
on rug.
So it reminds me, as I was saying, the matchup, the modern matchup in which you have up the beanstalk, foresee Omnat control against rug Murktide in modern, and in modern, like you cannot let the beanstalk resolve, because if your plan is to try to green them out with the question druid, you will never beat a couple of beanstalk plus the line binding. Right.
Yep.
So here in Legacy instead, is up the beanstalk a primary target of Delver, or you let it resolve and you try?
It depends. It depends on your hands. If you want to be if you want to be aggressive, if you want to use the force of will on your treats. I mean, to protect your treats. Normally, I would say you don't invest a counterspell on up to Beanstalker. It depends on your counterspell that you have. If you have a spell pills or a spell snare, is not played anymore. I mean, the spell snare is not played anymore, but you would probably invest on it. Yeah, a force of will, it's very, 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 very aggressive, because if you're playing a Delver, for example, and they play up to Beanstalker, you force, and they play as Water Pleasure, it's a problem.
Yeah. Or if they force back. Like
or the force back.
You lost 2 cards in hand, they lost 3, but now they have an engine.
Okay. That's the engine. The problem to me is that the control player has a lot of must counter from the Delver player, and to me, you have to approach the matchup in a aggressive way. So I'm running as soon as possible, because I don't want to give you the time to respond to my tweets.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to close the game before you are settling your things.
That's the play pattern we saw before, right? In which the rug Delver player try to go as fast as possible, and
exactly,
and then he tries to protect his threat.
Okay, that would have been interesting to us. It would be interesting to ask Gabriele if he how they sideboarded.
Yeah.
If they played the surgical, or if they are trying to
if they play counterbalance.
Or no, I mean, what I wanted to say, if they are trying to resolve the Uro with a Power Blast instead with
Ricci has a pricing progress in hand. I saw it.
Okay, cool.
So I think he sideboarded again.
Yeah, of course. The control player, they don't have a lot of basic lens, is just one, I would say. And yes, you are, as we said, you are trying to run as soon as possible, and then to reach the last damage with the price of progress. And that's interesting, because we saw 2-3 turns ago the control player playing Orchid Bowmaster at the end of the turn on a druid to kill it.
Yeah.
In response, Gabriele played another druid, letting the first druid trigger.
So to survive to
the archers, to trying to putting so much damage as possible on the field.
Oh, but you see, that's what I was trying to say before about being the beanstalk. Here, like the Delver player, establish a board presence, save the questing druid from the orchards, as you were saying. But then, I mean, the control player just play the line binding
Right.
and draw two.
Right.
And now he has an immense
Right.
mana advantage, card advantage, and the situation seems once again dim for the Delver player.
You are totally right. You are totally right. And there are a lot of lines that you can play when you are playing Legacy, and it depends what kind of hands you have. If you are playing Delva, if you have a super aggressive hand, you can decide not to let the Beanstalker resolve, trying to protect your creature when they are playing Leyline Binding and when they are playing Sword of Pleasure. On the opposite side, you can decide, okay, I'm trying to. I don't care if I lose a treat on the battlefield, but I'm trying to stop the opponent to have a card advantage. Okay, interesting. They played the two cards as well. They played Pyroblast and the Surgical for Urus.
And I'm quite sure I saw a Price of Progress in hand.
Yeah, of course. I suppose that Gabriele boarded out all the daisies.
Right.
I suppose.
You don't want to go behind on lands, right?
And because they know that the opponents plays Capital Flower. They usually don't play. They respect the days, and basically, I tell you what. When I play Delva at my local store in Germany, I bluff the days. Even though I don't have the days in hand. Even though sometimes I boarded it out.
Right.
Yeah, because the control player, they are respecting. If the control player respects your own days, only that, it means that even though if you don't have days in your deck, you are dazing.
Yeah, because they will never go tapped out.
Exactly. It means you are taking turns.
Right.
It means damage. Okay.
So
wow.
Now
amazing card. Lorien Review. You're refilling your hands.
Yeah. You play 5 mana, draw 5. Send me in, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, because we've been so.
We are based on.
One mana, one card.
So many cards dance. So many cards dance.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Now I guess he threw Lorien to just try to find a force of will. In order the next turn to cast like a gigantic Fort of Lingas, protected.
Yeah, of course. But the Fort of Erlingans here is not your win condition. I mean, it's your win condition.
Yeah.
Okay, but
you are fast win condition.
Yeah, but you are saying, okay, I don't feel like playing this game anymore. Okay, I want to win now. But you are controlling the game. You don't have any pressure on the board. You don't need to play the Fort of Leolingans. You are controlling. An interesting an interesting topic is that when you play control against Delva, you usually boarded out the force of will. Right. That was like a dogma.
Yes.
Yeah, in the legacy metagame. It means if you're playing as a Delva player, you know that basically the opponent doesn't have a force of will.
All right.
Okay. Yeah.
Yes.
If you are experienced with the format, if you have experience with the format, you know that as a Delva player, the opponent doesn't have a force of will. That was like a dogma, basically. Not always.
Yeah.
But basically, and then you can commit a force of will. If they are tapped out, you can use your own force of will. Because as a control player, you don't want to discard 2 cards.
Right.
You don't want to get going down with 2 cards. because you are basically doing a 2-for-1.
Yeah, but here without the beanstalk,
Exactly. That was
where you were going.
where I was going. I was trying to go. Now with up to beanstalk, you can think to have 2 fossil fuel, 3 fossil fuel. I'm not a control player. I wouldn't keep the entire set, to be honest, because you have Pyroblast has a fast response. You have Hydroblast, but you can thinking about keeping 2 fossil fuel, because if you have
lower reveal, then it's not card disadvantage anymore.
no, if you have up to beanstalk.
Up to beanstalk.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Up to beanstalk.
But
You're not. You are not. There's no card disadvantage anymore.
right.
That's the beauty.
So
Okay, that's interesting. Gabriele is trying. He's trying to commit himself, because he wants to kill the control player with price of progress. How many damage can? How many?
9.
There are 2 damage pro non-basic land. It
So
means
18.
2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16,
18. And then
Okay, there aren't enough. There wasn't enough, but interesting. What happened? The control player fetched. The 2 fossil fuels resolved. So you had the price of progress still on the stack, yeah, and the control player fetched. They used Mystic Sanctuary effect to put the Hydroblast on the top.
Right.
Then they played Dress Down. What does Dress Down says?
Yeah, all creature lose all the abilities, and you draw a card.
You draw a card. What are you drawing? The Hydroblast on the top, and then Hydroblast it.
Nice. So,
Yeah, as I said, the game is over. The control player
One.
won 2-0. 2-0. 1-2-0, and I would say as expected. I don't know, but we can say if you're there's not an easy matchup for Delva.
Yeah.
In at the Eternal Weekend, Prague, Jujubin won the tournament with the Tamil Delva.
Yeah.
He played that version.
Yes.
I don't know how many controls he found, but if he found control player, he was the only one. It was no. He played 2 Blood Moon on the sideboard, and the control player always tries to fetch on basic. They don't have so much basic, but they didn't expect it Blood Moon. Yeah, Jujubin always. I would say always plays. He always plays with 2 Blood Moons in the sideboard.
Yeah.
Wherever he plays, but it was a big surprise effect. If you are playing control, and you are not expecting against Delva, you are not expecting a Blood Moon.
Right.
Do you have the list?
Yes.
What does he play?
So in the sideboard, you meant?
Yeah, in
he
the sideboard.
played 2 Blood Moon, 2 Counterbalance, 3 Force of Negation, Agraff Digger Cage,
Yeah.
2 Meltdown, 3 Pyroblast, 1 Surgical Extraction, and 1 additional Unholy, because he plays 1 in main. So no price of progress for him.
No price of progress. He decided to approach the matchup with counterbalance with Blood Moon.
And Force of Negation?
Force of Condition as well could be a response if you want to play, as we said, a super aggressive game,
Right.
a super aggressive line, because you want to play DLC into Delva or Delva into DLC or wherever,
And then
protect them.
Right.
And then fast Murktide, go.
So I was looking at the 4C control list that we just saw playing, and I saw that they did not play Solitude. Isn't it a staple of control? Because with Up the Beanstalk, it's the same discourse as before.
Well,
right, it's stronger than Swords of Poloshver.
Well, you're right, but but don't forget that playing Solitude requires you a high price. What does it mean?
Yeah,
You are losing one card.
Sure, but
You
again,
are losing one white card. You don't have so many white cards.
because you have 4 Durlingas.
For the Lingans, okay. You have Sword to Pleasure. You could have Leyline Binding. You could have Teferi. You could have a Prismatic Ending.
Right.
It means you are losing. You are basically losing a removal for a removal.
Right.
Because if then I would rather play a Leyline Binding because you are not losing one card. Losing one card lose could change the game.
Right. And you don't need, as in, you need in modern, like, a threat to play a threat in late game. So because the play pattern in modern was I put up the Beanstalk, I make card disadvantage in the early turns, but then when I have 5 mana and up the Beanstalk, I just cast Solitude, draw a card, so I lose no resource. I do basically a 2-for-1 every time I play the card, and I put a threat with life, which is super important, especially against matchup like Murktide, which is basically similar.
You're right. The lifelink ability is naturally a great ability if you're playing against Delva players, but you have to think a little more in a little bit bigger way. I mean, because what does Leyline Binding does, and what does Leyline Binding do, and what does the Solitude do? With the Solitude, you're removing a creature. With Leyline Binding, you are removing.
Right, you're right.
You are removing a permanent.
Yeah, you're right.
And then, if you have to choose between them, I would like to choose the Leyline Binding because I don't want to lose my card, even though I have a up to Beanstalk. It means you play Solitude, you are doing like you are cycling. You are cycling a card, because you are drawing with the up to Beanstalk. But if you are playing, you are doing just -1.
Yes, exactly.
If you are playing Leyline Binding, you are cycling Leyline Binding.
Right.
And then don't forget that in Legacy we have the most powerful removal ever printed. Sword to Pleasure.
Right.
Sword to Pleasure. Then you have to choose. Yeah. You want a card advantage like Leyline Binding if you that's not the card advantage, of course, but that's
the combo Leyline Binding.
Exactly. Yeah. And on the other side, you want to you want removal spells.
Right.
So you have to decide something. You have Prismatic Ending, you have Leyline Binding, you have Solitude, and you have Sword to Pleasure.
Yeah.
Sword to Pleasure, you must play Sword to Pleasure. Think about it. You have a early 2020 Marine Age token. You have a Solitude in hand and you don't have the pitch. You are losing.
Right.
Or
Sword rather. Just 1 mana.
It doesn't worth to have. To me, it doesn't worth to have a Solitude instead of a Leyline Binding.
Yeah.
Of Sword to Pleasure.
And I totally understand. I mean, because I was thinking like, well, you could cut perhaps Orc and play perhaps a less murky mana basis. But you already need all the 5 colors, right, for Leyline Binding. So,
right. For the Leyline Binding, and Orc is too strong.
Yeah, Orc is really, really strong.
Really strong because allows you as a control player to play in a mid-range way.
Yes.
And with the Orc, you can kill the other Orc. It means you can draw with
Right.
up to beanstalk.
Right.
It means you can remove the creature.
Right.
Like, I don't know, like Talia. Just for example.
Yeah.
Just for example, Talia, 2/1.
Yeah.
The non-creature spells cost 1 more, and as a control player, you want to develop. You want to develop your game,
Right.
and Orc can remove the other Talia in, for example, Dead and Texas matchup.
So, and exactly because Orchis Bowmaster is so strong, but the official tokens of the MTG Damnation Fest.
Exactly. I forgot about it. I forgot. You are right. Let's have a look. Let's have a look at that token. We have the token. Have a look at that token. That's amazing. That's amazing. Orch army, drawn by Francesco. I want to show again the playmat. That's amazing. That's amazing. That's amazing. Let's have a look at that playmat. Let's have a look at that playmat. That's amazing. That's amazing. That's amazing. And I want. I would like to tell you another thing. We are not talking about magic, but it regards magic. You know, I saw a lot of players here in 2 days. I said hi to a lot of nice guys, and we have here in Italy. Here in Italy a great community. A great community. What does it mean? What does MTG for you mean? Mean for you?
Friends.
Friends, especially if you are playing Legacy. Right. If you are playing Legacy, and imagine, we as community, as Legacy community, we created an entire circuit with the ALM, and we would like to remember it.
The European Legacy.
European Legacy Master, and today
we are playing the ELM qualifier.
The ELM qualifier. We, as legacy player, we created a circuit for the from the player for the player.
Right.
And that's amazing, because you have the opportunity to travel all around Europe just to play Magic, but not to play Magic. Not only to play Magic, to see friends.
Right.
To see friends.
So me as a modern player, I've been kept. People keep telling me in these days, Legacy is a family.
Legacy
I'm quite jealous, to be honest.
Yeah, but we know you are digging. You are digging into Legacy. You are digging into Legacy. And what I was trying to tell you. Then wait. We are Italian. We are Italian, so and I mean we start for a point, and then we are going to another point. And but what I was trying to tell you, yesterday I played Modern. Yeah, 217
players.
217 players. That was amazing. And during the tournament, we have the Orch army. Yeah, there are 8 tokens. Yeah, have a look. Yeah?
8, I guess.
8, I guess. Yeah, with all the casters. With have a look. Have a look. We have a plenty of it with all the casters, Orch army, and all the guys who saw us.
Yeah.
They who came to say hi. We gave them as a present, as a gift,
right,
the tokens, and we started signing them.
Right.
And so that was amazing, because people came to us just to have the signature.
Yeah.
We took a picture. We made a signature. It was amazing. I mean.
Yeah. I was playing a game, during a game, and someone came to me and said, "Sorry, I need to leave. Can you please sign?" And I was like, "Yeah, sure."
That's magic. That's magic. Not only competitive, okay, but it means you create a community. and legacy. I would say it's a great community.
Right.
It's a great community. With the ALM European Legacy Master, as we said, we created an entire circuit for player, from player to player. And there are plenty of events. Have a look on Twitter, European Legacy Master. Have a look over there where all the events are settled, are organized. I personally live in Germany. Then I know that there are plenty of events there over there. Bottrop series where we are, where I usually play, and I have to say hi to all my German friends and the German MTG and Bottrop series friends. And but I know that next week there is another ALM qualifier in Lyon. Yeah, I say hi to Gregory and to all the other guys.
Hi, Gregory.
And it's a family. I mean, you are traveling to Lyon. You have a dinner with your friends. You take a beer, and don't forget it. You have the opportunity to visit a city.
Right.
To play Magic, visit the world.
And Lyon is also an amazing city. So
yeah.
Right.
Do we want to say what how amazing PISA was in these days?
Well,
I mean, Leaning Tower. I mean, you are coming to Tuscany. Yeah, you are coming to Tuscany, and I spoke with a lot of friends over there all around the world, and they say, okay, you are playing Magic. You are playing Magic, but at the same time, you are you leave. You are staying in Tuscany. You are enjoying the food. You enjoy the family. You are family MTG family. You have the opportunity to have a look at the city. So you have from Pisa. You have 40 minutes. 40 minutes by car. You are
Florence, right?
you are in Florence. You have. So we are trying to organize something cool, not even Magic related, but at the same time for everything. I mean, with the family. If you're coming with your girlfriends, you can see her. You can see her. Have a look. Where I brought you, and you don't. We are joking, and you're not have any problem with your girlfriend because you're playing Magic. Exactly. You're not considering her.
Exactly. So
we are joking, but it's a team for all the legacy player because we are getting old and we are having family. Okay, joking aside, we started round number. We finished
round number one.
Round number one. We have 100 player. Here for the AM qualifier in Pisa, in Damnation. I would like to thank Gianluca. Gianluca Bose is the organizer, and Stefano Pagliari are the two organizers, and I will, of course, forget someone. Yeah? And I would like to thank him for the great tournament, but as we said, for the great family we created.
Yeah. Yesterday, people were all amazed about how well the tournament went. I have a couple of friends that came from Lombardy, so like 4 hours by car, and they were super, super happy. They said the location is amazing, the people are amazing. So thanks a lot, Bose. And
thanks a lot for the opportunity to be here. Yeah. So I heard that the players are settling down, their pairings are printed. We are taking just 30 seconds, 1 minute?
1 minute perhaps.
1 minute perhaps. 1 minute pause. Take the clock and count 60 seconds. We are coming back here in Damnation PISA, Damnation Fest,
Fest.
PISA 2024. See you soon.
See you. So welcome back everybody for round number 2 of the MTG Damnation Fest here in Pisa. And round number 2, we see Jacopo Izzo playing Maverick, which is his pet deck, right?
Yeah, I'm laughing because we know the player. I know it's a friend of mine, and he has always played Maverick. Yeah? And against
Stefano Frateschi, who is playing 4C control, so the same deck we saw round number 1, but the lists are quite different.
Exactly.
Like I see that Stefano is playing 3 copies of Triumph of Saint Catherine.
Exactly. That's interesting. Yeah, go on.
So it's a card from the Warhammer Commander set. I'm also a huge player of Warhammer, so I must confess I was really happy to see Warhammer in Commander, because I also play Commander sometimes with friends. But I must confess that if I were playing Space Marines in Modern, I would feel awkward, as I feel awkward when people just play the One Ring. Which was Sauron. So why is Triumph of Saint Catherine played here?
That's not a spicy list.
Okay.
Where you say, okay, there are a couple of players who decided to play Saint Catherine on a different card, or just trying different cards, test different cards. But that's the list who won the Eternal Weekends North America.
Right.
Yeah, and that's a different approach to the metagame. Yeah, it's a really metagame based list. They are playing three, if you remember.
Yeah, three Triumph
of Saint Catherine
and 3 Murktide.
3 Murktide, 4 Orcish Bowmaster up to Beanstalk.
Right.
Yeah. Basically, you are doing the same card advantage as before. I mean, as we saw in the round number 1, but the cards that are doing that they are different. You are playing. If they are playing, they are not playing red. If you don't remember wrong, let's have a look.
No.
Okay, and this list won the Eternal Weekends in North America.
So am I wrong, or the list is just a little bit more aggressive?
It's a little bit aggressive. It's a little more mid range, and the Triumph of Saint Catherine helps you in if you're expecting a lot of delvers in the meta. If Triumphs of Saint Catherine kills delver, delver is the most played deck in the meta in every version that you're playing in Grixis Delva as Grixis Delva or as Temul Delva. We have to say that I'm not considering Ubiscam as a Delva, but more as mid-range, fast mid-range, not control, but mid-range deck. Shadow is not a Delva. I'm not considering Shadow a Delva anymore, but more like a combo deck. Because you're trying to discard the card in the opponent's hands, and then you're trying with one turn to kill the opponent, or with one turn just to do more damage as possible, because you are playing that shadow, and then you are going. You are trying to attack.
Is it used like dress down, stuff like that?
Dress down is not played, but I would approach the matchup as in that way.
So they are starting now, and let's talk a little bit about Maverick, because I'm not a huge expert of Legacy. I watch a lot of Legacy content, and I must confess, Maverick is not a deck I'm really familiar with. Is it a tire, or
it's not a mainstream deck? Yeah? Okay. In Legacy, we have to say that in Legacy, it's more important to play your deck in to play a deck in the best possible way, instead of playing a tire deck in a bad way. And Itzo has, as we said, has always played Maverick, and he's the Maverick master, I would say, yeah. And he loves his deck, and it's not a mainstream deck. It's not a deck that you see in at the top tables or something like that. But if you manage to play it without any mistakes, or if you are if you play the deck pretty good, you can make good
results. Yeah. So what are the bad matchups for Mavericks? Like, is Control a nightmarish matchup, or
it depends how it starts. Because the Maverick has different approach to the meta game. He can play a more aggressive line, like I'm playing so many creatures as possible and then trying to beat you down. But at the same time, you can play more Prison effects, like as we see here, Talia.
Right. Yeah. The Wasteland on the Underground Sea was
right
for what we were talking about. Of Orcish Bowmaster killing your Talia, right?
And that's how changed the approach to the metagame. How changed the approach to the metagame and to the matchup. Because if the Talia is a nightmare for the Control players, but now you have Orc, and with Orc you can spend 2 mana because you are not playing any sorcery or whatever. You are playing a creature, and you don't have to pay that extra mana.
Yeah. And you remain mana efficient.
You remain mana efficient. You are playing a threat. You are playing 2 creature, and you can block with them.
So what is the plan of Maverick? Like, put in some tax effects like Talia or collateral for stuff like that, and then like start.
Exactly. I would play like that, because if you are trying to play more aggressive, it depends what the 4 Control player draws. Because if he draws a Terminus, it's over. It's interesting how the game started with Maverick, who played an aggressive line, because he played Wasteland into Talia, and at the same time he played another creature.
Yeah, by fetching.
That's to be honest, I forgot the name of the creature here, but it makes that's a creature that makes the Zenith effect
is Fine Artisan.
Fine Artisan. You're right. I forgot the name. Fine Artisan. What does it make? It takes +1/+1 for every creature that you have in your graveyard, and at the same time you can make Zenith effect.
So you can tap X+1 mana.
Exactly. They basically mean greens at Zenith effect. Yeah? And in a deck where you are playing a lot of creature, that's a 2/2.
So more than a Zenith effect is more like Burden Pod effect, because you have to sacrifice a creature.
You're right.
But whether Burden Pod require you to take a creature that costs 2 or 2 more or less than the sacrifice creature, here you just pay X+1 and you take a creature that costs
You're right.
X.
That's more a Burden Pod effect. And with that effect, you can play a lot of spicy or one pair creature for every single matchup, I would say. Yeah, for against combo, for example, against it depends what. Quasali, there are a lot of Gadok, a lot of one pair and creature. And the Frateschi had to force it, because otherwise it would have been in trouble. That makes everything. The Fine Artisan makes everything in the matchup. And as we said, here Jacopo Izzo is trying to play more grinding matchup. Grinding matchup. You are trying to exchange resources one per one. Yeah. Ooh, that's amazing. That's amazing. Look at that interaction. What did it happen?
So basically, Franceschi through Leyline Binding, targeting Greece, I guess.
He played for before he played a Ponda. You know the top of your card, the top of your library. You know the top of your library.
Right, correct.
Okay?
And then draws with up to the Beanstalk, and since the first card draw in the turn was Terminus, it cast for 1 mana. It was like, basically
That's an amazing turn. He played Ponda. He knew that on the top of her library he had a Terminus. On Jacopo's, on Izzo's turn, he played Leyline Binding. It means you haven't drawn any card yet. Yeah, right. But you played Leyline Binding, trigger up to Beanstalk. You have to draw a card. You draw a card. The first card you are drawing is Terminus, Miracle Trigger. Then you play Miracle Trigger, and you are cleaning the board, and at the same time you are removing the Grist. The Jacob played Once Upon a Time, and he took a question based. Question based could a great answer, especially in a matchup, in a grinding matchup, and especially in against Delva or something like that, because they don't
have blockers. Basically,
they cannot block it.
Like in Modern, it has been used for a while by Rhino players to fight against the ring, because the play pattern against them was I slam the ring on a critical turn, I basically take an additional turn, and then I start doing card advantage, resolve your board, and kill you. And the Rhino players start saying, no, you cast the one ring, and in my turn, I do Questing Druid, attack with my previously done Rhinos, and you're dead.
And you're dead.
You're dead out of nowhere. Why you committed yourself to 4 mana, a ring, to just do nothing, and you're dead.
You're right. So, naturally, there are two different approach between Legacy and Modern. In Legacy, we don't say a lot of Questing Breeze, to be honest. Ring of Course, and Rhino as well in the last time. In the last
times. So
that. Let's have a look how the game is going. Izzo played Questing Druid. Stefano Fratteschi played Force of Will on that. Trigger, you draw a Lorry Reveal. The Maverick player didn't play any trick. I'm drawing. I would like to draw 4 cards with my Lorry Reveal. 3+1. Right. And he put on the top a Force of Will. Again.
And now Fratteschi is slamming his manas.
Interesting. All-chain response.
Because now it's gonna take 2, right? But still, I mean, the Triumph of St. Catherine is a problem, right? Because is Maverick playing any? Let's have a look. Are they playing any removal whatsoever?
If I don't remember wrong, they don't use removal main deck or Sword to Pleasure. Probably they play Sword to Pleasure. Interesting, as I came as a token on the battlefield. We saw that Stefano played Triumph on St. Catherine, paying the full cost, but we don't have to forget that the Triumph on St. Catherine could be played as a miracle. If you're drawing as with the miracle trigger ability, if you're drawing the first card of the turn, you can use the miracle trigger. The miracle you can pay the miracle cost. It means 1 colorless and one
white.
One white, exactly.
So here he played another line binding on the Hork, and in response, Itzo played a second Orchiruma Master, but it has been countered by the Force Will that we know was on top.
Yep.
And now, I mean, Itzo has just a card in hand, right?
Yeah, it's the game is going for Stefano, but I would say he won on turn 3. In my opinion, Stefano won on turn 3 because he made that amazing play. He took so many tempo advantage because he cleaned the board, and at the same time he drew 2 cards because he had up to Beanstalk, and he played Terminus and Leyline Binding. So basically, you are cleaning the board, you are removing a greased, and you are drawing 2 cards.
Right.
Yeah.
But I guess the hedge that non-tires decks have is that people are not really prepared for them.
Yep.
So the hedge, I guess, that Maverick has now is the deck being an underdog has its own advantage, right?
Yep.
Now, of course, now he conceded because the situation was dim, but perhaps after the sideboard.
Yeah, you're right. And then the 4 color is that 4 color is not a control in the sense of control anymore. But you're more playing a mid-range plan. You're more playing because you have Triumph for Sign Catering. Triumph for Sign Catering in this matchup is an amazing card because you are gaining life. You are gaining life.
Right.
In the sideboard, we see that
it's interesting that in the Maverick deck versus Choke, I was thinking like when in Modern, when Up the Beanstalk was a deck, you never, as a Delver player, you never side in Blood Moon against them because basically you go tap 3 mana Blood Moon, they go untap, tap 3 Leyline Binding, and you basically,
you're basically
dead. But here instead, Choke.
Choke.
Choke doesn't make them tap, right? Untap.
Yeah, islands don't untap. That's the nightmare. That's a nightmare. That's the nightmare for the blue players.
So I think it's stronger than Blood Moon because if you play it in the right spot, you basically deny all the mana the opponent has, or a lot of them. So they cannot then solve it easily. They just need to draw more card and fight other lands. And instead, but on the other side, like Blood Moon, you can throw it mindlessly 2/3 and demand for an opponent to have an answer. Whereas correct me if I'm wrong. I don't know whether like throwing Choke 2/3 is a good play or not. Would you rather keep it in hand or cast it in a?
It depends. It depends. You have to settle it. It's not that that card that you say I have in hand. I play it as soon as possible, because don't forget, if the opponent has the opportunity to play Leyline Binding or Prismatic Ending, you can you don't win the game. But at the same time, if you manage to play a good chalk in the right spot, you basically win the game.
Yeah.
We don't have to forget that the Leyline Binding costs 1 mana if you have enough mana. If you have enough colors, it means with 1 mana you can remove the choke. But at the same time, you take so much time if you manage to with a play that probably helps you to win the game.
Yeah, that's what I meant, right? You have to cast it in the right spot in which the opponent has defense down and tap a lot of mana.
Yeah, exactly. You play your creature, you play your things like Grief or like Talia or something like that, and the opponent has to respond to them. And then in that spot you play the choke. Choke is naturally another card. Is not the same card as Blood Moon, because I would say that Blood Moon, in my opinion, is a better card because
More proactive in a sense.
most proactive in a sense, and you can play in a lot of other matchups against lands, for example. Yeah, you can play Blood Moon. Is not you cannot play Choke. Yeah?
Right.
But against control, I would say that probably Choke is a little bit better.
I see that in the sideboard, Maverick also plays Ushbringer, which is a 1/2 lifelink and flying, and it says creatures entering or dying from the battlefield doesn't cause trigger to trigger. So would
Is a torpor orb effect.
exactly, but just for it's a torpor orb effect. So would you bring in knowing that basically 8 out of 12 of your opponent's strength cost 5 or more, so they would trigger up the beanstalk?
You're right. Actually, I wouldn't. What would you like to counter? What trigger or what would you like to counter in the matchup? You have Murktide on the opponent side.
Murktide and Katrin, that both trigger up the beanstalk.
Yeah, but the trigger of the beanstalk goes on the stack.
No, because Ashbringer says that creatures entering the battlefield don't cause abilities to trigger, not the creature's abilities to trigger. So, but it's on the cast.
It's on the cast.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, that's what I meant. We are here just to discuss about it, but the trigger of the beanstalk goes on the stack, and you can draw. But we can discuss that you are playing against Bowmaster. The Bowmaster, for example, doesn't trigger. Murktide doesn't trigger. It means they remain 1/1, and the Orc remains 1/1, and the Murktide remains 3/3.
I think that Murktide triggers because it's not when it enters, but when cards leave the graveyard that it triggers.
No. When I have to fix it. I have to be honest. I have to check it. I have to check it. But I suppose that the card Ashbringer is there for another matchup, and the matchup curls is Doomsday, because Tassa doesn't trigger.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Doesn't trigger. You use a torpor orb effect, basically. Interesting. Here we see couple of sideboard cards that the control players sided in. They are Pernicher Deeds. We didn't see a lot of Pernicher Deeds in the last times. And it's a nightmare for the matchup because you basically play turn 3 Pernicher's Deed, and you leave your Pernicher's Deed over there. You leave the Pernicher's Deed there, and when you would like to use it, you can use it. Right. But we can come back to the thema we were discussing about. It means it's so two Pernicher's Deeds, and this and one Force of Will and one Ponder. Interesting that he didn't discard the Ponder instead of the Force of Will. It means you are trying to resolve something big. Now. Stefano Frateschi, the control player, drew another Force of Will. That's another thema. And or you can let the Pernicher Deed, for example, on turn 3 resolve, for example, I don't know, and then you are playing your own choke, as we said.
So here,
that was the spell he was trying to resolve. That was the spell he was trying to resolve, but Frateschi drew another Force of Will. The control player Frateschi had another land. I don't know if he drew another land, but the Jacopo Izzo had another wasteland. He drew another one. What? That's amazing. Gather is amazing card. Yeah. but Stefano Frateschi is throwing more and more lands, more and more lands. Exactly what he need. Oh, that's another wasteland. That's my game. That's my game. Is Jacopo is saying that's my game. You have not. that's insane. That's insane. That's insane. I don't know how to say. I don't know what to say. But they Itzo is trying to wastelanding the opponent, but the opponent is drawing more and more lands. Gathering is a nice card. It says you cannot play
non-creature spell that costs 4 or more, and especially non-creature spell that has hex in the mana cost cannot be played. So like basically it shrinks your removal to Sword to Plowshare and cutting off
prismatic ending, for example, or prismatic ending. You cannot play prismatic ending.
Right.
You cannot play Force of Will. You cannot play. You cannot play Terminus. So that's not that bad. Yeah. He knew about that. He knew that he had Pernichedit there, and here. That's the spot. That's the spot here. That's the spot. If you have a choke here, that's exactly the spot.
Right, because the opponent tapped out for
exactly how he said.
Deed.
Exactly how he said.
Now you do choke, and with the plan of mana denial you have with the wasteland you drew, now it would be amazing. And
we have to be honest that that Frateschi drew three lands in a row after 3 wastelands. That helped a little bit, to be honest.
Right.
And now you have a Pernichedit that means a mass remover on the battlefield.
Right.
And Maverick cannot play any other creature. And you have to force your opponent to remove that Pernicious Deed. And the opponent can. That's amazing. That's amazing how Stefano, how Frateschi draws only lands. Normally, you are saying I'm drawing only lands. I cannot do anything. But in that spot,
but now I think Itsu is in a good spot, right? Because he has Orcish Bowmaster in hand, and Totsa is gonna remove the second Pernicious Deed, and Frateschi has not many like strong spell in hand, right? He has
that was strong.
Pernicious and Orcish.
Because you could have played the Orcish Bowmaster in response just to kill Bird of Paradise, but you didn't want to play that Orcish Bowmaster because you know that someone
you're gonna break Pernicious Deed, right?
Yeah, exactly. That sooner or later you have to remove that. You have to clean that board. You have to use that Pernicious Deed. What would you take here?
I would take Pernicious.
Pernicious Deed could be fine.
Because now my plan would be like let you resolve your Pernicious Deed, and then start playing a lot.
Let you resolve your Pernicious Deed. You mean to force to destroy? Yeah, exactly. And you have in hand you have an Orcish Bowmaster
and then Green Zenith.
Up to Beanstalker.
Now
that's good.
That would be exactly the card
I wouldn't play that Bowmaster. I wouldn't play that Bowmaster.
Me neither.
Because you know that the opponent has another Bowmaster, and you are not doing more than a damage. You're not doing more than a damage. Because the opponent triggers on the start that they opt to Beanstalk. Yeah. And Frateschi plays his own Bowmaster.
Yeah.
To kill the Bowmaster.
Wait, am I wrong? I saw an additional copy of Orcish Bowmaster in Itzo's hand. Because if it were the case, it would make sense.
It would make sense. Right. I didn't.
Or perhaps I'm wrong, but I thought I saw a glimpse of Orcish trickery in his hands.
It could be that he wanted to force Stefano Frateschi, the control player, to play his own Bowmaster because I wanted to play my Zenith. And I want to resolve that Zenith, especially if you want to take a 1-drop. 3?
Renegade.
Interesting card.
Yes. So basically, when it enters, it brings back a creature that costs two, which has power 2 or less. Let me check.
That's not a card that you see every day in Legacy. I would say that's a touch.
Yeah.
That's a touch. That's a touch.
So basically, when it enters, you put a permanent that costs 2 or less from the graveyard to the battlefield. Only if a permanent left your battlefield in the turn. So basically, that's why I fetch after drawing, then Renegade, then I put back my Orchid Master, and now
that makes sense. That makes sense. That explain why he played the Orchid Bowmaster, just to let the other Bowmaster resolve to force Stefano to play the Bowmaster.
Is he attacking with Orchid?
They are attacking with everything.
But Orchid just entered, right?
And there was the turn before. There was the turn before. Interesting. Oh, right, he has to block. He has to block because otherwise he's dead.
He's fine. So
yeah. Let's see how he's blocked.
Position agent.
Okay, he's going to 2, and let's see another green Tazanit. That is what we were talking about. The Jacopo is trying to grind the opponents, to make pressure. Quasali, what? Itzo discovers so many cards. We are not in 2024 anymore. We are playing a legacy. Itzo is playing a legacy for
2014,
2015. I love it.
And it's super fun because before starting streaming, Itzo showed us the deck. And they showed exactly Kusali Pride Mage. And we were laughing. Now, against Up the Beast, it makes a lot of sense, right? Because if the opponent target it,
then of course. The card is super fine. The card is super fine. It's super strong because it helps you to destroy the Up the Beanstalk. It helps to destroy basically the card advantage.
Right.
But now you are only making pressure. As we said, he's trying to grind the opponent, to make pressure, and if Stefano doesn't find an answer, we are going to game 3.
Because now you need double remover, right?
Okay, there is a concession.
There's a concession.
Is a concession? Okay, because even though he would have drawn
Terminus and put it on top, he still needs something to draw it.
Yeah, of course. Down. Yeah, of course.
And it was short on mana, so.
Yeah. And he didn't have he didn't have a second remover. If he would have drawn a Sword of Pleasure or something like that for one creature, he would have been killed from the Kazali, because Kazali is 2/2 with Exalted.
Yeah.
He had 2 lives. He have 2 lives, and here is interesting how the Triumph of St. Catherine could be a super card in the matchup, because you are
lifelink is so huge in the matchup.
Yeah,
right?
lifelink is so huge. Life is so huge. But at the same time, I would say that lifelink is huge, but before you have to consider the prison effects that Maverick has. Prison effects means, in my opinion, like choke or something like that. Talia, and what do we have? Greased is not a prison effect, but it's a great card in the matchup, because you have to respond to grief.
It lets you green the opponent so much, but it's amazing.
Yeah. It's a card that wins the matchup alone.
Right.
Because every single turn you have a 1/1 creature.
So, looking at the list, I see that Jacopo is playing a nice deck that is Legolas Quick Reflexes, which is a super interesting card because basically is a card that lets you protect one of your threats. And the cool things of the card is that it has split second, so the opponent cannot counter it, and that could mean like the difference between winning or losing in certain spots, right?
Yeah, I mean, Legolas in such a Legolas reflects in those decks is an amazing card. We don't see a lot of it's not so played. The card is not so played, but you have 4 decks where you can play the card, and the card is amazing. Right. The first one is naturally Maverick. Yeah, it's not designed for that, but it's a good touch. The other one is Infect.
Right.
Infect. Because you can easily pump your creature with no fear that the creature will remove.
Right.
Because you can pump your creature, and then at the end when he plays
as Word of
Pleasure, I leave a mana up and I play my Legolas Reflex.
And if you counter, I have Force of Negation, I have Force of Will back. So
No. Split second.
Oh, right.
It closes the pile. You can respond.
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing.
Or you can play it. You can play it at the same time in Dark Depths. Dark Depths.
So you protect your 2020.
Exactly. You protect your 2020. You can play, for example, a crop rotation. For example, just to take the Sagiri step to enter and to give protection to, I don't know, white or whatever, to your Merry Lage. They play as Water Pleasure and you play Legolas Reflex in response. But it's a nice touch because especially in a matchup, in a deck where you are playing a lot of creature or something like that, like Maverick, you are always exposed to a lot of remove spells and so on, and then it could be a great.
And especially in a deck like Maverick, in which you have a lot of taxes effect,
Yep.
and so
exactly.
You want to protect them
exactly.
Them being alive means slowing down the opponent, and slowing down the opponent meaning making more pressure. So so far we saw a Ponder followed by a Wasteland, and now a Thoughtseized.
Let me have a look. Let me have a look what you have. Let me have a look what you have.
And in response, Frateschi says, no, let me erase her.
Let me hide my treats.
Exactly.
And here we have the power of legacy. It means 3 cards down. 3 cards and then 2 cards down. And what did Frateschi? What did Frateschi put on the top? I saw a Trio from Sun Country. A Trio from Sun Country is not on the top, but that's the second card that he's gonna draw. Yeah,
because they wanna cast it by miracle, right?
Yeah.
So next turn gonna go land, go,
exactly.
And then
land, go, and then I would like to play my my own Trio of Sun Country, but the Maverick player as Itzo has a Wasteland. Bam! That's huge. That's huge. You are drawing now. You are drawing a Trio of Sun Country that does nothing.
Yeah.
Nothing. A huge drop on your.
Watch
Bowmaster. Watch Bowmaster. That good. You have to respond to it. You can wait a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah. And I mean, Jacopo knows that the opponent has 2 removals in hand, but I mean, at a certain point, you must start to make him pressure.
Exactly. You have to force that.
Right.
That's amazing. Amazing. Itzo says today, I don't let you play lands. Okay.
Yeah, basically, it's
That's my plan. That's my plan. You don't have to play lands. Stop. Yeah.
it's a
Ooh, that's and then you draw another Triumph for Saint Catherine. That's basically a dead card because you don't have blue, you don't have any blue sources. Yeah, it means you cannot play any brainstorm to put the cards on the top.
right.
But I would assume if he has the blue swords. If Frateschi managed to find a brainstorm, that would have been that's another
game, right.
because if he finds a brainstorm, he puts two not one, two Triumph for St. Catherine on the top. It means a lot of life points if they enter on the battlefield. If Itzo doesn't have a response.
So now Islam's opposition agent to
Okay. Interesting choice. As we spoke before, that the control player is keeping in a matchup where is keeping a Force of Wheels in a matchup where 2-for-1 is a big that Force of, in a matchup where the Force of Wheels have a big prize. He found the blue swords and the brainstorm. That means only thing. Wow. Okay. You have to play the brainstorm. You have to play the brainstorm. Okay. Now you can decide. You have a look, Alberto. Here, the Itzo played 3 wastelands. You have 3 lands. If Itzo plays the 4th wasteland, you are still able to play your Saint of Catherine because you have the planes on the battlefield. You don't have any duels. Yeah, you are in that moment wasteland proof. He's deciding here. Stefano is deciding if he wants to force that Archbowmaster because he doesn't want to have so much pressure on the battlefield.
Yeah, I think it's correct because with double Mother of Runes, now you can both attack and protect yourself from St. Catherine, preventing the life gain.
Exactly, right? Exactly. But Stefano is taking a lot of time.
And he's at 8 life points.
Block. Okay, protect. Take 1.
Go to 7.
7. Go. Then the first Saint of Catherine.
Wait. Opposition agent.
Opposition didn't die.
Is that 2-1 or not?
No, 3.
Sorry, 3-2.
2. Okay. You cannot attack anymore. Boom. The second one.
Bam.
And
now
you cannot attack anymore because if you are attacking, you have to use your Mother of Runes. Yeah, block and protection. Response. Nothing. Okay, land. Do we have
a way out?
No. I was thinking. Do we have Mystic Sentry? I think so. Do we have? Let's have a look. Do we have a Mystic Sentry in the 4-color list?
Yes,
we have. It means you cannot use it because you don't have 3 lands. 3 islands. Okay, let's see. But you are taking these 3 of St. Catherine is taking so much time. Time. If here, okay, you are attacking, it forces him to use the 2 exactly. Yeah. you are forcing Jacopo Izzo to use
The matter of rules.
the Matter of Rules effect just to plowshare one of them.
Yeah.
Yeah? Because you can, if you attack, he's taking two damage because you have exalted from Yerak, but now you are attacking back. I would like to gain. Wow, that's amazing! That's amazing. I would like to gain 10 life, sword to pleasure, but Stefano drew a force of will. A force of will. Amazing. I love Legacy. I love Legacy for that. And have a look. If you play that force of will, and in my opinion, you have to, because that's Scent of Catherine is your win condition. You have to protect them.
And as you saw, Izzo made the classic Italian gesture of what can I do about
What
that?
can I do? What can I do? What can I do about that? And you can draw. You can draw because you have a up to beanstalk trigger.
Yeah, and now
Did he draw? Did he draw, or did he forget the? I didn't saw that. Sorry.
I think he drew because he had 2 cards in hand.
Okay,
so now made land drop. So
okay, you're right. I was quite excited to about how well, we have to be honest as well, how well Drew, how well Stefano,
Stefano drew.
Stefano Drew, sorry, and yeah.
So it's now is
That prevents you to fetch. The opposition prevents you to fetch,
and more importantly, prevents you from like the
field artisan,
the zenith also.
Field artisan and zenith, exactly. Or Knight of Reliquary. If you're playing that, you are not playing that. I think so.
I think I saw one.
So one. Otherwise, that's another deck. That's another deck that abuses. From Knight of Reliquary is the.
Izzo plays 4 Knight of the Reliquary.
Okay, sorry. Normally, they use Dark Depths, Axaban, Depths, the Depths version. I mean, with Elvish Reclaimer, 4 Knights of Reliquary, but the Maverick uses the Knight as well.
So here, Jacopo fetched just to play Knight of the Reliquary. And
that's not
the Renegade Rattler. Sorry.
Exactly. Just to have Revolt.
Exactly.
He's losing a land just to have Revolt. What does he has in the graveyard?
Orcish Bowmaster.
Orcish Bowmaster.
And that's it, because there are 3 Wasteland, 2 size, Sword to Plowshare, and an Orcish Bowmaster.
Yeah. As we said.
And
Mystic Sanctuary. What are you putting on it? What are you putting on? I would put, to be honest,
Sword to Plowshare.
Sword to Plowshare I would put.
And instead it's
Brainstorm.
Okay.
Interesting. No, probably the Force is the right decision. Wow, Pernicious did as well.
Well, but now
Pernicious did as well is a win condition.
Right.
I would say that cleans the board. It cleans the board, and you attack with 2 Scent of Catherine. Game over.
And now the game seems to be.
I would like to close that game. I would like to close that game. Because if you use for 2, you are losing only up to beanstalk, and they are losing the entire
board.
They the Maverick gave protection to a creature, but the most important thing that we said, gain life.
Yeah.
Lifelink.
And he made a smart choice to keep like Composition Agent in play, because otherwise you let yourself exposed to the danger of a Zenith.
Yeah, that's it.
Jacopo concedes.
Wow!
What a game!
What an amazing game! I mean, let's 2-1.
Yes.
2-1. And let's have a look. Let's have a look. How long do the legacy player still have? And the time is finished. Yeah, we are taking a little break, and we are starting in 1 minute again with round number three of this Damnation Fest in Pisa, Italy. So, see you soon in 60 seconds. Again,
We'll be right back.
See ya. So, welcome back from Dr. D and from Asino here, from PISA Damnation Fest. We have just ended round number 2.
And what a game.
What a game. It was an amazing game. We took just a little break, we took just a 30-second toilet break, and we are back. And that was an amazing game.
Yeah.
It was an amazing game. The control player managed to resolve a difficult situation. He had, to be honest, a couple of good throws.
Yeah. But on the other hand, I mean, for what I saw, he just played really right and make all the right decisions.
Of course. But Jacopo Izzo, the Maverick player, tried to develop a line that he could have won if Stefano hadn't drew any other lands, but he drew a lot of lands, and Maverick tried to win the game with wastelands. Yeah? And at the same time, the Maverick player was in a good spot. He was in a good spot in game 3, but because the Stefano had 2 Triumph for St. Catherine in hand, no blue swords, no blood swords. And he managed to draw a Wasteland and a Brainstorm. That means three fresh cards and 3 on St. Catherine on the top. And with that 3 on of St. Catherine, he managed to stabilize the board, gain some life, and he took the time just to find the resources to close the game. Right. That's an amazing. There was an amazing game, and I'm quite happy because we saw 4 different decks. We saw Temul Delva, and we spoke a little bit the different Delva version.
Right.
At the same time, we saw Maverick. That's a pet deck. We don't see a lot of Maverick player. Maverick lover, but I love with I like how
Itsus plays it.
Itsu played it. Right. He is an amazing player. He's a Maverick master, I would say, and I'm quite happy to have shown another kind of legacy, the old one, and at the same time we saw 4 color control.
Right, two different
versions. Right. 2 different approach, but with the same card advantage. Up to Beanstalk. Right. That means that the Up to Beanstalk had a great impact on Magic, had a great impact on Legacy, and at the same time on Modern.
And indeed, I couldn't be more happy that it has been banned in Modern.
It has been banned because he had a great impact. It was a great card advantage, and you could in Modern you could waste your resources just to draw new resources.
When people realize that playing a cascade effect to cascade that Up the Beanstalk was actually stronger than the Living End or the Rhino pattern. I mean, at that point it was clear that Up to the Beanstalk was a wrong card for Modern.
And we saw how Up to Beanstalk had a great impact in Legacy as well, and how you as a control player, how you could build your deck in different ways and approach the metagame in different ways, but with the same card advantage. With the same card advantage, that means Up to Beanstalk.
Yeah, but because card that costs 5 or more, there are tons of them, and all of them happen to be really, really strong. So, it's.
But before you didn't want any card that costed more than 4. It was, as a control player or as a legacy player, you want the card
to be fast and efficient.
Right. Faster and efficient. And Leyline Bunny was too slow. Solitude was too slow. Lorien Levion is an ancestral recall probably, but we Up to Beanstalk they are super efficient, and then they changed it how to think how you as a control player, how you think the match. As you think the match, as you project your own line, how you project your own deck to approach to the metagame. Another card that changed the metagame in Legacy, but in Modern as well. So in Modern and in Legacy as well, is Orchis Bowmaster.
Right. Unfortunately, I say, as a Mortal player, I'm not really happy with the card, but yeah, the card is super strong.
It's super strong. It has a great impact in both formats. And as we saw the ban list in Modern, the wizard didn't say anything about Bowmaster in modern, but if we say what they said about legacy, they say we are having an eye on the Bowmaster.
Right.
We are having an eye on Bowmaster because they are everywhere. They are everywhere.
Yeah, but indeed, despite I hate the card so much when I play Modern, I do understand why banning in Modern could be wrong because, I mean, Orchard Bowmaster is the archenemy of the One Ring in a way. So banning one of the two might mean that the others start being predominant in the meta.
They are balancing themselves.
Yeah, exactly. And it's fun that they came out in the same edition, indeed.
Yeah.
So in the same set. So Force Control and Delver are two tier of the Legacy metagame, right?
Sorry, guys.
What are the other tires? What should we expect to see today, at least once?
Well, the Legacy metagame, it's a little bit strange. When we play Modern, you are expecting the tires on the top decks, or the tires deck on the top table. When you're playing Legacy, you are expecting not the tires deck, but the most valuable players on the top deck.
I see.
Yeah, because there are top players who play the pet deck, even though the deck is not in meta or is not, even though the deck is not a tire, but they play so good that you are expecting that, not that deck, but that player on the top, on the top tables. But naturally, if you are talking about tires decks, I'm expecting Delvas. I'm expecting 4-color control in the different version that we saw, and I'm expecting Doomsday. I'm expecting probably 1 or 2 lands as well, or something like that.
Okay, so lands is still a usually played deck.
I mean, it's to me is it's a good deck. It's a good deck. In this spot could be a real good deck because if you're expecting a lot of Delvas, you shouldn't have any problem to play against Delva if you're playing lands. It's not a good matchup.
Right.
Not a good matchup. And at the same time, you can easily play against 4-color as well.
Right.
Yeah, because you don't give a lot of chance to the control player to interact with you. What I mean, you are playing lands. You are not playing spells.
Right.
And then you are grinding the opponents. Because you can play Ultra Saga, you can copy your own Ultra Saga with the Transfer stage, and you can easily every turn make the construct and force the opponent to find every single turn a resource for your.
Okay. So you don't go for the plan A combo plan. You go more for the greedy Urza Saga.
Yeah, I think so. When you're playing against control, of course, because the control player plays, as we saw, Sword to Pleasure and at the same time Leyline Banning. And then if you commit yourself with a fast combo with a fast Merrill Age token 2020, you can easily lose the game because you were too grinding.
Right.
But if you try to settle the game as a long game, you can copy your own Ultra Saga and you can infinite tokens. Right. And then you are grinding, you are slowly taking the game.
Right.
We don't see a lot of lands in paper because lands is one of the most expensive deck due to Tabernacle.
Right.
Okay, we are back. We are back with
round number 3, and we have Mono Black Storm against Force Control. We don't have yet the list, but I'd be interested to see which version of.
I can spoil that. I can spoil them. Yeah.
Cool.
Cicchini is Zio Francone. Zio Francone is a well-known legacy player. He plays for color, and here we can see another version of
cool.
four color control with Yorion. Basically, I spoke with Franco, and he took down a showcase, if I don't remember wrong, or and different tops in legacy challenge on MTGO, and he said, I mean, why do I have to play? Why do I have to play up to Beanstalk? And sorry, why do I have to play the One Ring, or with or without the One Ring? Because until now we saw the version without the One Ring. With the Yorm version, you play both. Yeah. And Cacciali is playing Mono Black Storm. I would like to talk a little bit about this deck. This deck was played from Tony Scapone. Is called Urza Saga Mono Black deck as well, and this deck was played from Preslav. Yeah, Preslav is a friend of mine. He managed to make 7-0 at 4 season. He made top 8, and it's a nice deck. It's a nice deck, and here we can see how Beseech the Mirror changed the way of doing combo, because that's a deck who plays Beseech the Mirror. Yeah, Urza Saga allows you to have a grindy plan, and at the same time allows you to have allows you to take the tutoring the Chrome Mox as well, Lotus Peta as well.
And I played Storm for a while, and then knew that when the Storm player put out the Storm counter token,
you're dead.
Yeah. Or, you're in trouble at least.
You're not dead, but you're in trouble.
You're in trouble.
You start worrying.
Yeah.
You start
so
worrying.
What is the difference between this Mono Black Storm list, if you know, and the one that won the European Legacy Tour?
Well, they have two different approach. One is the other one is a Mono Black Stompy. Yeah, Mono Black Stompy, who used creature like Doughty. He used the combo with Leyline of the Void and the Helm of Obedience. He played Khan. He played Shadowspear, Orchis Bowmaster, Opposition as it was like an aggro.
So it's an aggro deck that happens to have a combo.
Yeah, it does. The combo could have been another option to win. Option to win. Here, the combo is the win option. And with Urza Saga, you can tutor yourself the LED Lions
High
Diamond. And as we spoke about, you see a Veil of Summer main deck.
Right.
We saw a Veil of Summer main deck. Yeah, that's it helps in these matchups. It helps against Bowmaster. When you play 80 cards, you have different. How can I say? You have so many cards to put in. You don't have to renounce to something. Right. Yeah. Cacciali is trying to go for it. Yeah, cracking the lead.
Wishclaw
Talisman. He gives. They give him the talisman. And let's see what he found. So and
we have Storm.
Beseech the Mirror.
4 Storm counter, 5 black mana, and what is the other mana?
Yeah.
Is
okay. We have Storm.
Yeah, Storm 6. Is the one on the left. Black mana is the ones on the top right.
2 mana.
In the middle, what is it? It's like maybe it's uncolored mana. Because it took out when.
And here we see what we are talking about. Gear's Will.
Right.
Gear's Will. And then that's the Yagmoth effect. You can play it. Yeah. You don't have to suspend it because
You're casting with Beseech the
you are
mirror,
casting it with Beseech the Mirror.
and basically you may play lands and cast spell from the graveyard.
Yeah, let's read the card for a while because that's the game winner.
So basically, if a card would be put into your graveyard to destroy, you exile it instead. But until at the end of your turn, you can cast spell from the graveyard. So
You can play lands and cast spell from your graveyard.
and the game is over. Basically, he played another Rite, then another Beseech, show tenders, and the game is over because they are exactly 20.
Exactly.
Wow.
Because he replayed the entire graveyard.
Exactly.
And he replayed Beseech the Mirror.
Right.
To take
The closure.
to play the game winner, to take Tendril.
So what do you sign? Let's see at Franco's list.
And in sideboard, you should have Force of Vigor, and you have a lot of cards that you can probably board it out. I mean, removals. You don't need removals. Yeah?
Right. Do you know if Franco plays Endurance?
I don't think so. Veil Summer is a great card. Veil Summer is a great card in the matchup because you are closing because the storm player wins
By targeting the opponent.
By targeting the opening, the opponent. Let's have a look.
Franco is signing out all the removal.
Or the removal spells that we said.
Would you keep the One Ring? I would, right? Because basically it's a time walk. The opponent cannot target you.
Well, yeah, you're right.
So also the One Ring is a super strong drop. I think the issue here is that Mono Black Storm can be really, really fast and perhaps a little bit hard to interact with, except by using a Force of Will.
Yeah, to be honest, when you're playing 4-color control, especially if you're playing the Yoram version, you are not super happy to find mono black. I don't know, but I wouldn't be too happy to find mono black storm. To be honest, let's see if Franco is Cecchini managed to handle it. But the first game ended in 9 minutes. You could steal game one against Mono Black Storm if you have two Velo Summer main deck and has Franco had, but sometimes it's not enough.
Right.
Sometimes it's not enough. Let's see what approach. And interesting will be the keep from Cecchini. Because if you're playing against Mono Black Storm, you would like to have at least a response in your starting end.
Right. The nightmare against this kind of combo decks is that they play like Tolsains, I guess, or discard effect.
Yeah. But the Veil Summer is amazing in the matchup. The Veil Summer is amazing because if the opponent plays Duras or Toxize, if you play Velo Summer, you don't give extra information to the opponent,
and you still cycle Velo Summer.
You cycle it, and you protect your own force of negation or your own
or your counter. Yeah,
force of will.
Yeah, I mean it's a neat -1 on opponent's hands. So it's really strong.
Exactly. So you have resources. You have resources to play against deck, but it depends how Cacciali, especially how Mono Black Storm starts.
So in game one, the game ended on turn 3, right?
Mm-hmm. Turn 3 was turn 3.
So what is the fastest Mono B Storm can close the game?
Turn 1.
Turn 1.
I think so. I saw Preslav closing turn 1 or turn 2 pretty often.
Wow.
But you can gamble. You can gamble it in game one when you don't know against what you're playing. You have the turn one closure, turn one win, or turn two win if you see that the opponent doesn't play any force of will. But if you have turn one win, I go for it. I go for it. When I don't know
Yeah,
when I don't know the matchup, I go for it.
you mean on the blind? I mean,
I'm blind, I go for it.
yeah.
Interesting. The hand from the four-color player from Franco. He has a Force of Negation in hand. He has a Teferi. He has a Brainstorm. He has a Leyline Binding. Yeah, Leyline Binding is an interesting choice that didn't body them out. Yeah, you have targets at least. Yeah, because. Defense greed could be a target as well if the opponent plays a defense greed. Yeah, let's have a look in this sideboard from the Kachali from Mono Black Storm. We see Empty the Warren, Standard of Agonist, one Beseech the Mirror, one expedition map. Expedition map is nice. It's very nice because you can
play the more greedy plan of doing
exactly
Urza
Urza Saga, 3 Fatal Push just to remove the pressure from, for example, Deva.
Shadow Spear for the same reason, I guess.
Exactly. Feeder Swarm, Grape Shot, Highwire Might, and surgical distraction 3. And Franco is playing
A blue elemental blast, a red elemental blast, a couple of Force of Vigor, which I guess
they are of course doing
two surgical destruction, but
surgical
I
destruction
guess are really strong, right?
Yeah, they are naturally they are aside in. You can
one endurance.
One endurance, you can play an endurance as well. It could be of course a good graveyard aid, but at the same time it could be a good pitch for your Force of Vigor because the opponent is playing a lot of artifacts. We drew Ford's Velocama and an Endurance. 2 cards that you want to see in the matchup. He put back Leyline Binding. He had the Leyline Binding.
Do you use Lam Teferino here?
No.
Why?
No. Because if you have an Endurance, an open Endurance, you have a Velocama, and you have a Force of Negation. You have two response because if the opponent plays discard spell, you can Velocama, and you basically you don't need to put Teferi in play because you are overcommitted yourself, and you don't have any Velocama available anymore. Imagine if the opponent plays, as we said, discard spell. You can play Velocama, and you can still have open. You can still have open Force of Negation. Interesting choice from Franco. He didn't fetch gambling that the opponent doesn't play Pity Needle.
Yeah,
and Pity Needle on that
on the Urza Saga's trigger.
Yeah, I mean on the fetch lands. Huh? Yeah, you are facing here. 2/3/3, and that's the other. That's the 4/4. That's the other plan that Mono Black Storm has. Yeah, they are 4/4, and you are entering for 4 damages. Let's see. Are you taking the damages, or do you want to play Leyline Binding? You are probably you are gonna remove one of them. Depends. He's thinking
How to fetch.
what to fetch.
I think with endurance, it would make sense, like to have.
He was thinking about the 3
Exactly.
or something like that. Just to have more, to have access to more access to more color.
Right. So cycle, John reveal, take a green source.
Okay.
That makes sense.
You have to take that damage. You have to take that damage. If you play like that, you took the damage. As we said, as we saw, he took the damage, and at the end, you remove one of them.
But also because now he has another land, so you go to Fairy and
Exactly. You can go
take the line binding back and cast it again. Doesn't have the
you can do like that, but you don't have any
couple.
No, I mean you don't have any need just to hurry up. You can still wait a little bit. You can you have a ley line binding and play the same pattern that you played last time. And Sting up, here, Force of Veil Summer. Bam. You cannot win this turn, basically, with your Tendrils of Agony.
But we saw in the side.
We are taking. Sorry.
We saw in the side that there is also empty the Warrens.
Yeah.
So, are there ways to take cards outside from the sideboard, the sideboard and play it? Burning Wish.
Burning Wish. There is a Burning Wish, yes. And you can take one copy of Burning Wish to take the card from the and the ring because you want to draw. You want to draw here, and at the same time you are making time walk,
right?
Because you cannot be target, So and you don't have any pressure on the battlefield, and the opponent says, "Go," and now you should have a dress down in hand if I don't see wrong, and a dress down is an amazing card. It should be a dress down, sketched dress down, and it's amazing because you are fighting with one card. You are fighting the constructs. What do you take here? If you are playing Sentry, I would play Sentry. Is a great choice because you can put Veil of Summer back, and you have a dress down in hand.
Yeah. So your plan of taking time.
Exactly.
Franco's plan is going smoothly.
Yeah, you are open. You are open with your cards, and the Cacciali knows that he cannot win with a combo with Tendrils of Agony because on the following turn you're having a Veil of Summer, but you have a dress down, so no token because what does the dress down say?
When it enters, you draw a card and all the creatures lose all abilities.
It means
that constructs, since they are 0/0, that takes +1/+1 for each other artifact, basically lose the abilities. They are 0/0 and they die. So
it means I would like to clean your board.
Yeah.
Interesting choice.
Actually, something more because Cacciali also took some damage, and that's quite relevant, right? Because he is playing also a mono pair of Ad Nauseam Tendrils. Ad Nauseam.
Yeah.
So, like being low on life is a huge problem for Storm.
Yeah. We say what Cacciali tutored, and but there is a dress down. There's a dress down on the battlefield, and we cannot activate there.
Right.
Because all the creature has no abilities.
Yeah, it has been an amazing play by Franco.
Yeah, and he knows that we have Veil of Summer. Ooh, on Terminus as well.
And now all the advantage the Saga let you and let Cacciali do now has gone basically, and Franco has a lot of cards in hand. And
Terminus.
Wait, what's going on?
Uh, he already drawn a card.
Oh,
He already
right.
drew. He already drew on a card with a Veil of Summer.
We've dressed up.
Well, with the rest down. Sorry, with the rest down. That was not the first. That was not the first. The first one.
So in the upkeep, we exile the One Ring.
There's not actually there's not the upkeep, but at the end of the turn we let dress down go on the graveyard and then we can activate the card.
Oh right. I saw Franco on top land. That's why I thought it was.
No, that's fine. That's fine. Okay, what was the target? Did you see the target?
No.
Let's see. Let's see what.
What would you take?
I don't know what's in the graveyard. There were a couple of discard spells. I think he took like a Cabal Therapy, just to be safe that you don't have to face any other discard spell. But of course he has the mono black storm plays other discard spells effect as well, like the Duress and Toxize.
So, what the Mycosynth Gardens is used to. I saw that the Mono Black Storm has a Mycosynth Garden. It's a card. It's a land card that let you tap, and the land became a copy of a target artifact that costs X or less, and it can fix mana or add an uncolored mana. So it's just to support the plan B of copying tokens, or perhaps like you copy land.
Well, you have a lot of artifacts in the decks, and you have a lot of choices in them. You could copy a Lions,
Eye Diamond.
Moss Chrome as well. So there are different targets.
But if you copy, Moxrum is the one that you imprint. So I think that if you copy it, doesn't add mana.
But yeah. There are one pair cards that you have different choices. You have different option that it opens you at least different options. Yeah, you basically it's he's going for it. I think he's going for it. He's trying to go for it because he knows that Franco Cecchini has so many cards in hand.
Yeah.
He's going for it. He's trying for go. He has three black manas, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4 spells, because he played Mox as well. Yeah.
Right.
Didn't he? Yeah. 4 spells and 3 mana.
Oh, interesting. He also took out the red mana token.
Yep.
Signaling that perhaps he has a Burning Wish.
Burning Wish or Empty the Worm.
Right.
Let's see. He's playing Visage Mirror, sacrificing Chromox, I suppose. You have to go for it.
Right.
He's thinking about it. He didn't. They didn't fetch. They didn't crack LID in response because they didn't want to lose the other card in hands, and the other card was Demonic Tutor. Oh, interesting. There's an Adenauser. He has 10 life. Yeah, and it's a little bit risky, but you have to try. Yeah, you have to try.
I mean, to beat their counter.
7 life points.
To beat their counter, you have to.
You have to counter it. You can respond and untap, go.
Oh.
Franco has no pressure on the battlefield, but basically you don't need them. You don't need the pressure. You have to stabilize the board, and you have to worry not to lose. You don't have to win. You don't have to lose.
Yeah, and now without the Beanstalk, he has his Draw Engine, So every line binding, every counter is just a draw, a cycle effect. So now it's
he tries to cycle. He tries to cycle the ley line binding on the
LID.
LID just to cut a little bit mana.
So
he's in a good spot. He's in a good spot, and
yeah, I don't think there are many combination of lines that will save Mono Black Stone from this spot.
Yeah, he managed to stabilize the board. Franco managed to stabilize the board, and you are not trying to. You don't have to worry. You don't have to lose at least. Yeah?
Right.
Let's see how the game goes, and I would like. Okay, the game is over as supposed. Franco Cecchini had too many cards in hands. I would like to discuss a little bit about the different type of combo that we have in the format. Yeah. We have Mono Black Storm. We have
Adenows
and Tendrils. Yeah, they're basically they are not the same deck, but they close with the same card actually with Tendrils of Agony.
Right.
Yeah, they are abusing. Yeah? They're abusing of the Beseech Mirror. Yeah, because the Beseech Mirror, as we talked before, manage the Storm player to let the Storm player to have a free win when you don't have any cards in hand. You can draw a Beseech Mirror, sacrifice one of your artifacts, and then play the Yagmoth effect, the Gale's Will, and you can replay the entire graveyard, and you can easily win.
Is Past in Flames still played in the deck?
I suppose. I think so. At least one copy of it. Yeah. At least one copy of it, or you have the TES version. Yeah. That can play. That plays Barney Wish. That plays a lot of artifacts like Chrome Mox and so on. And basically, the win condition is not Tendrils anymore, but you are basically winning with Empty Warrants and Grape Shots.
Right. So the Epic Storm, to my understanding, like TES is more a all-in combo, whether Ant is a more try to control at the beginning, right? Discourse spell.
Well, in TES, you are winning with Tendrils as we are winning with Empty Warren, Grape Shot, or with Tendrils as well. Yeah, but you have a different approach. Mm-hmm. Yeah, with Ant, with Adnaus and Trendis, and with Mono Black Storm, you have proactive spell like Duress and Toxize. With TES, you have Velo Summer to protect your own combo, and with TES, the Epic Storm, you have another counter advantage. You are playing, of course, Beseech the Mirror because you are playing a lot of artifacts as well, and it's a great tutor effect. Yeah? But you are playing Galvanic Relay as well. What does the card do?
It has Storm, and basically when you cast it, you can exile the top card of your library, and until the end of the next turn, you may play it. So basically, you make a lot of spell in a turn. Then you cast Galvanic Relay, and basically you tell your opponent, "Look, next turn I'm gonna win."
Because I'm gonna try to win.
Well, most likely, yeah, I'm gonna try to win, but I will find the resources, because if you have like 10 store counts, it's like I drew 10 cards next
Yeah.
turn, and
Yeah.
that's gonna be bad news. The good news for the opponent is like by exiling, you are actually showing them.
Yeah.
So
And they play another card they called Son of Creation,
right.
and you play it with Bezichor Miro. And what does the card say? There's an enchantment, and it says you may play an additional land on each of your turn. That's not much importance, but whenever you cast a spell, draw 2 cards. At the beginning of your end step, you discard your hand. But when you play that card, for each spell, you draw 2 cards. And you win in that turn, or you try to win in that turn.
You play a bunch of 0 mana artifacts
Exactly.
and draw. So here, Kachali start with Thought Size and then discard a Veil of Summer.
The nightmare. This is the nightmare for the matchup.
Venadur as follows.
Yeah, and Cicchini has
Force.
Force of Will. He decided to play that because you don't have any downsides, because you have the up on the beanstalk, and at the same time you don't give Kachali any information about your hands, because Kachali is a combo deck. If he knows that you don't have any protection, but he has another one. If he knows that you have that you don't have any protection in hands, he could go for it. But if he knows that if he doesn't know that you don't have, if he doesn't know anything, you can gamble, you can steal as a combo as a control player 1 turn. Franco
As a Wasteland.
He didn't want to play the Wasteland because he wanted to have that Wasteland for the Uta Saga.
Right.
But he saw that Kachali didn't have any other lands. But he could have a lot of Lotus Petal, Chrome Mox, and so on. It means that he could hide the mana sources. And when you are playing as a control, it's a little. I would have been afraid and a little bit more scared about from Uta Saga instead of an Ancient Tomb for 2 mana. Okay, Franco Cicchini has Force of Vigor in hand with no pitch, and Kachali is going for it because he's let's count the spells. He played 1, 2, 3, 4 spells plus 4 spells and 3 mana, I suppose. I don't know what we were talking about. Probably with life points.
Right.
You have 3 mana. With 2 of them, you are playing Cabal Ritual. Cabal Ritual. It means you have one mana and then 5 more manas because you have thresholds. Yeah.
So you had a lot of mana, then you take the card you want with Wishclaw Talisman, but props is a Burning Wish again. So Leyline Binding.
Leyline Binding.
You want to throw and perhaps.
Okay, drawing a card.
What does it draw? Nothing.
In response, he activates his own talisman, because you can activate the talisman only in your turn, and the Kachali with the Cabal Ritual on the stack, and with the Leyline Binding on the stack, managed with the floating mana to activate the talisman, to tutor something from to make a demonic tutor.
So actually, the signals on the Wishclaw Talisman are wrong, because when he is exiled, he loses all the counters, and if it comes back with 3. But I guess never mind here. So
we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 spells. I cannot say how many mana do how many mana we have. I
5.
suppose we had
5 mana.
5. We have 3, of course, with Dark Ritual, with plus 5 for 7, 5. Yeah.
So that
should have.
Now it's the 7th spell.
It's the 7th spell. You have 16 life. You are open. You are quite high with the life total. You have to find Chrome Mox or something like that. Beseech the Mirror, and there are 4. 4, 5, 11.
You don't have mana anymore, right?
11. Dark Ritual. You want to find Dark Ritual and Chrome Mox and so on. 8. 8. 5. You are not finding any mana swords.
Right.
Lead. That is a great card. He's thinking about it. They didn't play land. Okay, they didn't play land. Yeah.
Right.
It is.
So.
Okay, let's see. I don't know if he stopped or if he's thinking about it. He could go for at least another. Yeah, he's thinking about it. He's counting.
It seems to me he's like a little short.
Yeah, no, it's not a little short because he could play.
Demonic Tutor?
The Infernal Tutor cracking the.
With 3 mana. With 3 mana, right?
Now you have one. You have one Dark Tutor.
Yes.
You play Dark Tutor. You have 3 mana.
Yes.
You can play Demonic. Then 3 mana. You play LID. You play the Infernal Tutor. You have 1 mana short because Infernal Tutor costs 2. It means Dark Tutor, 3 mana, and then you play LID or LID, and
you go to 4 mana,
and then you go 4 mana. Beseech the Mirror for 10 minutes.
Right.
And they are 7 spells. LID. Dark Tutor, and there are Infernal Tutor for Beseech the Mirror, into Tendrils. Wow, what an amazing game! And we saw another deck in the metagame.
Yeah.
Interesting, as we said, how many different versions of control you can play, but how many versions of combo you can play. I would we can discuss a little bit later about how many combos there are in the format. As we started a little bit, we saw that in the format there are 4 combos at least 4 combos. There are
painters.
No, I mean a spell combo.
Spell combo.
Test and so Ad Nauseam Tendrils, Mono Black Storm, and Doomsday.
Right.
We are not forgetting Doomsday. We are gonna talk a little bit about that, yeah. And then there are creature combo, yeah, like Painter, yeah, because Cephalic Breakfast, because they are using creature, but they have a plan B or plan A, B to win the game with a combo,
right?
Yeah. And
Lance is a kind of combo deck itself.
It depends how it starts, how they start. But let's see what we have in the next round, and let's see if we have another combo.
Right.
If we have Doomsday, for example, we can discuss about it.
Yeah.
And we can discuss how many versions of Doomsday you can play. There is the bug version. There is the Esper version. There is the Ubi version. Yeah, and it depends how fast you wanna win the game. The Ubi version, you are all-in version. It means days. It means a lot of days, a lot of copies of days, 2-3 days.
Right.
With Personal Tutor. Personal Tutor is a card, sorcery 1. one blue sorcery that says put a sorcery card on the top of your library. You put upon it Doomsday. Yeah, then that creature on Doomsday. The bug version uses Veil of Summer as well to protect your combo. So you are losing a little bit of velocity just to.
But you gain your resiliency.
You gain in
this
resiliency.
Right.
The Esper version is not played. It's not played actually. It's not so much played. I'm a fan of it, to be honest. But you are playing like Teferi. And in sideboard you are playing Water Pleasure. You are playing Prismatic Ending just to have more resiliency, just to fight against the opponent's hate. And let's not forget about it. But there are I call the deck the German Doomsday, because Mark Tobias managed to play an amazing Eternal Weekend in Prague and an amazing Eternal Weekend in Asia with an 8-0 with a 4-color Doomsday.
Wow.
Because he's playing the One Ring in Doomsday as well, and he plays white, he plays Veil of Summer as well.
Yeah, I was about to mention that it's interesting that in Modern, like the One Ring entered in most combo decks because you want a protection from, aggressive aggro decks.
Yeah.
And you want to make card advantage against combo. So against the control player. So the control player counter your combo. Then you smash the One Ring. And
Exactly.
you say we start again now. Rather in Legacy, it seems that the One Ring is kind of not necessary because you can combo off so fast that
exactly. When you are playing the German Doomsday, I would say, because Mark Tobias is German, that's the reason, and he created the deck. You want to use the One Ring with different techniques. You use it in different ways, because the One Ring could be useful to grind the opponent. If you are playing like in Control, for example, you are smashing the One Ring and you draw cards. But at the same time, it helps you to draw card. It helps you to draw card when you are doing your pile. When you are doing your pile with Doomsday, you drew when you have the One Ring. For example, if the One Ring has two cards,
two counters
or 3 counters, you can tap the One Ring. After that, you have played the Doomsday, and you can easily draw 3 cards, and you have 2 cards left in the library. It means you can play Tassa.
So a Resolved Oracle make the part of doing the pile, which is actually one of the most difficult part of the deck.
We are gonna talk a little bit about it a little bit later if we find a Doomsday on the stream. But in the meantime, we are waiting for the next round, round number 4 here at Damnation Fest. We are taking a little break, like 2 minutes, toilet break, and we are coming back with round number 4. Don't forget. How many rounds do we have today?
7.
7 rounds, and then.
But we're gonna check it.
Well, no, 7 rounds. I already checked.
Oh, cool.
And
so we're like an interrogation.
Exactly. Plus top 8.
Right.
Why?
Because the winner goes to the helm. So
the winner goes to the helm. European Legacy Master, and we are 100. Player in Legacy, but we don't have to forget that we have other events. We have 130 player in Pauper as well, because here you can win the buys and for the Pauper Geddon. Okay, we take a break, 2 minutes, toilet. Don't move from there. Don't move from the camera. Don't move from the screen.
See you soon.
See you soon. Stay here with us. Damnation Fest Legacy main event ALM qualifier. 2 minutes and we are back. So, welcome back here for Damnation Fest round number 4.
Yeah.
Round number 4. We are going directly to the table and let's see what the guys are playing. So, wow, that is no. They are not playing that's they're settling a little bit the camera.
Yeah.
So we are back here at Damnation Fest. Damnation Fest in PISA. We are 100 legacy player. They are battling for the ELM qualifier. Do we want to remember what the ELM is?
ELMs is the European Legacy Master Tour, and he's a super legacy tournament in which you can go only if you're invited.
Yeah.
And actually, the prize for today's tournament is exactly one spot at the Helm, and Helm will be held in Bologna.
In Bologna by the forces, and yeah, that's an amazing tournament. Last year was an amazing tournament, and that gave and gives the opportunity to travel all around Europe,
Right.
Sharing experience, making new friends, play Magic. What do you want more? Yeah.
Right.
We are here in Pisa, 100 player, and we are on round 4. We saw a great Magic till now.
Yes.
We saw a lot of controls, different types of controls decks, and we saw one combo. There was Mono Black Storm, Mono Black Storm,
Adelver
Adelva, and the Marbury.
Right.
Yeah.
And
The
now
next round,
you asked for more combo, and more combo will be
Will be.
because we're gonna see Sneak and Show.
Sneak and Show. Interesting list. The Sneak and Show. What does the deck do?
Well,
It's a combo deck. You want to play a big threat, and big threat means Snake means Emrakul, and means Grisenbrand, and you try to fast kill your opponent with that creature.
Right.
How can you play that creature? You can play the creature with Sneak and Show, sorcery card.
Sneak attack.
Sorry,
Sneak attack.
Show intel.
Oh,
sorry,
okay.
show intel. 3 sorcery, 2 colorless, and 1 blue. You can put both player can put creature, artifact, or an enchantment in play,
Exactly.
and you are playing your big guy.
And also today at Pisa, there's the artist of the original show.
Yeah.
So if you're there, you can make him copy sign your copies.
Yeah,
So that's an amazing opportunity.
yeah. That's an amazing opportunity.
On the other side of the table, we have Montani with UG Beans.
Yeah, I mean, Marco Montani is an institution in Legacy. He usually plays Shadow, but today he plays a spicy, amazing list. Do you want to see a little bit? Do we want to explore what he plays today?
He's playing Helvish Reclaimer, Houthi Mandrill, Immortal Regent.
That's the three. That's the trees.
Yeah.
Elvish Reclaimer, Otis Mandrills, and Morgtides.
Then he has 2 Brazen Borrower,
2 Brazen Borrower,
4 Up the Beanstalk, 4 Submerge.
and 4 Submerge. He's playing 4 Submerge. Submerge is a card that costs 5, and it says you can bounce a creature. If the opponent has a forest, you may pay 0 to play the card.
Right.
So you pay gratis. You use gratis. The card is used without paying anything. And that's so interesting. And you say, why would you play 4 Submerge? Why would you play 4 Submerge when they cost so much mana? Why do you want to invest so much mana to bounce a creature? Yeah,
Because
because he plays Yavimaya. He plays Yavimaya, and it means that 2 copies of Yavimaya. That means that all the lands of all the opponent's lands are a forest as well.
but also you have up the beanstalk, so you also draw a card when you cast
Of
up
course.
that. So basically, the deck is kind of a tempo deck.
Yep.
In which you put your threats, you
Exactly.
trying to gain tempo with Brazen Borrower, Submerge, Force of Will, Force of Negation. You establish, though, a little bit of a card advantage until your threat, will bring the.
And the Elvish Reclaimer can tutor the Yavimaya as well, because you can crack a land, and you can play. You can put Yavimaya on the battlefield, and it means that the other cards, the lands of the other player, they are a forest as well, and you can play 4 removal spell basically without paying any mana. And at the same time, you draw a card. In that spot, Marco Montani decided to tutor one wasteland just to keep Fantini short of mana. I don't know if he recognized that he's on a Snake Show, because because Fantini played Dates, he played a Ponda, and you could be a Delver as well, yeah. Because he played two cards that basically you played in Delva, like Days and Ponda, but he played Lauren Rivera. It's not that played in Delva. Then you can suppose that you're not playing against Delva. When they are fetching for a basic mountain, you can suppose that you're playing against the Snake Show.
Right. And also, UG Beans plays 3 copies of Days.
So, yeah, of course, because you are a tempo as well. Right. He plays Life from the Loam, and he plays Temporal Mastery. What does he do? Time Walk with Miracle. That's a nice list. Let's discover the list until
Time Walk, which also draw a card if you have up the Beanstalk.
Of course.
It's amazing.
Of course. And but I don't want to spoiler other cards. Let's enjoy the match, and let's discover the cards that Marco plays.
Why did he took a basic island here? Not afraid of like.
Well, with a move you can. Let's see what he make up to Beanstalk. Drawing. I was curious to know if Marco plays Caracas. He doesn't. But he has Miski Santry.
So here, huge drawing by Montani, who played Mandris and drew 2 from up the Beanstalk and drew 2 counter. So
that's the power of the deck. He wanted to force that.
Sneak attack.
No, he wanted to force the Hoodie Mondrils, right? Yeah, because he wanted to draw. He wanted to. He forced the Elvish Reclaimer. He used the Elvish Reclaimer just to play the Odin Mondrils, right. And then he could draw 2 more cards.
And now it's gone a days.
That's
backbreaking.
That's backbreaking. Yeah, I think so. Okay, then now you have a treat.
Yeah,
you have a treat on the battlefield, and you have so many cards in hand. Another up to the Beanstalk. And he has Wow.
Wasteland.
A Wasteland as well.
And now...
Entering for 7. And I give you one more turn. There's for only for 5 because he delved. He delved with the Odin Mandrills, and he doesn't have another enough land to make the Elvish Reclaimer 3/4, and he concedes. Wow, what an amazing game! What an amazing game! And Ugi Beans. I've never seen the deck before, to be honest. Only online. There are a couple of players who decided to play the deck. It's an experimental deck, to be honest, because you don't see a lot of players who play the deck. But it's an interesting choice because you are a tempo deck, because you are playing all the elements for that of tempo deck. It means days, it means force of will, it means wasteland, and it means fast pressure.
But then you have the drawing engine up to the beanstalk that you utilize at fully potential and let you grind and dig for more answers or more threats, depending on what you need at the moment. So it's an interesting deck, I guess.
Yeah, the deck is wonderful. I mean, it's interesting. I would like to explore it a little bit when I come back home, to be honest, because that's the legacy helps you and allows you to discover so many lines. Right. And Marco is trying to discover, is trying to explore another deck like Ugi Bins, and all the cards he plays are amazing. You don't want in the matchup, you don't want the submerge, because when the opponent plays an Emrakul, you cannot target. I mean,
he has protection, right?
Yeah, it doesn't make anything. And at the same time, when he plays a Grisenbrand, the game.
They start drawing a lot
of cards.
They
start drawing. Even though you bounce you put the Grisenbrand on the top, and he's gonna draw the Grisenbrand again. Right. Yeah. Submerge is a card that was pretty famous, like I would say 5-6 years ago, as there was Canadian was a tire deck of the format, and because it's a tempo deck. It's a tempo deck. You put a creature on the top of the opponent's library. There was a cyborg card. You played like 2 copies of them in the sideboard, and there is an interesting and amazing play you can do with Submerge. When the opponent fetch, when the opponent fetch, or when the opponent starts searching the library, for example, for Stoneforge Mystic or something like that, you can put the card. Put the card on top of the library, and you basically make a removal.
Right.
Yeah, because they are shuffling the card again in the library. In the library. So let's see this. What the sideboard of the player look like. Do you wanna say what Marco Montani plays?
Yes, he has 3 Endras, 2 Collect Roof, 1 Hydroblast, a Dismember, 2 Force of Vigor, 2 Minor Misstep, 1 Force of Negation, 2 Veil of Summer, and double Jukabog.
Yeah, Veil of Summer, and 2 Minor Misstep, and the Force of Negation could naturally be a side in against a deck who plays basically a combo deck, because Fantini tries to set up a turn where he can play.
But what do you want to counter with Mental Misstep?
Minor Misstep. Minor Misstep is a nice card because you can counter, of course, Ponder. You can counter Brainstorm.
All the cantrips.
All the cantrips, but you can counter the Veil of Summer. the
Right.
Veil of Summer that the opponent plays. Because the Veil of Summer is a card that you have to force. Because when the opponent plays Veil of Summer, turn one Veil of Summer, turn one, turn one. I was thinking another thing that I would like to say, but when the opponent plays Veil of Summer, you have to force it,
Right.
and then he plays Show and Tell or a Snake Attack as well. So basically, they play Veil of Summer, you force it, and they play Snake and Show, or they play Snake and Show, you force it, and then Veil of Summer.
Right.
And you can use Minor Misstep just to counter that Veil of Summer. It's amazing because you are investing one card for one card.
Right.
I
On
would
the
like
other
to,
side, Nicola Fantini has in the sideboard 2 defense grid,
yeah.
which I think is an easy side in.
Yeah, it's an easy idea because Marco doesn't play the white.
Right.
It means they don't have access to prismatic ending or something like that.
Right. A Magus of the Moon, a Brother's End, a Pyroblast, a Red Elemental Blast, Surgical Extraction, a couple of Grave Digger's Cage, a Meltdown, 2 Carpet of Flowers, a Blood Moon, and a couple of Fury.
And as you can see, the capital flower is another target for Minor Misstep.
Right.
Yeah,
And-
I would say I would put it in.
And did a side in, right?
It's a side. I think so. That's because you are approaching against a tempo deck.
Right.
Yeah, you're approaching a tempo deck, and as we thought in round number 1, tempo control must have. It's a need. It's a vital need to have a capital flower against a carpet against tempo deck, because exactly the tempo deck plays Wasteland, they play Dades,
Right.
and then you with the capital flower you can evade other things.
Right.
You can be Wasteland proof. You can be Dades proof.
Yeah. And in the later turn, you can just play more spell in a single turn. So if you have like Sneak and Show and Tell, you can cast both, hoping that the opponent has just one for simplification's sake. Right.
And that opens you to force to one turn when you can play Snake and Show into Snake Attack countered into Show and Tell into Veil of Summer. It opens you to a lot of mana sources that you can invest to go for your combo. Marco Montani didn't have another land. He played a risky brainstorm at the end of the turn just to find a land. He found a land because he didn't have another land in hand, if I don't remember wrong. But he got rewarded.
Yeah, risky because if you see 3 spell, then you're brick, and you know that for the next 3 turns, you're gonna be like drawing that cards, right?
Yeah, exactly. The classical brainstorm lock. But Marco is a player that takes risks because if he's rewarded, he's so
in a nice spot, yeah.
In a super spot.
And here we see the sign Show and Tell.
Show and Tell. He's playing Days. Double Days. Force of Will. And he's telling Marco, do you have another force? He doesn't. Playing Enraku and been up to Beanstalk, and the game is over.
The crab move.
The crab move, exactly. And we see both players how they win. I mean, Marco is a tempo player. He's a tempo deck when he's trying to develop a fast pressure with destructive elements like Wastelands and soft counter like Dates and Force of Will. On the other side, you try to settle your combo not as soon as possible, but sometimes you have a protection or you have double protection, and you go for it because if the opponent doesn't have so much three or three answer,
then we are in trouble. Yeah.
they're very in trouble. In that spot, it's interesting to discuss about it because Fantini played around days. It means he knew or he supposed that Marco could have a days. That means if you're playing a days, I can pay 1 days, and if you have another days, I can force your own days. And if you force, I can sack my Lotus Veteran and play my Flusterstorm because he pitched a Flusterstorm on his own force. And actually, Marco in that spot could have let the Flusterstorm resolve because there were one the Storm counter was one for the show and tell, the other one for the Force of Will from Marco's Force of Will if he had one, and then Flusterstorm back. There were 3 copy, yeah. And he could have let the Flusterstorm resolve, and eventually, if he had another dates, played dates on the show and tell on the pile on the stack. That's the start that you want to see if you are the Snake and Show player. No pressure on turn 1. It means I have 1 turn more. Because if they start with land Delva or the land Elvish Reclaimer, is not that good as when the opponent begins with Ponder.
Right.
That means that they don't have turn 1
Threat.
Right.
Yeah. And on the other hand, for a combo player, like starting with turn 1 Ponder is just good, right?
It's good.
You're gonna look for the cards you need that you haven't in hand.
Yeah. And you try to settle your
combo turn.
Your combo turn.
Right.
We have to say that Marco doesn't have a lot of one drops treat. Like he has only Elvish Reclaimer.
Yeah.
It means he tries to play more control.
Yeah.
A control or filling a control game. He's trying to refill the hand with a lot of counters, and then when there will be a counter or when I have enough mana, I can play my treat, and then we can start the counter.
Yeah, if we compare it to the classic Delver or Canadian.
Interesting.
Right.
Minor misstep. You can counter the Lotus spell as well.
Right.
And if the opponent plays a land, a normal and not a soul land like
this one,
but now they can play days.
Right.
Amazing. He doesn't have an counter.
Perhaps he has some kind of like Brazen Borrower
or something like that. I hope so, because
otherwise
I cannot imagine Marco has so many cards in hand. He didn't do much. He didn't do much in the few turns, and we cannot see the card in hands. But he has a minor misstep.
Yeah.
As well. I don't know what they are discussing about, or
I think he's just thinking, right?
He's just thinking. He has a minor misstep, Foodie Mandrill. I cannot recognize that card. Let's see.
Is it a Wasteland?
It should be a Wasteland.
The last one.
But naturally, if you don't handle with that Snake and Share, it could be problematic after that. It was a turn for with a snake attack. Sorry, not Show and Tell. I mix them always. they have. Okay, yeah, they're fetching. So Snake Attack is resolving, I suppose.
Yeah, I think it's.
I don't know if they're on the stack or they're. As I said, I cannot imagine that that Marco has so many cards and then he doesn't. Okay, I suppose there's not. It is on the stack, I suppose. No, there wasn't.
Because he untapped.
Okay.
So that's resolve for sure.
That's all for sure. Yavimaya. Okay. He asking if he could came back. Okay, he's thinking a little bit. For 2, Hoodie Mandrills.
Okay.
Hoodie Mandrills. Okay. We have a 4/4, but he doesn't have any counter.
Wow.
He doesn't. He didn't have any counter. Ponder. Ooh, minor misstep. It means I don't have my big guy in hand.
Yeah. On the other end, like
I'm shuffling. It means I'm looking for my big guy.
Yes.
I'm looking for my big guy.
So,
okay, he has a Force of Will in hand.
So the big guy is playing our 4 Emrakul, 3 Atraxa. And I was expecting also a Greaser Brand.
Wasn't expecting a Greaser one as well, to be honest.
I don't see it in the list they sent us.
And interesting if Marco boarded Force of Vigor, because you can. They don't play any Peter Needle. Marco doesn't play a Peter Needle. It would be a great card to play against Snake Attack.
Do you think he boarded in the Hydroblast?
I think so. Hydroblast could be good as well. You're right. But the clock is going down because you are at 14. You are going down to 10. There is a lot of work to do for Montani because every single draw could be lethal.
Yeah, I mean now he has a 4 turns clock, right? So it's not the best, not the worst clock ever.
But Marco has. Oh, that's great.
Yeah, that's really great.
That's great.
And
I found my big guy.
Yeah.
I found my big guy.
Yeah.
And Marco could have, if Fantini didn't found the Emrakul, and Marco could have found a Brainstorm. He could have put the temporary master on the top.
Yeah.
And then attack into attack. It means time walk. Okay.
Instead, Annihilator 6, just clean the board.
I make 15 damage, and I'm shuffling my deck. Wow, cool. I found the Marco found another land. At least I can play, but there is always the problem that we have a snake attack in play.
Yeah.
Okay. I found two big guy to close that game. That brainstorm was lethal. Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice match. We saw another combo as Snake Shot, but as you know, I have to admit that I'm quite hyped for the Uji bin deck from Marco Montani. It's a nice deck. It's if you have a tempo player, I mean, you have to try it.
Yeah, perhaps the fact that he's a little bit less aggressive than Delver. Like make you lose some point against this, heavy combo deck.
Correct.
Because if you're not able to put pressure behind your counters, then
Yeah, right.
you start falling off. But the fact that we have the one of the most powerful draw engine, this up the Beanstalk,
Yeah.
perhaps make the I mean,
And then we can see that up to the Beanstalk has been played not only from controls, but from Delva's player. I mean, from Tempo player as well. And that's amazing how we said that how great the impact from the card was in Legacy and in Modern as well.
Right.
And I would, as I said, the list from Marco Montani's list was amazing. And the main problem that he had was that he had no counter. He had actually no counters. He had minor missteps. He had a couple of minor missteps, but he didn't have any daisies. He didn't have any force of will. He didn't find no force of will.
Yeah.
And their Snake Show player managed to put on turn 4 Snake Show, and that's it.
Yeah, again, the end was not, I think, really bad because he had a couple of mental misstep, a ponder, and a tendrils. So the plan, I guess, was I start cantripping, casting the 0 mana or opponent's cantrip, and then a slam early.
That makes sense.
But it was just a little bit too late, right?
A little bit too late, and especially you hoped that the opponent didn't play a fast combo at least. And they play the Fantini played Snake and Show not around days. I mean, because he tried to, because Marco played minor misstep on the Lotus Way, but he said,
"Yeah, I'm going
for it. I'm going for it." Yeah. I don't know if you had a counterback like a force wheel. I saw a force wheel in hands, but I don't know if I had a blue pitch.
Right.
But by the way, the game was pretty fun to see. We are going to round number 5 in a while.
Yep.
I would like again to show our viewers. I would like to show again our amazing playmat that we have for this event, drawn by Francesco Curia. Is amazing. Amazing playmat here in Damnation
MTG Fest in PISA.
MTG Fest in PISA. In the meanwhile, there are 100 players who are playing Pauper in the meanwhile, and there is a modern as well, and there is a modern as well. Well, I'm quite excited. Because we are at round 5, and now who wins could probably draw as an ID, and then he could probably
sneak into top 8. So we're gonna see a winning in.
We are gonna see probably a winning in if you have any 4-0. Fantini should be a 4-0. So the guy who played the Snake Show, but it's a little bit too early to say who is gonna make top 8. I'm quite excited because we saw a lot of different decks on the stream. I am a little bit curious to see if there is people on the top tables who play Initiative or Boros, or Boros Initiative or Painter. Because
I was honestly expecting much more aggro decks like Rhino players or Initiative players.
We are gonna check how the standings are, and we are gonna check out how many players there are who are on the top tables who play Rhinos or Boros Initiative or Painter or Deva player, because Ubiscam player, because they are player. metagame decks.
Right.
The metagame decks.
Also, Ubi Scam, correct me if I'm wrong, was like a big hit in the past month. Now it just started to like kind of disappear. Am I wrong?
Well, no, you're right. Ubi Scam is a great deck because you interact with your opponent with a fast grief and then reanimate, and then you try to reanimate the grief, or you can reanimate the opponent's card. Like when you are playing against Reanimator, you can reanimate the other creature, the creature of the opponent. If you're playing against combo decks, you can easily make 2-for-1 playing grief plus reanimate. But the rise of up to Beanstalker decks like 4-color controls and so on, they push it a little bit. Ubi Scam
Out of the meta.
Under the meta. I mean, it's a great deck. It's still in the meta. It's still a tire, but there was a great in the last few months. There was a great prevalence from Ubi Scam. They were everywhere, and nowadays they are a little bit less because, as we said, their control player rised, and especially up to the Beanstalker started to be played a lot, and in all the different versions, especially in the control version, as we said, as we saw.
As a mostly a modern player myself, it's fun to see that some archetypes have been, ingested from modern to legacy, like Rhinos, like Scam, like Up the Beanstalk control, and I mean that means that the power level of the cards, like really rise, right?
Yeah, you're right. The card that they have been printed in the last few years, they have a great power level, and you play them in legacy, in modern. There are cards that are played in vintage as well, like the One Ring. Sometimes you can see the One Ring as well. I'm not an expert of the vintage format, but you can play the One Ring as well in the Jewel's combo, if I don't remember wrong. You play the One Ring as well. So the cards that are printed in the last few months, they are pretty good, and the power level is so high.
That they also explain like the raise of of the monetary cost of the cards, right?
Yeah, of course.
When I start playing Magic, like, with a really strong card costs like $20 each.
$20, yeah.
So and now like the Orchid Bowmaster and the Ring, they came out and they were 40 each.
40 each, because you can play
in every format.
In every format. Yeah, almost every format, and the impact is so high.
Even in competitive Commander, they're really strong cards, right?
Of course.
So it's amazing, like how the power has been risen. Right, the past
I'm
years.
quite excited if we manage to see another deck who plays Up to the Beanstalk or the One Ring. Up to the Beanstalk seems to be the most played card, at least on stream, I would say, because we saw
one in every game.
We say 8 decks. We say 8 decks in total. 8 decks in total, and 4 of them played Up to the Beanstalk in different variants, in different version, and let's see what we're gonna see. What we're gonna see in the next round. We are gonna check as well what are the most popular deck here in Rome, and what decks are on the top tables, I would say.
Right.
Yeah. And we are coming back in a while. I would say we see we're taking a little bit of pause, like 5 minutes pause. We are gonna discuss. We are gonna check the metagame. We are gonna see a couple of decks and the standings.
Yeah.
We are coming back, and here at Damnation Fest in 5 minutes.
So see you soon. So welcome everyone back to MTG Damnation Fest from PISA. I'm Asino, and
From Dr. D here. Welcome back.
we don't know yet who's gonna play round number 5. But in the meantime, we want just to share with you guys. But I mean, the convention here is fantastic.
Yeah, it's amazing.
We have 3 great artists: Chuck Lucas, Jeff Lobstein, and Eric Post, that are here signing cards and selling amazing token. I got an amazing treasure token, shadow signed by Lobstein myself. And there are some artists that does alternate art, like Shivan does art. We have many amazing vendors.
Yeah, Francesco Cudia. Yeah, so we have
Francesco.
we have Francesco. We have amazing artists. We are not playing only Magic. We are that's a great family. It's a great fest. So we would like to invite you for the next edition. In the meanwhile, we would like to remind you that that our channel also that this channel is pretty new. So we would like to invite you to like us, follow us, just to stay tuned for all the news and all the streaming that we are weekly taking. And we would like to thank all you all to stay with us here in Damnation Fest in PISA. But coming back to the played Magic, we looked around and we took a ride here and in the room just to have a look what the player on the top table are playing. And we must confess that we saw a lot of 4 color controls. It seems to be the most played deck. I asked a couple of friends who are playing the tournament, and they told me that there are a lot of them and a lot of 4 color control, and that in the same times they didn't see a lot of Delvers. That's quite impressive. We have a couple of pro players here. Pivo, we have Andrea Mengucci, who they are playing. I don't know what they are playing on or the standing, to be honest, but I know that they had a great time with us last night, and because we had a great dinner all together 2 days ago, actually, on Friday night, and it was amazing. It means that when you are coming to Pisa, when you are coming to Tuscany, when you're coming to Italy, when you are coming to Damnation Fest, it's not only about playing Magic, it's
about staying together.
It's also about staying together. It's always to create that family atmosphere that we would like to build, and we are trying to build in the last few months, in the last few years.
And the food was amazing. So that's another reason, right?
The food was amazing. I would like to thank Gianluca another time for the great organization. I would like to thank Niccolò l'Analitico as well, because he organized everything for the casters. He organized everything for the dinner, and it was amazing. We were spending a little bit of time all together, testing, playing a little bit Magic, and sharing our opinion. When we are talking about this tournament, I would like to remind you that the tournament is ELM qualifier. It means that we are going to qualify. We have a slot to qualify one player for the ELM European Legacy Master, who is gonna take place in Bologna by 4 seasons on September. The pairings are printed, the table are settled, the player are taking a picture for the live, and they are slowly settling down on the table. So we are ready to see the first win and in. It means who is gonna win is gonna smash the top 8.
Yeah. and so get a chance to go to the hand qualifier in September.
There were last year we had the first edition of this amazing tournament ELM, and I must confess I was proud envious that I didn't have the opportunity to play it. I was streaming the tournament, but it was amazing. It was an amazing tournament that allow you to friendly fight, I would say, with the best legacy player in Europe. So as we said, we are gonna see probably the first win, and then it means who is going to win is going to make a top 8.
Yeah, and the first of the 2 players is Michele Sigenzi, which is playing Reanimator.
Ooh, Reanimator! What we forgot to talk about Reanimator.
Yeah. We spoke a lot about combos, and we forgot the nightmare.
The nightmare. I mean, yeah, you're right. I'm not a fan of of Reanimator because I hate that as a player. Yeah, I have to be honest. Only because there's a strong, consistent combo deck. Are they playing black, red Reanimator, so classic list?
Yes, I think so. No, actually,
What do you have?
It seems to be
there should be
blue black.
Blue black. We have a splash. We have blue as well, but only for the sideboard for 4 copies of Shoitan. That's interesting, and we can talk a little bit about it. What does the reanimate deck do? That's a deck that they try to reanimate as soon as possible. A Greek creature, the big guy. We are gonna call the creature in the graveyard the big guy.
Yeah,
the big guy. We are gonna
well, guys and ladies, because we have Archon and Atraxa.
Archon and Atraxa. Okay. We are gonna talk about the big guy, the big lady on the big friend. The big friend. Yeah. To reanimate the big friend as soon as possible, and to not let the possibility to the opponent to react. And the deck is quite consistent, to be honest, because they play this kind of effect.
Yes.
Like Griff and Unmask.
Correct.
Yeah? And what can you do with Unmask?
I don't know. Not much, I guess.
No.
Wait. Against it, not much. So Unmask is basically kind of a Griff in a spell form. So you can pitch a black card.
Exactly.
And you can see what the opponent has in hand and discard a spell from it.
Yeah, most important thing, you can play Unmask on yourself as well.
Yeah.
And for example, if you have a creature and you don't manage, and if you don't manage to discard the card by yourself, the card due to, or if you don't manage to put the creature on the graveyard thanks to Fetish Looting or thanks to Entomb, you can try to discard the card for yourself.
Yeah. Yesterday at dinner, I was keep asking you how much the deck is consistent. Can he combo off turn 1? How many times he combos off turn 1? I guess now I received my answers, right?
Yeah, exactly. So we are gonna discover it, and
on the other side of the table instead we have another Grixis deck, and this time is Delver. Grixis Delver, played by Andrea Dagliano.
I don't know the player, but I know the deck. I know what you're talking about.
So it seems to be quite a stock Grixis Delver list. We have Dragon Ray Channeler, Orcish Bowmaster, Ponder Brainstorm, Force of Will, Daze, Lightning Bolt. The list seems to be really squared with many 4-off, and the only 2 spicy 1-off are Molten Collapse and Brazen Borrower.
Yeah, interesting. That's an interesting choice. We are gonna dip into the decks as soon as we see the player playing. But we talk a little bit about Reanimator. I would like to add another thing about Reanimator because as you said, they play a little blue splash because we saw a water grave. I don't know if that's if this is a budget choice because usually you don't want to lose 2 life points to play water
Right.
grave, but you would like to play underground scene, not to or not to lose 2 life points. But in sideboard, because in sideboard we saw 4 shrine tiles.
Michele also play a godless shrine.
I got the shrine. Okay, wow,
So
interesting.
it's interesting. Right.
And
So-
Grixis Delva, as we spoke about, is the other version of Delva, and they play Molten Collapse. That's not so useful in the matchup, but it could be a great one pair if you are playing in another against another deck.
Yeah.
It would be probably a side out, because
here the targets are just like a bubble casted. But there's no spot, right, in which you cast the bubble, and you're not like gonna use the mana.
Yeah, of course.
In the same turn. So
interesting choice from Dayano. He started playing a Ponder because he didn't have Volcanic to play the DNC. Otherwise, he would have gone for the DSC probably. And but that time he plays. Okay, that's a classical style from Reanimator with Entomb.
But isn't this one quite interesting?
Yeah, this one was quite.
Perhaps it is a tale that he has no other lands in hand and doesn't want to die from Wasteland.
Yeah, it could be. It could be. He drew another land.
Yeah.
It's quite interesting because Sigensi played. Obviously, you don't know the matchup. Yeah.
Right.
And okay, well, he had 2 Entomb. He had 2 Entomb. It means because let's talk a little bit about it. If he would have played the Reanimate on turn 1, he had no problem with the days that Staiano had pondered, because he found the dates with ponder. Yeah, but you don't know the matchup, because if you play turn 1 Entomb, they could have a graveyard 8.
Right.
If you have another Entomb, you can discuss to play turn 1, and if they have a graveyard 8 main deck, it's the same, because you have the second Entomb, and then you can try to reanimate. But that's what the reanimator does.
Right.
It means, and we were talking a little bit about it, yeah, and unmask.
Well,
And unmask, yeah.
So what would you take from Dayano's hand?
Oh, that's interesting. You can take Orchard's Bowmaster, because with the Orchard's Bowmaster you cannot draw any other cards.
Right.
When you play when you have the Grisenbrand in play.
Yeah.
Otherwise, when you see that ends, you understood that you are playing against Delva. It means that you with your Grisenbrand, you don't have to do anything else unless to attack and gaining life. The only things that could scare you here would be a lightning bolt, because you are a 3, but he doesn't have neither red swords nor a bolt in hand.
Notice the unmasked which is signed by RK Post.
Yeah, of course. So he let the Unmask sign for the tournament, and he said, "Why don't I have to play it? And then let's play Reanimator, let's play Unmask, my new scene Unmask." You as that player, you are not in a good spot because here is basically if you don't make any other if
Griselbrand gonna connect, then
exactly.
Then
If you don't play wrong, if you don't make great mistakes, you probably don't have any problem to take the game just attacking with the Griselbrand.
right. So would you play here under Bolt? Like, I mean, because now it goes to 10, but
No.
You wouldn't play under
No,
Bolt.
no, no.
You don't need, right?
I don't need I don't need to draw. I mean,
Right.
does it make any sense to draw? But why would you like to go to 3 if with that brainstorming he could draw red swords plus red swords has he has a red swords in hand and a bolt, and he drew the bolt. Did you see that?
He drew the Bolt.
I think so. The last card should be a bolt.
Yes,
Yeah, and you have yeah. You see that? And if you draw here, you're basically over. I mean,
Right.
it makes any sense. It makes any sense to draw.
So
Yeah, you're taking the DRC.
Right.
Pretty easy choice.
in 4 lands.
You can think a little bit. You are at 8. You can reanimate the DSC as well from the opponent just to have a 1/1. I think.
Yeah, I
1/1.
don't think you can go. He is near to Delirium yet,
Yeah.
because he has instant, and Tomb is an instant, right?
Yeah.
Instant, land, sorcery, and he's missing artifact.
You're missing an artifact or creature
creature.
or something like that. But I mean, 8 life. You can think that the opponent has a bolt. Then you are going to 7.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. You are going to 7. You are going to 4.
Right. So,
Yeah. And your turn, I suppose.
yeah, Sigenzi seems to be a little bit choked on mana. He needs some red sources because he has a Faithless Loot Ring then,
Yeah.
which is dying. In
Yeah,
his
but I
hand.
mean, you
Yeah,
did
no,
your job. You did your job. You have you don't have any mana, any any red swords, but you have a 7/7 with lifelink on the battlefield.
Now you attack for 8, and you gain 7.
You gain
you
7.
drew 7, and now
It's a 1/1.
yeah, we're counting the
Counting.
type.
Exactly. They're counting the types. About it should be a 1/1. Yeah, I think that the game is pretty over when Sigenzi managed to reanimate his Griselbrand and to do that unmask. But I think that Dayano is playing just to take more information as possible,
Right.
and to understand what he's playing against. But I suppose that he already knows what we are talking about, because
Right. So yeah, and it's super Unmask and Griff are super strong in that, because
Brazenborough? Is it Brazenborough or Chibu Master? Okay, that's fine.
because when you have Griselbrand, like you can keep pitching cards, because I mean the source of your source for drawing is almost infinite.
Yeah. So Bowmaster pinging the DRC and then bolts on
face.
on something. I would say. Yeah. And then attack. Yeah. Bam. Okay, here we go. And Reanimator does what he has to do, what he must do on turn 1 on game 1. Naturally, the nightmare from Reanimator begins on game 2 and game 3, because normally there is a great 8 Reanimator 8 graveyard 8 when we are playing against those decks, and when you are so you have to be a little bit careful when you are going to reanimate something, when you try to reanimate something.
So Reanimator seems to me a deck that, of course, G1 in the first game you want to go as fast as possible.
Yep.
But I mean, we saw today that almost in any sideboard we saw like cards like Surgical Extraction.
Of course.
In many decks, there's at least a single copy of Endurance. So cards that can mess out your game plan pretty badly. So is the kind of deck that post sideboard tends to play a little bit more cautiously, or it is always the deck that you want to turn one attempt to place a greaser brand on board and pray.
Yeah, of course. Especially when you don't begin and when you are playing against Delver deck, you have to be careful of what they are playing in sideboard and what you think they are playing in sideboard. Normally they play 2 copies of Surgical Extraction. They are playing Cage normally, or they are playing Flusterstorm. They are playing what else?
So the Yano is playing 3 Pyroblast, 2 Price of Progress, 2 Meltdown, 2 Force of Negation, 2 Surgical Extractions, a couple of Counterbalance, and a couple of Hydroblast.
Yeah, you have to a little bit be careful when you're going to reanimate, of course. You have to fight 4 Forts of Will, 4 Daisies that are in the main deck, but probably in game 1, could the Delver player could keep a good end against not decent ends, but not so good against Reanimator.
Right.
And but on G2 and G3, game 2 and game 3, you have to respect the opponent's hand, because they are gonna hard mulligan to find resorts against your combo. It means Force of Negation, it means Force of Will, it means Daze, it means Flusterstorm if it's played, and it means Surgical Extraction. That's interesting. The interesting thing is that the Sigensi didn't show the Water Wave,
right?
At least the blue spot, the blue source, because Dayano want probably they want probably board in the Power Blast.
Right.
Yeah, and the Reanimator player Sigensi has 4 show and tell.
Right, in the sideboard. And it makes a lot of sense, right? Because it damos basically one of your pieces of the combo.
Exactly.
And I don't know whether in Legacy when Reanimator cast a card that let them discard a threat from the hands, do you, like Fadeless Looting, do you Force of Negate it, or you just counter the Reanimator?
No. I personally, and I think that's the right decision, the right option, to be honest. But I would like to ask the chat as well how they play against Reanimator, and especially if they let resolve the End Tomb or the Fatality Looting, and then they try to fight on the Reanimator, or if they counter the End Tomb and the Fatalist Looting, not fighting against the Reanimate. Personally, to me, the right decision is to counter the Fatalist Looting or the End Tomb, because when they have the things on when they have the creature on in the graveyard, they can always unmask you or grief you, and then they remove your own Flusterstorm or things, and then they can reanimate. Unless you have a Surgical Extraction in hand.
Yeah, right.
When you have an Surgical Extraction, then you can surgical everything in response. But the problem is when the opponent plays an Exhum, they don't target the creature in graveyard, and then they reanimate as well if they have one then more creature. Yeah. If they have 2 creature in the graveyard, they play Exhum. You can Exhum.
Yeah, sure. You don't have to declare targets, so Surgical Extraction is not a good response anymore, right?
Exactly.
But then show and tell in the sideboard makes a lot of sense to me, right? Because you cast like Faithless Looting, it get countered, you have the threat in hand rather than in the graveyard, and the turn after you untap, show and tell, and it's a new menace that requires an additional counter.
Yeah,
So,
exactly. And if you don't expect if you don't expect the show and tells, that can kill you. I mean,
yeah, right.
and especially when you have, I don't know, when you have a Flusterstorm in hand, or when you have a Force Negation in hand plus Surgical Extraction, you keep that hand. And because you know that you have two response. And personally, when I play Legacy and when I play against Reanimator, I would like to keep a hard mulligan, because I would like to have at least two response against Reanimator, because I suppose that one of my response will be discarded.
Right.
You know? And the surgical extraction, when they are playing show and tell, is not always the best answer. Yeah, they can dodge a little bit graveyard hate. And
Nice.
interesting is another thing that Reanimator can play on post sideboard. Doughty as well. It's a pretty good card against Delva, because they allowed you, especially if done in the first two turns, they allowed you to prevent that the DLC becomes a 3/3, and you let the opponent not play the Morktide.
Right. So Sigenzi's sideboard has, as you mentioned, 4 Doughty Void Walker, 4 Show and Tell, choose Snuff Out, a couple of Surgical Extraction, and 3 Wear and Tear.
2 Wear and Tear is pretty good, because you're expecting a lot of graveyard hate against you, especially. Right. You can use a Wear and Tear against Artifact or against Enchantment. It means Enchantment, their Rest in Peace,
right,
is not played anymore.
Leyline of the Void is
Leyline of the Void.
Is it played?
Leyline of the Void is really played, especially if you are playing against Mono Black, for example, or if you are playing against Mono Black or Mono Red Stompy or something like that. But you can play the card against Thorn of Amethyst, or against against the Cage. Yeah. Or against Soul Light Lantern. Sorry, Soul Light Lantern as well. So,
but is the Thorn of Amethyst played?
Thorn of Amethyst, it can be played, especially if you are playing against Mono Red Prison or something like that in sideboard.
So, like 8 cast plays it.
I don't know. I'm not pretty sure. You could have a couple. No. 8 cast. No. Because he has a lot of bubble effects, and that makes any sense that they play. Right. Ton of Amethyst.
So here
they play. 8 cast plays Fairy Macabre. Fairy Macabre. Right. Discard 2 cards.
Yes.
Drawn from A cap post here, and so.
So here we start with Grief, Pitching and Mask, Land, Lotus. Why do you think he played Lotus Petal rather than keeping it in hand?
It depends what he has in hand, and it depends if he is forced to do something. You could have kept it in hand. It doesn't make any difference, to be honest. You are not playing any Brainstorm also on, so it doesn't make any difference. Interesting choice here from Dayano. He gambled that Reanimator need to have a response, or at least a fast reanimate, because when Sigenzi played a Grief, he discarded
Force Obligation.
Force Obligation. He could have had and Entomb into Reanimate, but he had the brainstorm, and probably he wanted to find surgical extraction if that was the case. But the card, but the hand was pretty good. I mean,
Right.
yeah.
So what is the last card in the Janos hand? Are they?
I suppose they have two bolts and one Moctate, two DLC, and Counterbalance.
Oh,
Counterbalance is a pretty good card, especially if you're playing against combos.
right.
Yeah, and Reanimator is a combo. Yeah. In
Yeah.
that,
All the drops are like 1 or 2 drops. So
especially
here-
the Reanimate,
right.
the Reanimate drops. Yeah.
And with Brainstorm counterbalance, it's amazing.
Yeah. No, that makes sense. In this spot, I would like to draw a land here in that spot, because you can think to play a brainstorm at the end of the turn as well, just to have an extra land with a settled counterbalance.
Right. In this study, Diano plays a DRC, which is not triggered yet. There's only land and instant.
Yep.
So perhaps the plan now is to look for some lands or some action with DRC's triggers.
Yeah, they have
Another brainstorm in hand. So
another brainstorm in hand. Trigger. We have a trigger.
decide to cast it.
It's a kip. Force of will. He didn't find another land, but there was a little bit that would have been interesting to ask him if why didn't he play another brainstorm at the end of the turn, just to hit the third land and to play counterbalance with an counterbalance with one drop
On the top.
on the top.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
To prevent so counterbalance with for Entomb or for Fatalist Looting.
And also here, what you're gonna do? I mean, you saw a force of will, and there's a grief trigger. Are you gonna put it on top and risk that the opponent will discard it, or you would rather put it on top?
Sorry, I didn't understand.
Diano saw a force of will, right?
Yep.
And they put it on top.
Yeah,
Because grief, of course, is gonna discard it. But if the opponent has like now a combo kill or something, you would be dead nonetheless.
Yeah, I mean, if Sigensi has reanimate spell effect, so Entomb plus reanimate, you are dead anyway.
Right.
And
so you mean you prefer to be safe from next turn?
Yeah, exactly. You gamble that turn and to say if you have it, you have it. But otherwise, I have my force of will plus counterbalance. But I think that he's going for it.
Yeah, I saw an Entomb.
Yeah, it's an Entomb. Yeah.
That's it.
Interesting will be what to choose as a creature. Wizenbrand, of course.
Yeah, with 19 life, it makes tons of sense. Like, right?
And I don't know. It would have been interesting to ask him why didn't he play that breastman. I would personally
Here we go.
have played that brainstorm. I don't know if it was correct, and but it.
Well, anyway, Sigensi, like
I would like to ask the chat if they would have played that brainstorm at the end of the turn just to hit the third land and to play counterbalance with a bake up a backup counterbalance with a backup turn, with a drop, with a one drop on the top of it, or if you would have played a little bit more conservative and play with as Daiano played.
So Sigenzi here changed his mind and he put a Traxa in the graveyard instead of Griselbrand when he reanimated.
Yeah, because you probably want to do, you want to
perhaps you want to make more selection,
more value.
Right. Rather than drawing blindlessly 7 card.
Yeah.
And it makes sense also because Atraxa is a beast. So what would you take from the pile?
Creature, enchantment, lands. They could take another
sorcery.
Swords. No, instant, I suppose. I suppose. Yeah.
Reanimate is instant.
Yep. No, reanimate is not instant.
So sorcery and instant.
It's also an instant. But Swallow Grave is interesting. That's an interesting pick because they can reanimate. Reanimate a creature in instant speed, and especially if they play. There's a good touch, in my opinion, for the surgical extraction because. You try to reanimate something. They play in response the surgical extraction on your creature, and in response you can in instant speed you can play the Swallow Grave, and you can give your creature haste, and you have a big friend on the battlefield, as we said.
So basically, it's the fully fledged version of Goryo's Vengeance.
Yeah, exactly. That's something like that. It's basically played in another deck that calls Team Things. That's a deck that plays Grisenbrand and Children of
Alara.
No, Children. I don't remember how they exactly their name. How they called Children of. Chat, I need your help. Children. There's a 1/1 creature, 1/1 creature with one that costs one mana, and you can sacrifice them, and you gain life for the life you lost that
Children
time.
of Corliss.
Yeah, exactly that one. Children of Collins. Yeah, thanks guys, thanks chat, and you can. Gain the life for all the if you lost I don't know 3 life on their turn or 7 life, you can gain 7 life more.
Right.
And you have a Grisenbrand. You try to reanimate fast. You try in an instant spend. You try to reanimate a Grisenbrand. You lose 7 life, for example, and then you gain 7 life again, and then you start your chaining. That tricks to play to draw a lot of cards and basically the entire deck, and then you can play Tennis of Agony. Yeah, that's amazing.
So Sigenzi won 2-0.
Yeah, we could say that we have a reanimator in top 8. Yeah? I think so, because he was he's 5-0, and so I suppose that he could ID. I mean,
right,
intentional draw.
Right.
Well, we didn't talk about reanimate and reanimate smashed. He probably smashed a top 8 here, and Damnation Fest in PISA qualifier for the EAM qualifier. And we are gonna see in a couple of minutes, a little bit later, a lot of great magic, because we are gonna see a lot of win and in.
Right.
Yeah, at least we have 2 more rounds here, and we are gonna see a lot of win and ins, win and in. I have to say that reanimate we didn't manage to see a lot of action between the games because between the players because the combo combo is monothematic, I would say. Yeah,
Reanimator did these things and did it
know.
fast and with
Exactly.
protected by grief and mask.
Exactly.
And, I mean the game was like one sense.
Yeah, but Reanimate must do that. I mean, they have to go as fast as possible, and they have to protect the combo. Interesting was deciding for the Grixis player, for the Grixis Delvers player, because he decided in Counterbalance. It's a card that we are starting to re-see again in the sideboard of Delver players. It's a great card. I love that card.
Yeah,
I
me
love
too.
that card.
But I think that against a Reanimator, perhaps when you are on the draw, it might be just a little bit too late. It's like when I as you know, as a modern player, I tend to think in modern terms. When you play against Living End and you play Unleashed Sensadors, which is the artifact that exiles 2 cards from a graveyard, if you're on the play, it is still fine. But when you're on the draw, it's like he's gonna, play his Cascade spell, you remove 2. And here Counterbalance seems the same, right? Because you play turn 2, but you know that your opponents...
Yeah, you're right. You're right. Totally right. But we don't have to forget that in Legacy you have so many interactions, especially Force of Will, Force of Negation.
That's true.
And if in that spot, as a Delver player, in that spot against Reanimator, the most important things that you have to do is not winning. It's not winning.
It's not dying.
But it's not dying.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, you don't have to win for the first 2-3 turns. You must be worried not to die because they are so fast, and you have to improve your probabilities to have a card that it's a game breaker. And Counterbalance, when you manage to play Counterbalance, we don't have to forget the Counterbalance is blue, and you can pitch in emergency Counterbalance to Force of Negation and to Force Will, and then it improves the possibility that you have to smash a game winner on the battlefield, because you manage to counter the reanimation spell or the discard spell, like discard in terms of not grief or unmask, but in terms of cards that allows you to put the creature on the graveyard.
That's why Reanimator is not exactly my kind of deck, because I find frustrating when you try to combo off opponents has an answer, and then you start. If you draw all the spell in the right order, you're gonna win nonetheless, and that's amazing. But when you start seeing like 3 lands in a row, it's so frustrating, right?
Yeah, it's a little bit frustrating. It's how the combo works.
Yeah.
And we are talking about combos, and I would like to investigate a little bit more the topic, because we saw 2 different kinds of combo, and we were talking about Doomsday and how Doomsday could splash or could play in different ways, in like turbo way, and like a more mid-range way, and more control ways. I would say that Reanimator has only one way to play, and it's like the turbo way. Yeah, he's focusing to do that things, and as soon as possible, explosive as possible.
Right.
I mean, that's that's the Ferrari. It's like a Ferrari. You try to go from 0 to 100 in 2-3 seconds, but naturally sometimes the engine doesn't
start.
That doesn't start or breaks down, and you have to accept it. You have to accept it. And on the opposite side, when we compare to Doomsday, I would like. That's a great example for me, because Doomsday can play in different ways, and then we can analyze all the different things, all the different lines. And if a Reanimator, if you compare Reanimator to Doomsday, I would like to compare BR Reanimator to Turbo Doomsday. Yeah, but Reanimator is more explosive, more explosive. It's like so extremely explosive. The deck must do these things as soon as possible.
I also think that there's another advantage, especially in like tournament as big as this one, and it's how difficult is the deck to be played.
Yeah,
Right?
of course.
Because Reanimator, being like more explosive, more direct, has less lines than Doomsday,
Yeah.
and if in the first turns, I mean, you might be fresh enough to play like Doomsday at the best condition.
Yeah.
When you are like in the from the fifth round ongoing, and then in top 8,
Yeah.
I mean, then seeing all the lines start to be. I mean, you have to be really a really good player of that deck to
Of course,
to
of
pilot
course,
it.
of course.
Whether instead, I mean, super explosive decks are less difficult to be pilot at the full potential for all the day, and they have the advantage that, I mean, they require your opponent to stop you, and when your opponent doesn't have it, you always win.
Yeah.
And that's great, because on the other end, that's like the one we like both playing. You have many choices, but sometimes you take, especially in the first turns, you
Yeah,
take
and
allies thinking the opponent is playing something, and you dead.
Then you are saying I would like to play a full combo deck that allows me to have not so many lines because I don't wanna fall in a mistake. I don't wanna mistake because I have less lines
Yeah.
to the side instead of playing another deck that gives you so many lines, but at the same time it's not so explosive, and it
Yeah.
allows you, as pro, as not as contra, it allows you not to be so explosive and allows you to have a little bit more
Yeah.
possibility to win against all the others decks, because the engine could break down.
Yeah, me personally, I like decks with more lines, but I think in tournament as big as this one with 7, 8 rounds and the top 8, it's safer to play, an all-in kind of combo deck. Um,
No, and in my opinion, I'm quite. It's curious. Because to be honest, I'm the opposite. I would like to play something that allows me to have most possibility to play
Yeah.
against all the other decks, and because I find it a little bit frustrating when the decks goes for the right direction, you are like a bomb. You're like you're like the Ferrari that doesn't stop. But at the same time, when the things are going a little bit creepy and a little bit sketchy, you don't have any possibility to reset the things. So there are naturally decision, and I would like to ask our chat what they think about it. If they are more the Ferrari that they goes for deadline and they play for deadline for from 0 to 100 in 3 seconds, or if they drive
Are the Fiat.
yeah, exactly. I wanted to say that if they wanted to play the Fiat, like the Panda resilience classic, if the resilience deck that allows you to fight all against the meta game. And I was about this thema. We don't have other combo decks in the meta. I mean, there are a couple of decks we didn't spoke about. One is Cradle Control. It could be a mid-range deck, but at the same time, it could be a combo deck as well. It's not as explosive like an Elves that we don't see in the rooms since Bowmaster has been printed, because of course Elves they always have been the 1/1 creature, 1/1 green creature, and with the Bowmaster around, it's a little bit problem. and the other one is cephalic breakfast. Cephalic breakfast, but we are not going to start that topic because I'm the cephalic breakfast player, and we are not going to. Otherwise, will be boring for the chat. For the chats, and because they say that Chevalier Breakfast is not a combo anymore, and it's not played anymore since Bowmaster has been printed.
So it's more a tempo deck.
No, it's a combo deck, but it's not a tire anymore because because Bowmaster have been printed, but I'm not. I don't agree. I don't agree. And. But we are not. We are not.
We're gonna bracket it.
We are gonna break it. We are not going to study topic.
So out of curiosity, like when I start looking at Legacy, I saw two decks that always like amaze me, but now they seems to be like disappeared. One is Bomberman,
Wow.
And the other is Goblin.
You are right. We didn't talk about another combo deck who started rising, especially online. That's the Goblin sticker combo deck. Yeah, it's basically a Goblin deck.
Yeah.
With Goblin Lucky, with all the goblins that allows you to going faster, with the 2/2 that gives haste and to the other goblins and allows you to pay one colorless less for your goblins, Matron, Muxus, and but I play the stickers, goblin stickers. What does it say? It says that you can attach a sticker to your goblin when it's played, and they can add 1 mana for each vocal you choose in the sticker pile that you choose before you start the game. It means 6 mana in a while, and you can play your own Muxus.
Yeah. I'm wondering if Infinity adds some impact on Legacy because Stellar Comet Puppet and perhaps a little bit of Jace has been played.
Yeah, not that much, but Comet Stellar
Yeah, sorry.
Puppet, no Puppet. There's a Puppet. I don't remember exactly, but the Planet Walker, by the way.
Yeah.
It has been played a little bit in the control decks. Not that much,
Okay.
but the Goblin sticker had a great impact in the Legacy, especially online, because there's a little bit difference between MTG. I don't know if they fixed the bug on MTG Online, because when you play the Goblin, you roll the dice.
Right.
And maybe the chat can help us to know if on Magic Online have been fixed.
So rather than attaching a sticker, you just roll a die, and
you can add the mana,
right?
Because in real paper with the real ruling, if you are playing a removal on the
with the triggering pile,
they don't add any mana.
Oh,
yeah.
Well, and that's a huge difference. Actually,
that's a huge difference. That was not only a huge difference. There was a trick and a suggest as well, because I don't want to let the Goblin Stompy combo rise again. There was another question. Another joking. But and here today we have Lukacs, the artist from the Goblin sticker. Then I've already let my Goblin stickers sign, even though I don't play the deck. But it was a little bit. There was an unique occasion to let them sign.
Right.
So we are going to see in a couple of minutes the first winner in another win add-in.
Right.
I can tell you that we have on 5-0 we have Kachalli that we saw on stream with Mono Black Storm.
Yeah.
It means that he's gonna probably slam top 8 together with Reanimator. That means 2 combo about we spoke in top 8. In a couple of minutes, we're gonna see who's gonna sit on the feature match. Yeah. But in the meanwhile, we take
A short break.
short break.
So stay here and see you
minutes.
soon.
See you soon.
So welcome back everybody for round number 6 of MTG Damnation Fest here in Pisa. And we know already who are the people that are gonna battle their way into the top 8.
That means that we are playing round number 6 from 7 rounds, and it's gonna be a winner in.
Yes.
We have 2 players who are 5-1, right? Yeah. No, sorry, 4-1. 4-1. That's round 6, and
So they are 5-1.
it's round 6. That's round 6.
Right, 4-1.
4-1. They are 4-1, and that's going to be a win and in.
Right.
And we know already the player who is going to battle for this win and in, and so they are 2 expected player, and we are going to spoiler them.
So they are Matteo Blasi playing Grixis Delver against Giacomo Battistella playing Esper Doomsday.
Yeah, I'm quite excited because we talked a little bit and about that, and I would like to introduce a little bit Matteo Blasi. He's a friend of mine, and he managed to make top 8 at Eternal Weekend in Prague 2 months ago, and is Delver player. He has always played Canadian Treasure. Has always played. He has always played Tempo decks, and small spoiler, he has a blanket at home. I'm not joking. He had a blanket at home with a huge Nimble Mongoose printed upon it. I mean, I'm not joking. Yeah, okay. Then you can understand his love for Canadian.
Right.
And he's playing Grixis Delver,
Yep.
not the same list that he used to reach the top 8 at Eternal Weekend in Prague. But yesterday he told me, I want to play some spicy. I want to play something different, and he put 2 Stifle in the list. That's a little bit spicy. That will be a little bit spicy, a little bit amazing, I think, because he's fighting against Doomsday.
Right.
Best card ever.
Right.
I mean,
and the Doomsday list feature 2 copies of the One Ring, and Stifle is really good against it.
Yeah, especially it's really good against Tassa, because when you play Tassa, you can stifle the ability.
Of course.
The ability, and you can stifle 2 abilities of the ring. You can stifle the ring ability, and let's see. We talk a little bit about Doomsday. As we said, there are a lot of versions of Doomsday, a lot of line that you can take. Basically, you have to play Doomsday. Doomsday is a sorcery that costs 3 blacks, and it says you lose half of your life points, and you can remove your graveyard and your deck, except for 5 cards that you have to that you have to put in your library. So basically, your library is made from 5 cards, and you lose half of your life points. And then you are playing a Tassa Oracles, and you win the game, basically drawing your pile in different ways, like with street raids, Edge of Adam, and then you play your Tassa with the help of a Cavern of Soul, and you try to win. But with Cavern of Souls, your spells cannot be countered, but they can be stifled. So let's have a look.
Right.
He plays the Esper version. That's a version, to be honest, that I love, because you are playing 3 Teferi Time Reveler main deck that helps you to play Doomsday in sorcery speeds as well.
And one of Orim's Chant.
And one of Orim Chant, I love it.
The card is amazing.
I love it. And one of Orim Chant, that's insane.
Orim Chant is like a silence on drugs, right?
Yeah, exactly. Orim Chant is an instant spell that says 1 white instant spell, the target player cannot play this turn any spell. If you kick it with an additional white search, the opponent cannot attack this turn. Yeah. There is a little difference between a silence and orange chant, especially if you are playing against the One Ring, because you can silence your opponent, but you cannot orange chant your opponent because silence doesn't target.
Right.
But on the downside, with silence you cannot fog the opponent.
Right. Yeah. So here, Blasi is rightly taking a super aggressive line, right?
Yeah.
He's playing threat, and he has a third threat in hand.
Yeah, a third threat plus
a force of will.
For force of will. He recognized that he's playing against Doomsday, or at least against a combo deck, because the opponent played Lotus Petal and
Ponder
into Preordain into polluted into Breath of course into polluted Delta. Then you are you know that you are playing against Doomsday or and Adnausean Tendrils. That's not the best matchup for Doomsday, but the Esper version is fixed or is built to reduce the difficulties that you have against decks like Delva, because you have inside Sword to Pleasure and Prismatic Ending. Plus, he's playing Sheldred, one Sheldred, oder?
I saw it in the side.
But Sheldred. Yeah, they're playing 2 copies of them and 3 copies of Sword to Pleasure and 2 Prismatic Ending. He's playing Plains in sideboard as well, and in sideboard he plays 2 copies of Monastery Mentor that you use. That's incredible. That's amazing. That's a deck that I love, to be honest. Against other matchups, you don't sideboard in. We don't see what Matteo Blasi used to flip the Delva. That is a Ponder. It's a Ponder.
Nice. So in the graveyard, he has a Ponder and 3 lands.
Yeah.
Isn't it?
Yeah. No. I mean. Here you have basically a decision. You can play Orchid Bowmaster. You can play that Ponder, or that's a Daze. That's a Daze.
Oh.
That's a Daze. You can let the Daze resolve and taking and using that force for a fast Doomsday.
Also
and
because
eating craze.
Also because Orchid Bowmaster is one of the type. I mean, creatures is one of the type you need to flip DRC. Right?
Yeah, exactly. And Matteo Blasi put Battistella in a difficult spot because he didn't have any lands, and Matteo and Blasi is doing his pressure. So he's doing his things. There's a surveil trigger here. He left the card on top. It's probably no. Okay. On the graveyard, let's see what he drew. Wow.
3 balls.
2 balls and a blue card. There is a lot of fire here, and I don't know what the blue card is. Here you have. He's thinking about what he can take, because the opponent has 15 life, and you have 4 damage on the battlefield, and you don't have you shouldn't have delirium.
Yeah, but with lightning bolt,
you have it.
So 6 damage, 9 plus. So you would
bubble. Okay, bubble. Wow. Bubble is fine. You can have. There was a bubble. I didn't see that. And now you have delirium. Here we have a black card, and they're attacking for 6, and they are 10, 9. Okay,
You have two lightning bolt on top.
Two lightning bolt on top, yeah. And a lot of pressure. You are forcing Battistella to play Doomsday now, but he has to be careful because you are at 8, and as we said, with Doomsday you are going to lose your half-life, and then you are going to 4, and it means every single street rate, every single in your pile, every single
Life point matters. You cannot take street rates, you cannot take fetches anymore. Yeah.
Let's see. Okay, let's concede. Here there is an interesting question that I would like to ask the chat and to ask you. And if you have a bolt in your hands and the opponent plays a Doomsday, for example, and he has to fetch. He goes to 3. You have a bolt in your hand plus a force of will, and the opponent plays a dark ritual into Doomsday. Yeah, you can play your bolt in response. You can force it and or let resolve it. Yeah? What how would you play that spot? When would you play that lightning bolt? Then I give you my answer.
I'm gonna tell you my line, which will be, of course, the wrong one. I would I would cast Force targeting Doomsday, so that if the opponent has counter back, I'm still he will lose 4 life. Then he has to lose more by fetching with street rates, and then I cast Lightning Bolt. And if the opponent doesn't have Force back on my Force, well, I'm lethal next turn. So, is it the wrong line?
No, it's not the wrong line. It's just a line. And if personally, I don't know, but I would try to take as much information as I can from my opponent. It means when you know that you have a lightning bolt plus force of will, and you are lethal on the battlefield, I would let the Doomsday resolve. Yeah, I would let the Doomsday resolve, and let's see what it does, because you can always respond with your bolt on the first draw spell, like on the first brainstorm when you have your pile, and at the same time as he resolved the Doomsday, you can have a look at the deck. Right. It means that in that specific case, you can know that the opponent is playing the One Ring, that the opponent is playing 3 Teferis, and then you know that on game 2 you have to fight, you have to face Sword to Pleasure and Prismatic Ending, because you are playing against Esper. Right. It's only a line. I would like to ask the chat as well what they are thinking about when they on how they would play the line, especially if you have a Force of Will and a Bolt in hand, and then you know that the opponent, if he resolves Doomsday, or when you know that the opponent has 3 life, when would you play that Bolt? I mean,
but Blas's leaves are.
Blas's Leaves is a meme, and we like, and that's what we're talking about, and that's the Legacy family. That not only the Legacy family, the Italian family, and the Magic family here in Italy is quite is not the Italian community. Sorry, is not a community. It's not only a community. It's a family as well. Because that is our L3 judge, Chiasso. During the tournament, he was moving a chair for a player who didn't have a chair, and he was walking around the room with that chair just to be as fast as possible. And the organizer, DTO from the tournament, started joking on it and saying that our judge bring the ruling in their way, like with the chairs, and be careful when you get a ruling from our judge. There was basically a meme and a joke, and Matteo Blasi is the trash master for these things, and he wanted to have the leaves with the ruling, with the judge who brings the ruling, the chair on the leaves. That was all enjoyed.
People at home are asking me whether the votes will be uploaded, whether the votes, the recording of today's tournament and yesterday's tournament will be uploaded on YouTube. Yep. So perhaps we should make like some little advertising on Bo's channel.
We are gonna. Of course, we are gonna. We are working on it, and we are trying to publish as soon as possible all the lists that he had that the player has in the tournament, especially from the list from yesterday.
Yes. In the meantime, once you're waiting, please like, follow, subscribe on Bo's MTG, which is a new channel.
Exactly. We are gonna stream. We are gonna stream weekly. Yes. We are going to stream every single events sponsored by Bose here on the channel. It means more Damnation events. It means Paupergaden. Yes. It means all the events that we are gonna stream. We are gonna stream on this channel. So please follow us and subscribe us and mix wherever you want, but stay with us.
Especially because you have no excuses to not to subscribe, right? Either you don't play Pauper, Legacy, or Modern, or, exactly. You have to subscribe, right?
Yeah, you have to subscribe. And
so they are starting drawing their.
They're starting. Matteo had no lands in hands, and so he had to mulligan. Wow, interesting hand. You see how Delva
can transform
himself to a more mid-range plan, control plan against combos, because we saw. We have already seen Delva player who played the counterbalance in the sideboard, and Matteo Blasi is doing it as well. We see a counterbalance in his hands and a couple of counter. So Matteo Blasi took the first game. And we are seeing the game number two.
Blasi hasn't had any streets in it, right? He has a couple of force counterbalance.
He has a couple of force days and counterbalance in two lands. He put it down. We had. Good Matteo Blasi. He's drawing pretty well, and you have everything you need. Adelva. Yeah. And but as we said, the Espel version is a little bit more prepared for the
matchup.
For the matchup, because he's playing the Prismatic Ending and the Sword Pelesha. Hi guys, hi Copeto. Thanks for be there. Thanks chat for to be there. And if you have any questions, just ask us. We are going to try to explain everything you would like to know. And Scrubland.
Yeah, and thanks Harpet for the subscription.
Thank you a lot. The tournament has 100 players, so 7 rounds plus top 8 because the player are fighting for the ELM qualifier for the Eterna. ELM, European Legacy Master. As we said, the Esper version is a little bit it's a little bit more settled for the Delva matchup, because they have Prismatic Ending and Sword Pelesha.
But you're welcome. Big counterbalance coming in.
You have you have to remove it, and because playing with counterbalancing on the battlefield, especially for Doomsday, is not that good. So we have a blind counterbalance. We didn't see what is on the top.
It's not a 1-drop though.
It's not a 1-drop though, and we don't see what Battistella has in hand. And let's see what do they take. What would you take here?
Force of Will, I guess.
Yeah, they take Force of Will because you can play around dates, but they don't have another land, so it's on the top. On the top was dates. Dates. And here you can see ends from the top. Well, okay. 1-drop. We don't see that 1-drop. We are gonna see that one. Okay, Brainstorm. Here the Brainstorm. Wow. Interesting choice not to play Brainstorm because you can play Brainstorm in response to another spell that he puts, and Stifle. Imagine if there was on the opposite, because Battistella would have seen the Stifle.
Right.
No one plays Stifle. Ooh, wow. Stifle on the fetch. That's a 2018 plays. Amazing.
Yeah, and you put it on the battlefield just when Battistella touches his fetch.
Yeah.
The Stifle was already on the battlefield.
It was already on the battlefield just to make sure that it didn't fetch.
Why not cracking the bubble?
Yeah, because you can leave your bubble there, and when they play a spell, you can bubble yourself to see if you have the drop.
So not to give extra information to your opponent.
Yeah, especially if you can decide if you want to play the Brainstorm or not.
But here perhaps was right to break it because you want to find a threat without using Brainstorm, and I think he broke it in opponent's end step to not play under Toad Size or Duress. Right?
Yeah, especially I suppose that Matteo Blasi played so because they didn't break the Mishra bubble at the beginning, because if Battistella played Brainstorm or something like that, or a spell, you could have bubbled yourself and to see if you have a 1-drop. If you have a 1-drop, you let the counterbalance trigger go on the stack and you counter that spell.
Right.
If you have, I don't know, a 2-drop, you can play a Brainstorm to set your top and to let the bubble to let the spell not resolve.
Yeah, I see.
At the end of the turn, you bubble the opponent because you want to go with your plan.
Yes. To find a threat without using Brainstorm.
Without using any
resource.
Any resource.
So
yesterday we were 216 players in Modern, and the bubble is not a proxy. The bubble was is signed for a friend of him, and it's not a proxy. So Matteo Blasi has all synced, but from friends. Actually, they're not the real synths, but signature, but they are a signature from friends.
Yeah.
from
autograph, friends. Let's say.
On the sleeves. And that's interesting. Because you can let that spell resolve, and then when they play, if they play not resolve. Sorry. Okay, I would have done the same. Blind counterbalance. You have blind counterbalance if you have the possibility to blind. Okay, he did it. What is happening? Okay, Stifle. It would have done the same because you can try to blind counter the spell if you manage to do that, okay, that's fine. If you don't manage to do that, you can, in response, on the second spell, they will probably at a fairy or doomsday, you can brainstorm, and then you can put your force of negation at top.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
He was a little bit lucky to counter the Dark Ritual blind, and now he wants to protect the DSC.
And he's gonna counter, right?
Yep, that's gonna counter so basically, he played the Battistella played the Swordplasher, and in response, Matteo played the.
So the question now is Dragon Ray Channeler in Delirium mode? He has artifact. I see artifact. Instant land.
Artifact, instant lands. I suppose he's not in Delirium, but as you can see, he's not interested actually in going in Delirium on putting fast pressure. He's interested. Matteo Blasi is at the moment interested to
avoid dying.
But to eat resources from the opponents, because with the counterbalance, it's basically eating resources
right
from the opponent.
Now he's going to the Delirium.
And now he's going to the Delirium. But here you can see how much work does that
counterbalance.
Yeah,
it's amazing.
He has Wasteland on the top and Orchid Bowmaster, and then it's an interesting choice because you can leave your Orchid Bowmaster as 2-drop on the top, and you can take the Wasteland to play the Wasteland next turn on the white swords. Or you can play. You can take the Orchid Bowmaster and not wasting your. You don't want to. You don't waste the opponents.
What are the 2-drops that you can counter with the Orchid Bowmaster eventually?
Yeah.
I'm looking at the list.
Yeah. Okay. I like having a Bowmaster as 2-drop on the top, and if they play a 3-drop, or if they play a 1-drop, you can always fetch in response on the trigger.
They are not playing. They are not playing any 2-drops apart on Tassa Oracle.
Apart from Tassa Oracle, but they could play a prismatic ending for 2, just trying to remove that counterbalance.
Right.
Yeah, but 3-drop. 3-drop means Teferi. You have to find on it. You can try to daze it, or you can. You have to date it. You have to date it, and then you have to waste the white swords. You can try to go for a blind flip, like you have a force of negation.
Right.
You have the force of negation, and that's what it's going to do.
Yeah,
it's going to do. Just you are opening to you are opening yourself to a blind. There's a 1-drop. There's a DLC over there, and bounce and then trigger, and you are going to put that. I suppose you keep it. I suppose you keep it.
What does it show?
DLC. I would keep it, to be honest. Okay. He says that that DLC is enough. Probably he wants to find an orange or white, for sure. White. Yeah, he was trying to look what he played, but if you play it on the white swords, you can avoid to be prismatic ended or to be
Sword to Plushword.
Sword to Plushword.
Or Teferid.
Or Teferi, exactly. Teferi is not that bad because they have to play it's for 3 mana. You have another days in hand, but if they want to if they want to have white swords, they have to fetch probably, and then you have a stifle.
Right.
Okay, Matteo Blasi, I don't know what they revealed, but they don't reveal the 0-drop. I don't know what they revealed, but you have to daze it. You have to daze it. Here you have interest decision. You can you can pay it to have pay 2 mana and play days to have the force of negation, or to have an open force of negation. Yeah, because you can put lands on the battlefield and then play a force of negation. I would have never done it, to be honest, because you expose yourself to the opponent's days. If you daze it, paying that, you expose yourself to opponent's days.
Yeah, and I think now the plan is playing Wasteland. Exactly, bam.
And then
we are 1 land both, but they have a threat and a counterbalance.
Exactly.
And now the situation start to be deemed for Doomsday.
For Doomsday, yeah, of course. And let's see. And I suppose if Battistella had a fetch, the Matteo is going to fetch it. Interesting here, he had. Interesting here. They have Matteo played not Underground Sea, but they played Polluted Delta. You can say why, because you're gonna lose a shuffle effect, or you're gonna lose 1 life point,
right? Just
to play an Arch or something like that. But with counterbalance, you can do that.
Right.
They saw the first card. There wasn't a drop. There wasn't a 1-drop. So you can shuffle the library and then you can try to blind counter.
Right.
Here you have to decide if you would like to blind counter. I think so. Otherwise, you can play Orch in response to the Ponder.
Yeah, Orch, I think it would be huge, right? Because it would be a 2-turn clock again.
Yeah, but exactly. Spam. In response, ping you take 1 life, and then you take another damage. You're going to 5, and then I attack you for 3 damage.
Yes.
Because now he's taking 1 damage more, and on the following turn you play land and you have 2 open counter. It means 1 force of negation if you pay 3, and then you have a force of will, and then I think that Matteo is going to say, Battistella, it's your turn. Try to get out from this situation.
From this murky situation, yeah. So Lightning Bolt is side out, right? Because he has no target as a removal.
In Doomsday matchup, you don't want to remove all your Lightning Bolt. It depends what you're going to sideboard in, because the Doomsday. Don't forget that the Doomsday is going to pay half of his life when they play Doomsday, and at the same time. But we can discuss a little bit about it, because the Grixis Delva could manage,
side them out.
Could side them out, yeah. Because they have Orchis Bowmaster,
right?
And you are taking the damage from the bolt. You are taking the damage from Orchis Bowmaster. Yeah, but at the same time, the Temul Deva. Keep them. I think they keep them.
Right. So what would you do now if counterbalance?
Blind counterbalance me. we don't have any doubts. I know what you were trying to ask me, just to
Blasi the sniper.
Blasi the sniper, and I know what you wanted to ask me. You wanted to ask me. You probably wanted to ask me, what would you do there? Would you have counter?
I mean,
or
if
not?
counterbalance fades, exactly.
It's kind of no. I would have let it resolve, and because you have two counters in hand, you have a force of negation. You had force of will with pitching with stifle, and a force of negation.
Right.
And still a threat on the battlefield. There was 2 life. The opponent was taking 2 damage. It was at 4, and the next would have killed the opponent. By the way,
I mean, the point was like, if you protect your piece, you send the opponent to just 1, so he cannot fetch anymore, cannot play force of will anymore. So having double counter back, it means that your force of will likely have a resolve. So
you're right. You're right, but you don't kill the opponent.
Right.
When you kill the opponent, I'm quite okay with you and say I commit myself because I win the game in that spot.
Mm-hmm.
But if you are not winning a game, they cannot fetch.
Right.
But at the same time, you are killing the opponent anyway next turn.
Right.
Yeah.
So it's unnecessary. Yeah, that's true. I mean,
because they could have played played a land like I don't know the Underground Sea for Dutch Ritual into Doomsday. But at the same time, that's interesting. I would like to ask the chat as well what they think about, because if they go to 1, they cannot Doomsday.
Yeah,
they cannot Doomsday.
That was because I wasn't sure whether when you cast Doomsday, if you took half rounded up or rounded down, and it makes a lot of difference.
I think rounded up.
Rounded up means when you can cast it, right? If you are at 1, you remain at 1.
You remain at 1. Yeah, you're right. You're right. I think so. I have to fix it. I have to ask it.
Because the first thing
that's a good top. That's a good topic.
The first thing I thought was like, oh, they cannot cast Doomsday, and then I thought, oh, it depends how the card is written. So we're gonna check.
You are right, but in that spot, to be honest, I had force of will, I had force of negation, I had a stifle. Right. I mean, there are three response. Not 3 responses, there are 2 of them, because you can play force of negation, or you can play force of negation, or you can play force of will on pitching force of negation and staying up with a stifle. Right. It means you cannot play Tassa. You can play Tassa, but I can stifle your Tassa. I mean,
right. But on the other hand, still, I mean, if you have Orchis on the table, the opponent cannot draw. Not drawing means yes, you can even resolve your Doomsday pile. Okay, you're not gonna.
You're right. You're right. You're not going. You're not going anywhere. You're going anywhere because because the game basically was already over as the Matteo Blasi took the control of the battlefield, and what I would like to point is. Did you see how much work did the counterbalance?
Wow. Yeah.
And that was the example. That was a perfect example. What we are trying to explain. The last round, as we saw the Deva player who put it on post sideboard to counterbalance just to fight against a combo deck. Right. Here we had, I'm quite excited, I'm quite happy because here we had the great explanation what we are trying to to talk about on the last round, and because you see how counterbalance managed to have to have a great impact in the
and all the counters were not just a matter of sheer luck, right? It also means that you have really to know what opponent's deck lists look like in order to side in when you can maximize the luck factor.
The luck factor, exactly.
And it has been amazing because it countered an impressive quantity of spells. and the tricks you can do with brainstorms are incredible.
And then we learned how we can try to blind counter to blind how to. We learn how to counter something blind. He's a specialist. He told me that he managed to blind counter a couple of spells at Eternal Weekend in Prague, and they managed to do top 8 countering blind against 4-color on round control, against 4-color control on round 10 or something like that. He managed to counter blind a couple of spells, and there was game. Wow. But here there was a great example how the counterbalance could be strong in some matchups. Naturally, if they counter something, sometimes you reveal something about you don't manage to counter something.
Well, sometimes the deck is just telling you it's not your day, and you have just to accept it.
Exactly. That means that we have on the top in the top 8 we have Reanimator, we have the Mono Black Storm. If they ID,
right?
I suppose they could ID, they could intentional draw twice to get to slam in the top 8. Of course, I don't know. We have to check it. We have to check the standings. But what we are sure that Matteo Blasi is in top 8 with his Grixis Delver, with his Spicy 2 Stifles, and we are gonna see him, of course, a little bit later on in the top 8. He's going to intentional draw. I suppose, because I think so. He's going to battle for their ELM qualifier. He was in ELM last year.
Right. Because he's 5-1 now.
He's 5-1 and
5-1 draw 1-1 is
5-1-1. I suppose you are in. You are in. Even though we are 100 player. I suppose you are in. You are in. Yeah, of course.
Nice.
We have to check the standings naturally. But let's see. I'm quite excited because Matteo Blasi was last year at ELM. That means that he's always on the top of the player. He was one of the best players that we have here in Italy, and I'm quite happy for him. Yeah. Batista, the Doomsday guy, played an amazing game, but he faced one of the best player, one of the best Delva player. Delva is not the best matchup, as we said, as the game started,
because the combination of Trath and counter is like lethal. You cannot.
You have fast treats. You have chip counters, and you have reach with your Orchis Bowmaster, because if you are trying to draw to settle your combo, you are going to pay your taxes. I mean, you want to draw. Do you want to draw? You have to pay 1 life points for each card you are going to draw with my Bowmaster. So it's not that easy as you can think settling your combo.
Yeah, perhaps the Esper version with a lot of removal, the Doomsday version with a lot of removal, is better when you're facing a Delver player with a super aggressive hand with a lot of trap. So you can like play removal, like stop the opponents and then combo off.
Exactly. You are trying to take a little bit time with your prismatic ending, with your Sword of Pleasure, or with your Teferi, and after that you are trying to go off when the opponent is forced to find the tricks, and they are busy to find the tricks to win the game, and then they're using resources to find the tricks, and then at that point you can combo off.
Yeah, and Blasi played a really great game, right? Yeah. Because in G1 played an aggressive hand whether G2 it thinks really slowly.
Yeah, exactly.
And he put a threat later on, not in the early turns, and then we
Here we have seen how Delva can change his face.
Right.
I mean, from an aggressive game plan to a more mid-range control plan against combo. That was amazing.
Yeah.
I would like to remind you that we are playing here in Pisa at the Damnation Fest by Gianluca Bose, and I would like to thank him, and I would like to thank all the staff that the entire staff that is doing an amazing job here to to allow us to stream all the events and to have the event for you at home. I would like to thank all the judges, and I would like to show one more time the playmat that we have for the event. You have already seen the playmat over there while the guys are playing. There was the Force of Will, and there was the legacy version. There was
the modern
version with Ragavan
and the One Ring.
Ragavan and the One Ring. That's amazing. And subscribe. If I would like to remind you that you can subscribe on the channel for our channel, and we are gonna stream all the next event here promoted from Gianluca. For example, Topagaden and the next Damnation event. You are welcome here to play with us and to stay with our family.
So once again, please subscribe, like, follow.
Yeah,
do something.
Yeah, do something. Do something, and we are very proud that that is an amazing event, and we'd like to have with us. Yeah, especially if you're coming from Words, just let us know. Contact us. We are gonna organize everything for the accommodation and so on. There is no problem. We're gonna fix it. Okay, and we are taking a little break, like 2 minutes, 2 minutes and a half. Let's say that. We take the toilet break, and we are coming back here with another winner in probably, because
it's the last round.
That's the last round before the top 8.
Right.
And we are going to discover who is smashing the top 8 here at Damnation Fest. And we are gonna look at the standings as well, just to have an idea what we are facing in the top 8, what we are seeing in the top 8, and we see then in 2 minutes and a half.
Yeah,
kind of. How many seconds they are? I don't know, but
it's too late for that.
It's a little bit too late for that after 6 hours of streaming. Yeah. But stay with us. 2 minutes and a half. See you there at the Damnation Fest.
See you.
Hello, guys. Welcome back to Damnation Fest in PISA. We are playing Legacy. We are streaming Legacy for the ELM qualifier. We are at the last round, the Swiss round here for today, and then we are going to play the top 8.
Yes.
We saw a couple of amazing plays today here on the stream, and we have already a couple of decks that managed to do the top 8. We didn't manage to find the guys who are in the standings because there were a couple of interesting games that the guys were still playing, and but now they finished, and we are ready. We are almost ready for the last round, and that means win and in again.
Because both players are actually 5-1, so they need to win to snitch into the top 8.
In the top 8, because they don't have a good rating. We saw the rating, the standings and rating, and it's not that good, and they are forced to play. They cannot ID, and so we are quite happy to stream another win again, and we are watching another super interesting game.
Yeah.
We are seeing what is the matchup.
So we have Francesco Gregori, which is playing Grixis Delver once again, against Luigi Lavò, who is playing instead Ubi Scam.
Yeah, interesting. We talk a lot about Grixis Delver and how Grixis Delver could change its face from a tempo version to more control due to counterbalance, and but we have never talked about Ubi Scam and the different version that Ubi can play.
Right. So we mentioned that the deck was quite popular a couple of months ago, and now it was starting to fade from presence. But we have a Ubi Scam player who is
on the top
fighting,
tables, yeah.
So that's good news for the fans of the deck, I guess.
Yeah, of course. As we said, the deck is still a tire deck.
Yeah.
And but you are suffering a little bit if you are playing against 4-color control, because they have a lot of card advantage like up to Beanstalk, and at the same time they have removals like Sword of Pleasure, and at the same time removal like Leyline Mining or Terminus. They are not the best. They're not the best Ubi's friends.
Right.
And we are already on the battlefield, and Ubi. Let's talk a little bit about Ubi. No, actually.
Yeah, sorry, I said that Grigori was on Grixis, but it's a rug. My bad.
Okay, it's a rug. Okay.
Sorry.
It's a rug version. We saw the rug version, Temul Deva, on round 1. We talked a little bit about it. I would like to talk a little bit about the Ubi version. You can play Ubi in Shadow version or in Ubi Scam. Ubi Scam is a little bit more controlish, and here.
What is the card?
That is a Delver of Secret. He drew a Delver of Secret, and Lavò wanted to remove the pressure, the fast pressure with the sides, keeping the board clean, to develop his own game. I don't remember actually if Gregori had the second land. I don't think so exactly. I don't think so. And what can you take? You can take here a Force of Will, because you don't have any lands, and you can or you can take board, of course. But he doesn't have any lands.
Right.
Okay, that's interesting. That's an interesting play, because at the end of the turn you can bubble yourself, and then you can put the bubble trigger on the stack, and the Delver trigger on the stack as second trigger. After that, you saw what you have on the top, or vice versa. It means If you see that you have
spell.
a spell on the top, you can put the Delver trigger for at first. Then you can flip your Delver, and then at the second trigger you use the bubble trigger. And it means you can flip your Delver, and then you can draw the card from the bubble.
Right. That's
He didn't drew any colored lands, and the strength of Ubi's camp is that they play two basics because the Ubi's camp it's a Ubi that tries to play more controlling game.
right. Why is this reanimate?
Because you are trying to block that Delver. That Delver is giving you the pressure. You don't have you know that the opponent has a force wheel in the hands. Gregori let the reanimate resolve because the reanimate exactly DSC is still 1-1, and after that he managed to let them resolve because he was a little bit scared about Murtad or something like that.
I see.
In that spot,
But you still means 2 color mana for a market, right? So perhaps it was a little bit too early to be worried.
yeah, but if you force that reanimate and Lavo knows that you are playing a force of will, that you have a force of will, you are committing yourself because if Lavo plays Murktide, then you don't have any possibility to counter that card, and it's a blocker. You cannot you cannot pass. You shall not pass. You shall not pass on that way. And the DSC is still 1-1.
Right.
Okay, they are playing on the end Orchid Bowmaster on that Devil Secret.
That's bad news, right?
Here you can let them resolve because if you counter that, you can counter that. If you counter that, but you are facing still a 1-1. Okay, for the DSC, I mean, because you are giving a type for the graveyard.
Oh, right.
Yeah. The DSC is still a 1-1, but the pressure that you have on the battlefield is a little. It's huge.
Well, but even if DRC triggers now, she's obliged to attack, right? And you're little on board. So it was perhaps a risky line, but it might be worth.
That's huge. That's incredible. That's legacy. That's legacy. That's legacy. How you can say Gregori didn't have any land, and at the same time, Lavor with Ubi's camp didn't manage to find any remover for the Delva, and with one Delva, you managed to take the game. We have to say that the Ubi's camp it's quite different from the Shadow version. Shadow version, because when you are playing Shadow, you are playing Street Raid Shadow. That's Shadow, of course, but you are playing Snarf Out.
Right.
Snarf Out and a couple of reanimates, and you are playing Grief as well sometimes, but not always. But when you are playing Ubi Scam, you are focusing on the scam plan. You don't have so many removals. You are trying to take a tempo advantage.
Right, by scamming the opponent.
By scamming opponents, reanimate your threats like troll of I cannot pronounce that, but the troll.
Krasdul.
Troll of Krasdul,
Troll of Krasdul.
and you try to put big creature on the battlefield thanks to the reanimate effect, but you don't have so many removal spell main deck. You can play one Fatal Push, or you can play a Sheldrod Edit, but otherwise you don't have so many removals and a Murktide. Basically, the scam try to destroy your ends, and after that you can play your own threats.
Yeah, so the removal are one Brazen Borrower, one Fatal Push.
You have Orchis Bowmaster as you can use it as removal.
One Shoulder Redis, one Snuff Out, and that's it.
You when you're playing against Delva and you are playing a Toxize on turn one, is curious to. It's a little bit curious, and at the same time a little bit interesting to see how Lavaux took the DLC, because you are a deck that plays Reanimate, and that means that you're losing life. And when you're playing against Delva, you don't want to lose so many lives. And at the same time, if you play Reanimate, you can reanimate the other DLC.
Right.
And so he took the early pressure, but Gregori managed to draw after that Delva.
Oh.
Yeah?
And the flip of Delva at the end was like the last nails in the coffin.
Exactly. Okay. That would be probably a different game, and let's see.
It's not scummy, right?
I don't know what he has in hand.
He didn't put land.
He didn't put land, but it's different from the modern where you are playing the not that after all.
Not that after the
but
effect.
Here you can play you play the reanimate,
right.
And here you can see how many life points he's losing.
So he lost 5 left?
No, I mean in general. Yeah, he played, and that's how Scam tried to take the game, or at least to take advantage. I'm trying to destroy your hands, and after that I play my treats.
Right.
And do you have any possibility to respond to my treats? Interesting how the Ubi Scam player is trying to remove the fast pressure. We saw on game one, has he tried to remove the fast pressure with discarding a DLC, but at the same time, but Gregory managed to draw another Druid.
Yeah, and now Grigori, I think, is in a bad spot, right? Because he has no lands and no treats.
He cannot fetch.
He cannot fetch
unless he can take the basic island.
Right.
But you are a lot of fire in hands.
Right.
In hand, it means a lot of red cards.
So here's a wasteland.
That's interesting. You can waste the other wasteland, but if you waste the other wasteland, you force the opponent to waste your own fetch. You have to fetch, then you have to take a decision.
Right. Oh, but Lavaux is touching his wasteland?
No. Before he's taking the color. That makes sense. He's wasting. He's playing Bowmaster. What an interesting play, because he wanted to play the Bowmaster. He was forced to play the Bowmaster, but at the same time he didn't want to. He wanted to force the opponent to play a fossil field if he wanted to, but he didn't want to lose his Bowmaster to a daze.
Right.
And then now he's resolving the fetch land.
And he's gonna cast Brainstorm. Do you think he's gonna cast Brainstorm in hand?
No, I don't think so, to be honest. Because now the Gregory has one land, and Lavaux has no lands and has no colorless land. Here is an interesting choice from Gregori. He says, "I don't want to lose to your wasteland because I'm going to untap. So the Lavo is going to untap, draw. Sorry, that was an upkeep. An upkeep. He played that. Oh, that's the best. That's huge.
The best draw ever.
Yeah, the best draw ever. Or it's a little Lavo. It's a little bit unlucky, and here Gregori must play questing druid just to be sure that he develop the mana. And I would like to point to point at Matic that to me is really important when you are playing Legacy. You can see how tricky and how the Delva mirror, or at least how the wasteland thematic could be a theme, a thema. I mean, you see that there are a lot of interaction. There are you have to think when you have to fetch, if you want to, if are really necessary, just not to lose to the other wastelands, from the wasteland that the opponent has. Yeah.
And on the top there's another land, a volcanic island, and a third spell. And I would draw another land. What would you do if you were Grigori?
Does he has? Does he have another land on the top? I would draw the land.
But then what? I mean, so you take the fetch before the volcanic island, so that if the opponent has another wasteland, you are safer.
You're safe. You can think here. You can think to power blast that, but I like that. I like the waste that volcanic island on the top. To be honest,
right.
And if the opponent doesn't find any land on the top, here you are exposing to your. It's an aggressive play. It's a really aggressive play. It's not a wrong or a correct or the right play, but it's a really aggressive play. If you play Purple Seer, the opponent could have daze. They daze your
Pyroblast
and then you have and they could replay the land after that.
Right. Wow.
There was an aggressive play. He doesn't have another land, but
yeah, but that's delirious.
So 1, 2,
it's a 3-3.
We have to find something to fight against the druid. He found another wasteland, but I don't know if he has another mana source, because Lavo should have a Mokhtide in hand that could help to fight against that DLC. He has a Dismember. Oh, great draw! There was a great draw, and Lavo has a Dismember on the top. I'm pretty sure about it. I said the card. That's a really interesting. That's pure legacy. That's pure legacy. How you play the mirror matches, or how you play matches where wastelands mana sources are really important, and where every single resources must be used in a proactive or in a defensive way, just not to lose the game.
Yeah,
that's real legacy.
I must confess, I'm looking forward for the next set, Modern Horizon 3, in which they will print Wasteland for Modern.
Yeah, cool.
I'm looking forward for it.
Let's see.
So that my wear Mokhtide and play Wasteland.
Dismember.
So that's Dismember.
That was a Dismember. That Dismember has a great price, because you are losing 4 life for that Dismember.
But why not protecting DRC here?
Do you have a daze?
Yes.
Does he have a daze? I don't see. I didn't see if he has a daze. No, they have an Einol Eat in the hand. Ooh, their Wasteland. He drew another Wasteland. Lavaux has another ponder on the top. He cannot play that because he doesn't have any land. And then here, okay, here you play the druid.
You play the druid. Yeah.
Here you play the druid. And when we are talking about Ubiscam or Grixis Delva against Temul Delva, I would say that the Temul version is
Slightly favored.
yeah, because you can make card advantage with your druid.
Yeah.
I mean, the matchup is made to make 1-for-1. To make I play a spell, I respond to your spell. I play a spell, I respond to your spell. And especially in game 2, game 3, if you are talking about Grixis Delva against Temul Delva, they sideboarded out all the force of will, all the cards that forced you to play a 2-for-1.
And Druid is a kind of expressive iteration, which then became a threat. So
Exactly.
It's an amazing piece of card advantage, right?
Exactly. Especially, it's interesting. We see that Grigori kept at least one force of will, I suppose 2 force of will in the post-board games because Lavaux plays Ubi, and Ubi means no Power Blast in the matchup.
Right.
But I suppose that Lavaux boarded all the the force of its
Force of will out.
Force of will out, because when you are playing force of will, you expose yourself to the Power Blast for the opponent.
Right.
Yeah.
Now Lavaux is taking back the man advantage that he lost, and Druid is just 1-1 for now. And Sync's life is a lot if Lavaux can manage to reanimate some trolls or some bigger blockers and charm the questing Druid.
Yeah, the problem that Lavaux knows that Grigori has as a Power Blast and Annihilate it on the in the hand. That's a trigger.
Yeah.
Whoa.
But here, why didn't Grigori just waited for the opponents to choose the cards to select before?
He could have waited. Of course. He could have created.
It's part of the cost, right?
Yeah, of course. He could have waited, and on that spot, you could play in response your own question druid, just to take a marker on your you let your own question druid trigger, and it becomes a 2/2, and at the same time you can hit with the adventure part of the other question druid another days, and you can use it.
But now I think we're gonna throw our Murktide, right?
I'm going to play. I suppose I play Pyroblast before. Yeah. Okay. That makes sense because you try to protect. If Lavaux has a force of will, you try to protect with your own Pyroblast.
Exactly.
Your Murktide.
Because then Lavaux is obliged to trade Murktide for Murktide.
Yep.
And you actually don't care because you have also a DRC in hand, so you can go DRC, stay open with Pyroblast, and then it's bad news, right?
Yeah, you're right. And you have a trigger here on the question druid, on the first question druid, on the first question druid, and I would like to see the Grigori sent one more time because I know that he has an Oli it in the hand. Right. I would pretty curious. Is that Power Blast the Power Blast that he used for the Ponder? I think. Does he had an No, sorry. He didn't have a Power Blast. The Power Blast that we saw, that was the Power Blast I thought that he had in hand, but he used the Power Blast on that Ponder. They are playing DLC. Okay, and go.
Next,
The problem.
it didn't
He
trigger-
forgot. He
He
forgot. He
forgot
forgot. He
question
forgot.
druid.
He forgot the question druid. He forgot the question druid.
Well, it is still lethal.
The problem here for Laval is all your removal spell are um, are you have Fata Push, you have Sheldrod Edit, and the great problem when you're playing against Murktide is you don't have many possibilities to remove the opponent's Murktide when you're playing UB, and one of you can play going for the throat, go to the throat,
Brazen Borrower,
Brazen Borrower, or
just enter.
or snuff out. But
Right.
but I think that the game is pretty over because Gregori has a lightning bolt in the hands. I don't know what Lavo has in hands. A Parabola, Brazenboro, or Brazenboro is pretty good. Brazenboro is pretty good.
Will it be still enough?
Yeah, I think so because you can play. There's a block here, and you can play, and then a Parabola. Bolt.
And now the missing trigger is huge, right? Because now he's a 3/3.
There's a 3/3.
It would have been a 4/4, and plus lightning bolt, it would have been a removal for the other Murktide.
Yeah, or the Unholy 8. He has Unholy 8 in the hand.
But it's not in the Delirium, right? Because it just show lands and.
No, I mean, but if you could have killed the Murktide if you had. That's not in the reader. No, you're right.
No.
You're right. You're right.
No.
You're right.
Yeah.
I mean, if I see the battlefield, it seems that Temuldeva is quite favorite in that spot because we're removing.
Yeah, but this play. I mean, I understand the play of trying to hit Delirium to enhance DRC, but the missing trigger. I mean, it was better, in my opinion, to keep one resource more.
It could have been a line. It could have been, of course, a line.
Especially because now we have Delirium. If he would have gone both phase Delirium or Murktide, then it would have been lethal, right?
Yep, I think so. I don't know. You have three threats on the battlefield, and one card. I suppose it's a little bit difficult here to. The game is over.
Yeah,
interesting.
I was wrong. Sorry, because actually the lightning bolt plus an holy hit has the advantage of removing Murktide and saving question.
Yeah. But wherever we could say that in that spot wherever you have you could have done there was you were pretty favorable because you had two movers in hand, you have 2 damage in hand with that lightning bolt. I mean, in Legacy on that spot, the game was already decided. Has been already decided 2-3 turns ago as Grigori started playing the card advantage with Question Droid.
Right, you're right.
And that's amazing. And we can say that we have, of course, the Temur Delva in the top 8. We discussed it a little bit about Ubiscam. There was but we didn't talk about the card advantage that Ubiscam has because Temur Delva. We saw that Temur Delva has a Question Droid as a card advantage. Ubiscam has his own card advantage as well, and not only the tempo advantage as disruption abilities thanks to grief, but he has his own counter advantage with the new card printed from Lord of the Rings. That's Sauron.
Sauron Ramson.
Sauron Ramson that allows you to divide the first 4 cards in 2 piles, and the opponent has to choose 2 of them. 2 of them go to in hand. 2 of them in the graveyard.
Yeah.
And then you have a Mystic Sanctuary just to put a Sauron Ramson on the top of the library, just to remake the same spell more and more time.
Right.
You can date a spell and taking back your own Mystic Sanctuary, replay Mystic Sanctuary just to take another spell from the graveyard. That is the same game pattern that we have seen as the Expressive Iteration was in Legacy, as Delva used to play Expressive Iteration, then fetching Mystic Sanctuary just to put Expressive Iteration on the top again and replay and doing cut advantage.
Right.
That's the reason why it's been banned. Yeah. Okay.
And it's fun that in Modern you have like a lot of cards like who are marked as 2 cards that are banned in Legacy.
Yeah, of course. If you are a nostalgic Legacy player, because you were a Delva player, you cannot complain because all your cards are banned, but you can play Modern and you have all your cards back, Expressive Iteration and Ragavan. You don't have Mystic Sanctuary,
Wow.
but that's enough.
So it appears that we are kind of, we can foretell the future, because apparently every deck we quoted, apart from Painter, appeared today.
Yep.
So we quoted Doomsday, and then we had Doomsday,
Yep.
we quoted Delver, and there's kind of a miracle, I guess,
Yep.
because an Infect deck snitched into the top 8.
Top 8?
Yeah, we talk about Infect a little bit. So
we are little wizards.
yeah,
we
are we little wizard? I guess we are. And
I'm quite curious to know if he's playing Legolas Reflex. The Infect player, or if the Infect player is playing the Legolas Reflex, because in Infect, I think that the card is printed mostly for Infect. The Infect deck had a lot of problems in the past few months, I would say, as Bowmaster has been printed, because all your threats are 1/1, all your Infect threats are 1/1, and so you have to protect them for the Orchis Bowmaster, especially if the Orchis Bowmaster is so popular, and then it's a little bit difficult to keep all your threats alive with Auto Bowmaster.
Right.
But we can say that the Legolas Reflex is printed, is mostly printed for the Infect deck, and I would say that. Can we say that the Legolas Reflex has his own perfect house in Infect?
Yeah,
I would say so.
And it's a super cool deck to I really like the play pattern of
The play pattern is fine.
It's a kind of Delver deck that try to kill you immediately rather than slowly grind you out. So we have
and then you are playing Berserk.
We're playing.
And then you are playing Berserk. Berserk is your pump spell vessel for the Infect. Oh, that's an amazing card. By the way,
it is not official yet, but we should have an idea of what the top 8 will look like.
Okay, cool.
And there is a Reanimator, a Rag Delver, an Infect deck, Mono Black Storm, Sneak and Show, Grixis Delver, Mono White Initiative, and there's a game still going on between Infect and 4C.
So that means that Infect, that we could have 2 Infect player in top 8.
Indeed. So it's not official yet, but I mean, our
So, I mean,
sources are
we
trustworthy.
we saw a couple of players who managed to do top eight. We saw the Temudeva player Gregori. We saw Matteo Blasi
Yes.
with his Grixis Delva. We saw Caccialli with his mono black
Monoblast
storm.
Storm, yeah.
We have after that the reanimator guy that we saw on,
Yeah.
on stream against
Should be so.
Grixis Delva. We have two infects.
Yes, it's official. 2 infects.
Two infects?
Yes.
Is it official?
Yeah.
A kind of?
That's what our sources are saying. So
I guess sources. We have two infects and what I'm missing? I don't know.
2 Delvers, a mono white initiative.
Mono White's
But
initiative.
there's another that we talked about, and we didn't saw in streaming. And to me, again, but I'm not a legacy player, even though I really enjoy watching a lot of legacy content. It has been a learning day to me because I think we had been really lucky to have a lot of interesting games with interesting plays to comment and see.
We discuss a lot. We discuss a lot how the different lines could be taken from different players, and at the same time, I would like to point another team. Another team is very important to me. The initiative managed to do top eight again here at the Nation Fest. We thought that initiative was dead after that plumber was banned.
Yeah.
We thought that the initiative was there, but after that initiative, somehow he managed to, month after month, managed to develop resources, finding new cards, and settling another deck build to come back. Mostly it's Boris initiative.
Yeah, but the one that top date is just mono white.
That's insane. I'm quite curious to see the list. To be honest, we are going to find it out. But as I said, the initiative deck is still alive. It's a tire deck and mostly is played in the Boris version. It means that you have stompy elements like Chalice of the Void or Trinisphere or something like that. And at the same time, you have the initiative package with a lot of other creatures that make prize and effects.
Right.
Yeah? They try to go as fast as possible to take the initiative, and they use Covenant Sword just not to be sure that the initiative elements, that the initiative pieces are not countered, but because you're trying to go as fast as possible.
Right.
It's pretty a strong deck. It's still a strong deck.
So if we look at the top 8, we have like 6.
Is that a feature?
Yeah. Well, the sentence starts with quindi, but it means a then.
Quindi
then
is a then in Italian. That means we supposed it should be like that. It should be like that.
Either the word is gonna end now, or it will be like that. So looking at it, there are 6 combo decks because Infect is a combo deck. Sneak and Show is a combo deck. Initiative is
it's
an
Stompy. I would say Stompy.
So it's more it counts more as an aggro.
Aggro Stompy.
Okay.
Yeah.
So then 5 combo decks because Mono Black Storm and Reanimator are definitely combo. And then we have 2 Delvers.
2 Delvers
and Initiative.
The
Infect, Sneak.
Infect, Snake and Show.
Reanimator, Storm, Mono Black Storm.
Delver, Initiative.
Exactly.
Well, there will be a nice top 8. Huh?
Right.
I am quite excited about it. We were talking yesterday. About it, and I told you, and I told Franco Cicchini, Zio Francone, just one question: Why would you play? Why would you play in that meta game control? I wouldn't play control because you are facing so many combos, many
Right.
combos.
And indeed, that's what I was gonna say, right? Because at the beginning of the tournament, we said, oh, the first tables are full of 4C controls.
Yeah,
And
but I suppose that the most played deck was 4C control. I'm quite excited to discover that, to find it out. But the most played deck was a 4 color control. And if you are facing a lot of 4 color control, it means that your combo deck is better.
right.
Especially if you don't play Veil Summer main deck.
That's what Fusari told me while I was walking in the room. So one of the few things that I know of Legacy. Even though today I must admit I learned a lot, and I'm super excited to see the top 8. So we are gonna take
A little break?
a little break, yes.
Yeah, just 2 minutes, just to take a couple of pictures from the top 8.
Exactly.
And
the top 8 is gonna start in 10 minutes.
In 10
so
minutes?
we will take like a 5-6 minutes break. Then we will come back and
we come back with the pairings from the top 8.
right.
And
Which are the
we can discuss a little bit about the matchups that we are going to find in the top 8. And we will ask you, chat, who is going to win the tournament, who is going to take the tournament down, which deck is going to win the tournament. Right here on the chat. And after that, we are going to discover if you were right.
Like, subscribe, retweet, do something.
Yeah.
See you later, guys.
See you later, guys. 2 minutes. Welcome back here at Damnation Fest, and we are announcing the top 8 for the ALM qualifier. And we have already spotted the top 8, but now it's official. We can say what the guys are gonna play, and who is structure the top 8, and who are playing against who.
Right.
And do you want to repeat the matchup that we're gonna say here? We're gonna see here in the top 8.
Yeah, with the name of the people, right? Because by fought hard for today's top 8, so I deserve at least.
Francesco De Gregori is on Temul Deva. He's playing against White Initiative, played from Matteo Di Gangi.
Right.
And we have Matteo Blasi on Grixis Deva that we already seen here in stream. He's playing against Tommaso Ciampolini on Infect. We have Alessio Borghesi on Infect playing against Mono Black Storm. And then we have Michele Flipper on Reanimator, who is playing against Show and Tell.
Wow.
We have 90 minutes from now, and on stream, our player are already settled and already sitting, and we are going to see the Infect player against Grixis Deva. So it means Matteo Blasi against Tommaso Ciampolini.
Yeah, we saw in the fourth turn, Matteo Blasi already playing Grixis Delver, but now we're gonna see Infect, which is a deck that we haven't seen each other. So perhaps we could say something more about Infect, because Infect has been a tire some years ago, but then kind of became a pet deck of someone. I know of this legendary legacy player that just play Infect even in modern. And
Sam Dems.
Exactly.
Yeah, he plays only Infect in modern and in legacy, and I'm pretty excited to discover to find out what the Infect player is playing.
Right.
So we have the list, I suppose, and we can spoiler it, and lists are coming, and I'm quite excited to understand and to discover how many copies of
Legolas Quick
Effects is playing.
So what do you think of the matchup? Who is the favorite in your opinion?
It's I would say that Grixis Deva, it's since Orchid Bowmaster has printed, is a little bit favorite, but when you are playing in that level, you cannot say anything.
Right.
But on the cards or on paper, I would say that as Grixis player, you have a lot of removal spell, and you have Orchis Bowmaster, and so
a Molten Collapse.
Yeah.
Blasi we know already is playing 2 copies of it.
2 copies of Molten Collapse. Blasi started because he had to play last round against Nick Fit. I play with him, and I spoke with him. And he told me that he won game 1 with a Stifle on a Veteran Explorer. It's like 2018 play, but he was right. I mean, I want to play that. I want to play Stifle. So, Alberto, here you have a lot of different plays that you can make.
Like because Dragon Ray Channel is a Lightning Bolt away from Delirium. So the line I would take from a modern perspective would be Ball the Beast, which I cannot recognize because I don't recognize the art. Sorry, is the Infect one?
No, there should be a Yurok.
Oh, it's a Yurok.
Yeah, there should be a Yurok.
Okay, so always Ball the Bird. That's the rule, right? The rule of the game.
Always Ball the Bird. And I would like to ask chat who is gonna win, who is gonna shut down the entire tournament. We have already spoiled what kind of matchup do we have, and so I would like to ask the chat which player is going to take the tournament and to take the Elm qualifier. Here, it's interesting because Matteo Blasi didn't want to play the Wasteland on the tropical island because he's saving the Wasteland for an Inkmoth Nexus for sure. And but here you can play your Arch on the infect creature.
Well,
Oh,
so
he drew another Arch. From my perspective, I wouldn't play the Wasteland here because I don't want to show that I have a Wasteland in hand. And if you want to play the Wasteland on the Inkmoth Nexus, if you're taking the line, and then I don't want to show him that I have a Wasteland in hand.
Right. So you're gonna play another fetch land, I guess. Fetch for black and play Orc.
I suppose you can wait a little bit. You can wait a little bit, and it depends. If you're scared about the Legolas reflex, you can play now the Orcish Bowmaster.
Right.
But at the same time, if they have Legolas reflex, the problem is they can play it, and then on the following turn they can go off with a combo.
Right.
I mean, if they have a Berserk or another pump spell. So with that brainstorm, you can play a little bit different. You have a daze as well, so you can wasteland. You can play like a Tamil Deva. Right. You can play like a Canadian, I would say. So wasteland on the fetch, wasteland on the tropical island, and then fetching the and then stifling the fetch.
So we have some updates for others games.
Yep.
We have Sneak and Show just one.
Okay,
one
against
game
the
against
Reanimator, and Storm is 1-0 against Infect, and Rock Deva is 1-0 against Initiative. They started a little bit before because we had to settle the stream, and just to let you have a great experience here for the top 8. So they are a little bit above, a little bit.
I had on time.
Forward one.
Oh.
Yeah.
So now we see Blasi that is counting something in his head. He made the gesture of pointing the flame, moving the hand. So
he's in the
I think the matchup is super interesting, right?
It's super interesting because you have so many lines as a Delva player and so many lines as a Infect player. He attacked, Blasi attacked, of course, but at the same time he's settling the match. I mean, he is deciding how he's going to approach the matchup. Fetch, stifle. He decided to play that deadline since he saw that he has stifle on.
And now you have days for the 4, right?
Does he have a 4? Does he have a days? He does days, I suppose.
With the brainstorm. Didn't saw days with the brainstorm?
I did back.
Oh yeah.
He has 2 surveil effect.
And this seems the perfect recipe for a disaster.
That's Canadian. That's Legacy 2000 and 2000. Oh my god! But he loves playing that deck. He loves playing that kind of deck and stifle on, and then that's an Arch. I'm trying to clean your
Your board
your
entirely.
boards and
Lands, creature, everything.
that's a token. That's a nice token, by the way.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now you can go. Now
Okay, and that's concede. That's a concede, and
Wow.
Grixis Delva wins with a stifle. Wins with a stifle. Wow, what is amazing.
Amazing, because he won with pieces on the board, whether his opponent was like turn 0.
Turn 0. Yeah, that's. I would like to discuss a little bit what you are sideboarding, and Matteo is going to leave all removal in the deck,
For sure.
and then he's going to put counterbalance in.
Do you side out stifle after the opponent saw that?
Yeah, of course. You don't need stifle. I think it doesn't do anything. You boarding in all the pyroblasts for the blooding agents. That's the two infant drop. You can board out one Moctide for, of course.
Oh, why? I mean, to me it seems like you must put a high pressure.
No, in my opinion, you have to remove all the
threats.
All the threats on the battlefield, and then when you have you don't need two Mukta, you can sideboard it out. I'm pretty okay.
Very interesting.
I agree with the decision that Matteo took.
So what did he say out? Stifle?
Stifle and Moktai, because Stifle, that's not a matchup that you use Stifle. What would you like to Stifle? I mean, the opponent saw that you are playing Stifle, and and the opponent fetches
accordingly.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, and they are not waiting to fetch, and that's what we were talking about. Is exactly as we spoke a few hours ago. If your opponent is fetching when you are tapped out, or is forced to fetch, even though you are not playing fetch, you are not playing stifle, you are still stifling the opponent, because you are forcing the opponent to play against a card that you are not that is not deck anymore.
And correct me if I'm wrong. It's super strong, because you trick your opponent into placing into your wasteland in order to avoid stifle, and that's just bad for them if you play those wasteland.
Exactly. That's exactly what I wanted to explain you for few hours ago. But I would like to have a look at Ciampolini's list as well.
Yeah,
and
I was checking the prices of wasteland.
He plays
4 Noble Ark, 4 Glycerin Elf, 4 Blighted Agent, 4 Legolas Quick Reflexes.
Exactly. Four Legolas Quick Reflex. It means, as we spoke about, that the perfect house for Legolas Reflex is probably Infect. Yeah. What does he play in sideboard that we could use against Grixis Delva?
Sword to Plashware.
Four Sword to Plashware, 2 Thoughts of Ego, 2 Veil Summer, 1 Flusterstone, 1 Silver Library, 1 Surgical Destruction, 1 Euro, 1 Great Saber Stag, 1 Energy Flux, and 1 Endurance. So I'm gonna board it in for Sword to Pleasure, of course, 1 Euro, and Flusterstone. Does he have Flusterstone?
Yes.
And Flusterstone as well. Interesting choice.
So you wouldn't side in Endurance? Because I was wondering how backbreaking is Endurance for Delver.
It depends. I'm not an Infect player, to be honest. I don't know how you can balance your side in with your side out, and then it's Endurance is naturally a card that you want against Delva, but I don't know how you can. How you balance your side in and your side out, and then it's interesting to know if he sideboarded the card inside.
So the Grid Sable Stag, because I know you were wondering, is an elk, which is super important to me, and is a 3/3 that costs 1 and 2 green mana. It cannot be countered and has protection for blue and for black. It is like the kind of the card that you want to say, I really hate you, you be scum.
Yeah,
that's the kind of the card, right?
That's the card against. Oh, thanks, Matteo, for showing us the hand. I mean, Infect player Ciampolini is mulligan. He's taking a mulligan, and Matteo, I suppose he kept because he has
nice hand, right?
He has 3 lands, which one of them is Wasteland. You can use against the Inco Nexus, and then I suppose against the Infect creature you have a Orcish Bowmaster, you have a Ponder, you have Mishra Bubble, and you have a Bolt. Can we say you have everything against? You have everything you need against Infect, I suppose. But and at the same time, we can say that Infect, so Ciampolini is taking mulligan again. It means that Matteo Blasi made Heim to Torak before he started the game. I mean, Heim to Torak without using any mana.
Right, that's huge. So in Ciampolini hands, you can see something. You saw something.
There are a lot of foil cards, and with alternative design, and then it's a little bit difficult to understand what they are playing, and we saw Anna become immense, and he's playing Ponder.
The kind of Ponder I like, full art and foil.
Yeah. I'm for the first edition, to be honest, but we discussed a little bit about that yesterday night, and we didn't agree about a lot of things about version, about full art and so on, but that's the beauty of Magic.
Exactly. You play with the card you like.
Yeah.
So
I don't agree when you cannot recognize the card. For example, when they have weird art or something like that. There are a lot of basic lands that they look all the same. I don't know the edition, but there's a couple of players who plays these
like the Sleek Oil foil, which are
exactly.
all black.
All black. So I'm not agree. I don't agree because I cannot recognize you don't offer quite clean experience for a clean game experience. Here, the Ciampolini, the Infect player, played a Ponder. Mulligan on 5. He played a Ponder, he shuffled. Matteo Blasi had a Wasteland. I Wasteland you.
Because the
probability that you have no lands is
really high.
Really hard because you take a mulligan, and at the same time you shuffled with your Ponder. So the probability that you have is pretty high.
On the topic of the lands, I think it really depends on what you're playing. Like if I'm playing Modern and then playing Morktide, the only basic land gonna be Island. So even if you don't recognize land, that's clearly not.
Of course.
It must be an island. So
of course.
There's no confusion. But if you're playing 5 colors and
5 colors, Rhino, something like that, is a little bit difficult to understand what they are playing. So coming back to the game, this Delva does want to flip.
Sure.
but we are pretty forward, to be honest, because they Infect has no lens in play, and the Blasi is playing a lot of things. He has 4 lens and
And now another wasteland is huge because
another. But I mean, I I bet that the game is already over, as Blasi played the Wasteland, and he has so many removal in hand. Orchis Bomas, he has everything in hand, and that Delver is going to flip. It's a little bit pity because we didn't see a great interactive game, game 2, because Ciampolini had to mulligan twice, and Matteo Blasi managed to play a Wasteland. There was no game.
Yeah.
There was no game, to be honest. There was no game, to be honest. And do you have any news about the other matchup? We can check a little bit what the other, how the top 4 look like. We have Matteo Blasi with his Infect, who is fighting in quarterfinal to slam this ALM qualifier down. We are going to check the other. We are going to check the other matchups and how the top 4 look like. But in the meanwhile, it's a little bit pity because we tried to speak a little bit about how the Legolas quick reflex had an impact on Legacy. We didn't had the opportunity because
to witness it.
Witness it, because the game was a little bit too fast, and game 1 has been stolen from, could we say, a old play, from a stifle. Then and we didn't have a lot of opportunity to see Legolas Reflex in action. We have another Infect player in the top 8. It means that we have probably the opportunity to see him in top 4, according to the results. We are gonna discover it.
Yeah. So all the other games are 1-1. They are still going on, and we'll take just a short break. To gonna check all the tables. We will do some modification to the streaming, and we will back in some minutes. So please stay with us.
And I want to know what the chat thinks, and what the chat bets.
Yeah,
because I'm pretty excited. I'm pretty curious to know what the chat thinks, and what the chat suppose who is going to win this tournament and who is going to take the Elm qualifier. Right. So stay with us. We are coming back in a few minutes with the top 4.
See you soon.
So welcome back, guys, to Damnation Fest here in Pisa. We are playing Legacy 100 player, and we are already in the top 4. Our top 8 was made from a couple of surprises because we had 2 Infect player in the top 8, and we have Temul Delva, Grixis Delva. We had a Show and Tell, Mono Black Storm, and Initiative deck. We can say that the top 4 is made from Temul Delver against Show and Tell. That's the first quarterfinal, and the other quarterfinal is made from Matteo Di Blasi, who we saw on stream playing Grixis Delva against another Infect. Right. It means we are gonna see another time Grixis Delva against Infect is a rematch. Last match we didn't have a lot of opportunity to speak about the Legolas Reflex, the Ciampolini. Ciampolini, that was the Infect player from the last round. He was playing 4 Legolas Reflexes, right. Quick Reflex, and Borghese. That's the other guy who played who played Infect and who managed to reach the top 4. How many Legolas?
He's still playing 4 Legolas.
4 Legolas Quick Reflex. As we said, there's an amazing card for the Infect build. And we have already talked about how Matteo Blasi, especially with his Grixis Delva, played and plays. He's playing 2 Stifle and 2 Molten Collapse.
So Borghese is playing a Sylvan Library main.
Sylvan Library main, that could be a great addiction because you can refill your hand, especially if you are expecting a lot of control decks. And the Sylvan Library was a great card against control for before Prismatic Ending has been printed, because if you see as a control player, if you see the Sylvan, if you saw the Sylvan Library on turn 2, you had to force, because otherwise the opponent was able to take so many advantage and cut advantage from the library that you could have. You cannot refill your hands so fast as the opponents, but after that, the Prismatic Ending has been printed. You can respond to Sylvan Library with your Prismatic Ending, and to 1 year ago, till 1 year ago, there were a lot of UVR control who played Narset, the Pattern of the Veil, and that Narset Pattern of the Veil stopped the Sylvan Library. Nowadays, the control player has not played Narset anymore, or they are playing a lot of less. They are playing less Planeswalker. It means because they are using the One Ring as cut advantage. It means that when you are playing your Sylvan Library, they don't fight again. They don't fight you with your Narset, with the Narset.
And now perhaps we. All the full control that we saw today with Up the Beanstalk, perhaps you don't really need to force Sylvan Library on turn 2, because it's true that it's gonna make some advantage for your opponent, but you can be quite sure that multiple Up the Beanstalk will will not let your opponents take the high ground, and Sylvan Library still requires you to pay lives, so it's a huge investment for the opponents. So the game just started.
We're already in the middle of the game. Matteo started with his own Delva, and Borghese played Ponda. Matteo played Mishra Babu and his own Delva. That is a partner that we already seen a few hours ago, cracking the bubble and let the two different trigger the two different trigger go on the stack. He was a little bit unlucky because he didn't find a sorcery or instant spell to flip his Delva in the first two cards. Because we saw that at the beginning he let the bubble resolve. It means that he has no sorcery or instant spell on the top of the library, and then he lets the trigger from the Delva resolve, but he didn't flip the Delva anyway. There is a lot of pressure on Matteo's side. He's a little bit confident playing so much pressure because Borghese started with a ponder. It means no infect creature, and you are pretty confident putting the Dragon Rage Channeler on the battlefield.
Yeah. Even though Blasi's hand has no removal, no counter, right? Or I'm seeing it wrong.
He has no removal. He has only a Delva, a land, and a Wasteland. So that's the Delva is flipping with a Brainstorm. That's a great card.
Yeah,
it's a great card. And here you have an option. You have to decide something, because you are tapping your volcanic island, opening yourself to two different options. Because if you're using for that Brainstorm, if you want to play the Brainstorm, of course, if you are using the Black Swords, and in the first three cards you see Orcish Bowmaster, you cannot play it. But at the same time, if you see Orcish Bowmaster, you are not able to kill the opponent creature, because on the other side you have a Pentalevel.
Right.
It gives you plus one plus two. So theoretically, you can use the underground scene just to trying to hit a lightning bolt. And wastelanding, you can wastelanding your the Pentalevel.
Right.
In response. Okay, let's see. Land, Stifle, and Bubble. You can put two lands on the top, and let one of them go to the graveyard thanks to the bubble effect. Okay.
So now you eat Delirium, right? Because you have lands, instant, sorcery, and creatures.
Yeah. The problem is that matchup, to be honest, is not that even though you have a fast pressure, you have to find removal spells for the other creature.
Right.
Yeah. Here you can think a little bit about it, because you can leave your Delva in defense if you are afraid that the opponent has pumping spells, and you can block. Theoretically, you can block with the Delva. Yeah, exactly. You can block with the Delva, and Borghese can try to give. Okay, they're attacking with both.
So, do you think he's gonna play the second Delver?
No. They leave the Stifle up, because if they have fetch, he wants to stifle that.
So you can also see what the top card is, and if it's something,
He wants to use that.
The top card is a tropical island. So
no, it's a volcanic island.
Volcanic island. Sorry. Yeah.
And he didn't use that Mishra Bubble because he was forced to draw that volcanic island.
Right.
Yeah, that's an amazing play, and he left that that stifle up because he wanted to use that stifle just to be sure that you don't draw to surveil and you can draw a fresh card.
But now you're just bluffing a counter spell, but you don't have.
Or a lightning bolt.
Or a lightning bolt, right?
Okay, he takes 2 poison counter. One poison counter. And blatant agent. Yeah. Now starts to be
to look dim.
Yeah, because blatant agent cannot be blocked. Okay, you're looking for? Yeah, he's looking for a removal spell like Orchis Bowmaster or Lightning Bolt.
So Blighted Agent is still a 1/1? Or
yeah, he remains a 1/1 actually, and it cannot be blocked. Okay, you in this spot you are forcing Borghese to win that turn, or trying to win that turn, because if the other devil flip,
you're dead.
You are dead. Yeah. If the channeler flip, I mean with the lyrium, you are dead.
What did the Blasi draw for turn?
No, actually, he's in the lyrium. He's already in the lyrium.
But what did he draw from Bubble?
He has a daze and a stifle.
But it's not that bad.
It's not that bad. It's not that bad because you can stifle. You can block. You can block the 1/1, and you take. You take 1 from the agent, and then you attack back. And the Borghese tries to activate. Okay. It's fine for you. It's fine for you. Okay. Have a look at the stifle. Because the Matteo attacks. Whoa. That's amazing. That whistling is insane. That's whistling is insane. Because here you have so many options. You have so many lines. You can attack, yeah, and the Borghese can activate the Nexus,
right?
And in response of the activation, you can wasteland the Inkmoth Nexus,
and then you're lethal. And indeed.
And stifle. He had stifle as well, because he could have activated the Inkmoth Nexus. Stifle. He can force.
Right.
He can force.
And then you waste.
Or you can daze.
Right. Or you can daze. Yeah.
Yeah, and Borghese was a little bit unlucky in that spot because you had a Blatant Agent, and if you had instead of force or something like that, if you had a pump spell, you would have won.
Yes.
You would have won the spot because on that spot you weren't. I would say you weren't so fresh. You weren't too fresh because you had a lot of pressure on the battlefield, but you exposed yourself to a fast combo win. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Vlad has been a little bit lucky on the one hand. On the other, I think with the hand he had, I mean, putting pressing on the pedal to full gas was just the best line, and it just went from 0 to 100 in a super aggressive, taking a super aggressive line, and it pays out.
Yeah. I mean, you saw as the Delva could change phase, as we saw a lot of times here today. The Delva could change his own phase in different ways during the same match. In that match, Blasi managed to go for the aggressive line, as you said, and he was rewarded. But at the same time, you hoped that the Infect player didn't have a fast combo win, otherwise he would have been killed.
Right.
Yeah, in that, because you had a spot when you could have been killed. Yeah, on that spot. We have. We can spoiler that the other top, the other top four, the other quarterfinal has just ended, and Fantini with his own Snake and Show took the 2-0 against Temul Delva, and then we have in final we have Fantini with his own three color Rag, Snake and Show. We saw him. We have seen him already. We have already seen in few hours ago on the stream with Velosama. He played against Marco Montani with his own Uji Bins, and he is on final with his own Snake and Show.
And we also saw Grigori playing.
Yeah, we saw both player and Fantini managed to reach the final. We are 2 games away from 1 or 2 games away from the top from the final, because we have to see who is going to go to the final between Blasi and Borghese. Blasi won the first match with his Grixis Delva playing an aggressive line. He has now a good end against the Infect because he has 2 removal spell and 2 removal spells and 2 treats and 1 ponder and 2 lands. So a very balanced hands, I would say.
So what would you like to see as a final against Sneaker Show? What do you think would be the...
I would say that they aren't neither Grixis Delva nor Infect are super matchup for Snake and Show.
Oh, we are both negative for Snake and Show.
I would say so because they are pretty fast, and especially Infect is pretty fast, and they have both soft counter like Daze and Force of Will.
Right.
Yeah, and so probably I don't know, but they are not great matchups for Snake and Show.
Well, but we saw before Snake and Show has some weapons to fight.
Yeah, no, of course, you're right.
So,
especially if Grixis Delva is going to the final, he has Power Blast as well for Force of Wills and Show and Tells and so on. Infect doesn't play these cards, so probably Fantini hopes that Infect is going to win 2 games to not have to face the Matteo Blasi with his own Grixis Infect, Grixis Delva. Sorry, let's see how it's going. You are bolting here. The Infect creature. You can surveil. Let's see if Borghese has an Infect Legolas Reflex. Legolas, he doesn't, or he doesn't want to use that. The
Infect player has 3 cards in hand already.
3 cards in hand, but you have Infect creature, so Inkmoth Nexus on the battlefield. I suppose that Matteo Blasi is looking for Wasteland or something like that, because you have already Lightning Bolt in hand, and but you want to have a second response to the Inkmoth Nexus.
Yeah, but also, I mean, Borghese has a lot of mana. So one removal probably is not enough, and Blasi know that. So a Wasteland will be more neat, right? Because you just destroy it.
he found 2 brainstorm and counterbalance. And for that turn, I would say that you are quite exposed to Borghesi's plays, because on that spot, Borghesi can animate the Inkwell Nexus, and then Matteo Blasi is saying, let's see what you have in hand. Your turn. Matteo wanted to play the Ponder because post-combat Ponder, because you want to have the opportunity to block that Inkwell Nexus, because your DRC is flying now, and okay, we are playing another. He's not attacking. He's not attacking because he doesn't want to lose his own Nexus.
What could Borghesi have in hand? Perhaps a couple of like Legolas reflexes, which are protective spell, but does not pump.
Does not pump. Yeah.
I don't understand still why no attacking.
You could have. Exchanged your resources with Dragon Rage Channeler, but he knew that this Dragon Rage Channeler had delirium. It means that he has to attack. DSC has to attack each time, and here it means that you can go in with your infects.
Right. So
it could make sense.
Yeah, sorry, Chad. I saw the Delver. I thought it was a land. So sorry.
He's taking 3 damage, and okay.
Now we really need to find a removal.
He has 1, but at the same time you have.
Yeah, I mean another one at least.
Another one, yeah. It's interesting here, as there is an interesting spot because you have to try to develop your own. Interesting. He's playing the banned version, and it means you have to face against the
Sword to Plowshare.
Sword to Plowshare as well. Brainstorm in response to the other brainstorm. It means I have a surveil, 2 surveil trigger, and a counterbalance trigger.
That's strong, right? Because you use the set.
You surveilled, and you are keeping the card on the top, or not. Okay, that goes on graveyard. So you resolve your own. Well, look at the stack. Look at the stack. Yeah, there are 4 cards on the stack and so many triggers on the stack. That is legacy. And then you are resolving your own brainstorm.
Yeah, you put like Delver on top or someone drop
Delver on top, of course. Okay, he was putting the land on top. Okay, you are trying to resolve. Okay, then trigger or counterbalance. Yeah, he's just playing that. I was playing everything in response to the counterbalance trigger, and Borghesi calls a judge. The stack was like that. He played a brainstorm, and he has a survey trigger. Mm-hmm. In response to the brainstorm and to the survey trigger, Borghesi played Sword to Plowshare. You have a trigger on the stack from the counterbalance. In response to the counterbalance trigger, Matteo Blasi played a brainstorm. What does it mean? It means that you had a survey trigger, and he put it the Orchid Bowmaster on the graveyard. Yeah. And then you resolve your own brainstorm. He resolved his own brainstorm that was on the stack in response to the counterbalance trigger, and then now you can the counterbalance trigger goes on the stack. It means now you have to reveal the first card of your library. If it's a 1-drop, you can and you can counter this water pleasure. Of course, it's one drop because you
You
put
put
it
it yourself.
you put
right?
your body you put it yourself
Yeah.
the delver on the top.
I don't know if you know the exact ruling because I'm no judge, but like I know that for sure that in modern, like when DRC trigger, you're not obliged to say that it triggers.
I didn't understand. Sorry, Nachman. Again.
Like if I play DRC,
Yep.
and then I play bubble,
Yep.
and my opponent says I play bolt, I don't have to declare the triggers.
You don't have to, and the counterbalance as well.
Right. So I don't really understand why Borghese called the judge. Because it's, I mean, if you don't say counterbalance trigger results, it's implicit, right? But you are playing it with the with abilities still on the stack.
Still on the stack.
Otherwise, you have said counterbalance trigger results. So if you don't say that, it's implicit.
It's implicit. I think so. To me, was to be honest, I don't know what I'm discussing about, but to me. But to me is was a little bit clear what Matteo was doing, and probably they are discussing if the counterbalance ability, if you don't have to declare that that there is a counterbalance trigger on the stack, and the judge is explaining what is going on. And I suppose that is how we try to explain to explain to the chat what is going on. And then as he said, he reveals from the counterbalance, and now he has a surveil trigger, and then the first brainstorm resolves. What an amazing pile.
And they found the second reward.
He found the second board, but of course you don't have you lost 1 mana for casting Brainstorm.
All right.
You have your own. You have another fetch land. It means you can play fetcher now. You have to attack because because DSC has Delirium. And it flies. You are taking a volcanic island, of course, because you have 2 bolts and ends. And let's see. The fact is that Matteo Blasi has two bolts in end. But at the same time, if you cannot counter an invigorate, for example, right? Because invigorate costs 3, and you have to attack with your own DLC. It means you always leave a free way to let the Incommodate Nexus enter. Trigger. Molten Collapse is a 2-drop. Molten Collapse is a 2-drop, and he doesn't want to have that that drop on the
on top of the library.
On top of the library. I suppose he wants to have 1 drop just to counter the pump spells and the Legolas Quick Reflex.
Right. Because, I mean, Molten Collapse doesn't offer you a nice 2-for-1, so it doesn't make much sense to keep it on
the top. I don't know what Matteo Blasi was looking for, probably a Wasteland just to have another free interaction against the trigger as a 1 drop. I didn't see what kind of drop he had on the top of the library. and he's going for 3 damage. Exalted, 3 damage. So 3 damage, 3 infect. 3 infect more than 6 infect. He played land. And let's see what he had on the top of the library. Is a Delva. Well, now you have you are in a spot where you wanted to find yourself with the Greeks' Delva. He doesn't have another land. It means that you have to play. You cannot play around days, but at the same time you have two removal spells plus an Orchid Bowmaster. Here you can play Orchid Bowmaster on one
of the Arc.
One Hierarch, just to not have exalted trigger. Or you can try to bolt and Bowmaster or double bolt on the infect creature. But if he has pump spells and so on, it's a little bit frustrating. I suppose that Matteo here is going for the line with the double bolt as a response to the as double response for the Inkmoth Nexus.
And if the opponent if an infect doesn't win now, I mean they're gonna win next turn, right? Because there are 3 plus 6 from bolts, 9 plus Orchid Bowmaster. It's exactly 9.
Yeah, there are 3, 6, and bolt.
Yes.
But I suppose that we are going to use a bolt here.
As a removal.
A bolt as a removal here. Because the problem is, okay, if they are tapping like that, okay, that's a card. That's a card that Borghese has two cards, and they flip. They flip with. Oh, I didn't see that there was a counterbalance trigger, and they flip with an Orchid Bowmaster or something like that. Oh, insane! That means that Matteo made a free counter with counterbalance.
So now, if Borghese attacks with Inkmoth,
you can you can take the damage.
Yes.
Because you are going to 9 infect.
Exactly. You try to pump it,
and then Borghese has to play something upon it. I mean, he has to pump something.
Oh wow!
Okay, he played the bolt on the Hierarch.
So the reasoning might be that you're gonna die if Blasi take the line we were exploring before. That is, you take the damage and then in response to the pump, you play Lightning Bolt, and then you die from Legolas' quick reflexes, right? So perhaps you want to bolt both Hierarch. Well, no, you cannot bolt both.
No, I suppose he wants. He doesn't want to bolt the other one, but is he attacking? Okay, he's attacking. He's attacking with that, but he wanted to take 1 damage less. One infect less, because if the Hierarch is gone, you are taking 2 infect damage and not 3, because there are only 1 exalted trigger. There is only 1 exalted trigger. So and on that spot, I bolt you. There are 3, 6, 9.
So now, if you wanna say something, he has to play it in response, right? Because survey trigger will not.
And
gonna
you
set
are
the
trying
top.
you are trying to yeah, you are 6, and I would like to trigger the Delva. Bam.
there's
And
Grossetti.
Matteo Blasi is on in the final against Fantini. That means that we are gonna see a final of our Damnation Fest Legacy event, 100 player, valid for the ALM qualifier. The final is between Fantini and Blasi, who they are playing
Sneak and show.
Snake and Show against Grixis Delva. Rag, Snake and Show, because he's playing Velosama. It could be, of course, a great response against the counterspeller that are played from Matteo. But at the same time, it's a great response when Matteo tries to play Orchis Bowmaster.
Exactly.
Yeah, and he can play a Veil of Summer in response not to take
Avoid
damage.
taking damage and creating the orc.
Exactly. And on the other side, we are saying we are gonna see Matteo playing his own Greasy Silver with Stifle. Here, Stifle could be a great response, a great card, because you can keep your opponent out of mana with Stifles, and you can stifle the Emrakul ability, the Emrakul trigger
on
Annihilator. You can stifle the Sneak and Show ability, Sneak Attack ability. On the other side, Velosama is a great card. Let's see who is going to win. Here at Damnation Fest, final ALM qualifier 100 player. We are coming back in 30 seconds. Stay with us. Stay with Asino. Stay with Dr. D. We are going to stream the finals, and we are going to discover who is going to win the ALM qualifier. 30 seconds,
Yes.
And we are coming back.
See you soon.
Welcome back. 30 seconds. 30 seconds. And we are coming back. 30 seconds. And we are coming back. 30 seconds. 30 seconds. And we are coming back. 30 seconds. 30 seconds. And we are coming back. 30 seconds. 30 seconds. And we are coming back. 30 seconds. 30 seconds. And we are coming back. 30 seconds. 30 seconds. And we are coming back. 30 seconds. 30 seconds. And we are coming back. 30 seconds. 30 seconds. And we are coming back. 30 seconds. 30 seconds. And we are coming back. 30 seconds. 30 seconds. And we are coming back. 30 seconds. 30 seconds. And we are coming back. 30 seconds. 30 seconds. And we are coming back. 30 seconds. 30 seconds. And we are coming back. 30 seconds. 30 seconds. And we are coming back. 30 seconds. 30 seconds. And we are coming back. 30 seconds. 30 seconds. And we are coming back. 30 secon
So welcome everyone back to MTG Damnation Fest here in Pisa. We are at the final that we'll see Fantini on Sneak and Show and Blasi on Grixis Delver, two players that we have already seen
On stream.
And it has been an amazing day. Tiring for sure.
But it is amazing.
I mean, I learned a lot. I had a lot of fun, and I'm looking forward to see these finals.
Before this final starts, I would like to thank again Gianluca Bosa and all the staff that made this tournament possible. I would like to thank the Quarta Parete, our stream staff, who managed to organize this amazing high quality stream. I would like to thank the Analitico Nicolò Covoni who managed to organize all the stream events, and I would like to thank all the guys and all the player who that we have seen in these 3 Magic Day, 3 amazing days. But of course, when we are talking about Magic, we are not talking only about MTG or cards. We are talking about friendship. We are talking about community and family. Right. We wait for you from the other events that will be organized from Gianluca Bose. Please follow us and support us, and we are gonna stream all the new events here on this channel, and we are gonna start with our weekly content, and we are quite hyped for that because we are our community. So starting again.
In medias res, in the middle of
medias res, and here there is an important thing to say is that Grixis Delver managed to start because Matteo arrived second in the Swiss on the standings. It means that you are starting, and look at Matteo's Blasi's end. They know that they are playing against Grixis. Matteo Blasi knows that that's the final. You already know what you are playing against, and that is the best opening hand that you have. And for Matteo, with us starting pressure with 2 days and a force. I don't see the last card from Matteo's ends, from Matteo Blasi's ends. That's days. Ooh. That is an aggressive play. I can understand that he played that days because he has another days in hand, and he doesn't have another land in hand. It means you can play only one days once. I mean, you can play only 1 days, because if you have one land, one island, you can only take one land in hand. And here, such an aggressive play from Matteo, because he's keeping the line. And I decided to fight against all your cantrips. So I keep my line. I daze your ponder, I daze your brainstorm, because it means that you don't probably that you don't have any lands, and I only have one land. It means I can only play one daze per turn. On the other side, Fantini had no lands, and so he had to force, because otherwise you had no possibility to shuffle the dead card of your card of your hand, and that Delver is ticking down.
Right.
Clock is time, and the clock is ticking down.
Right. Fantini is already at 11.
It's already at 11, and
it's a Furter's clock.
It's interesting because Blasi had force in hand. He decided not to force back,
Yeah.
I approve it. I agree with that.
Why?
To be
I was
honest.
exactly pondering why. I mean, if you want to keep your line, why
Because
why not
because
enforce?
you have your treat on the battlefield. The opponent is investing 2 cards for 1. It means when you are resolving your brainstorm, I can force your snake attack. Because
Right.
imagine if Blasi had forced that brainstorm, if Fantini had another brainstorm and found and if he would have found Snake and Show, you couldn't have countered the show enter anymore.
And now it seems to be quite a disaster for Fantini because
Because Matteo is drawing only
Yeah, I mean-
only force of will.
Right.
He's only drawing force of will.
he has the red sources, the lightning bolt. The opponent cannot.
I have everything. That's your turn.
I mean, the opponent
No.
cannot fetch anymore, right?
Yeah, you're not. He cannot fetch for 2. I mean, go. That's your turn. I would like to fetch, and I would like to bolt you. Bam. He has to play Flusterstorm. He has a Flusterstorm in hand. Yeah, he has to. There are 2 copies here. It's interesting because Matteo Blasi, could force 1 copy and pay the other one
Right.
if you would like to. But I suppose that he is not going to do that. Oh yeah. Oh yes.
He's thinking about it.
He's thinking about it. How many cards? He's asking how many cards Fantini has in hand. He's paying 1 copy, and the other one is thinking about it. He's thinking about it. Okay, that's resolved.
But he still paid 1 for a copy.
Yeah. Okay, but
That's super relevant, I guess.
no, because I can tell you because he's wanted to pay that copy and to force that one. Then he changed his mind, and he.
I mean, he has 2 force of negation.
You can force that copy. You can force the copy. Yeah, you can force a brainstorm if you want to be super aggressive. But it doesn't make any sense because you have to play here. You have to fetch. You have to fetch and play another land.
Yeah.
But you can expose yourself to if you have to fetch and play another land without fetching, but you are exposing without exposing yourself to days. Because if you fetch, you go to 1, and you play another land from your hand without fetching.
Right.
You tap 3, and the opponent and Matteo Blasi could play days. And
Right.
you can pay the days because you are at 1. You can fetch
Right. And you cannot either force back.
because you are at 1.
Indeed. Wow.
Okay.
So Fantini is
counting.
Is counting, whereas Blasi made the typical Italian gesture of "Are you scared?"
Are you scared?
So nice. I mean,
He has a soul land. He has a soul land in hand. It means he has. Fantini has a City of Traitors in hand, and but he has to fetch because he doesn't have any. He doesn't have any blue swords.
it's. I just passed from the table before the final started, and they were just laughing and joking. And it was an amazing sight to see. I mean, they should have been like super tense and nervous. Whereas
The atmosphere was super chilly.
yeah.
The atmosphere was super chilly because, as I said, Legacy is more than a community. It's more. It's like a family. They are still playing. They are still fighting for an important result. It means
Yeah, and also I guess we haven't just
interest is super. That's super. You're playing so. Oh, that's interesting. Like you have to force. He has a force back. That's it. He kind of force back, but he has he has a Vedo Summer. Fantini made everything not to lose that game, but Matteo Blasi drew every single counter from his library, but Fantini made an amazing move just to not lose on that spot. He managed to go to one life and playing without losing, the show and tell without protection as backup. Well, insane.
Yeah.
Great play from Fantini. It wasn't enough because Matteo Blasi drew too good, I would say,
Right.
but insane.
We have been blessed with beautiful games all day, and the finals, stick to the standards that has been set for all the day. So let's have a look to the sideboards. Fantini plays 2 defense grid, a Magus of the Moon, a Brother's End, a Pyroblast, a Red Elemental Blast, a Surgical Extraction, a couple of Graph Digger's Cage, Meltdown, 2 Carpet of Flowers, Blood Moon, and a couple of Fury. So is Fury a card that you side against Delver, or is just a card for like the go-wise strategy, such as Mabry?
To be honest, I wouldn't play Fury against Delva because you have to invest another red swords to play against the to play the Fury, and especially when you are Fury makes 4 damage
4 damage divided as you want.
So, and
it is a potential 2 for 2 in worst case scenario, because you can pitch it and take both Delver and an Unflipper Jersey, or a Flipper Jersey and a Delirious Jersey and an Unflipped Delver. So
but imagine if you have one Flippered Delver and one one DSC that is already 3/3. And you are doing only a minus card because you are losing 2 cards just to kill one of them.
Yeah. So defense grid perhaps is a side in.
Of course, there's a side in. I suppose that Fantini is trying to go with his combo, whatever is happening on the battlefield. And he's trying to be more consistent as possible to develop his mana, and in that case, is the Capital Flower is a must.
Yeah,
it's a great card. As we spoke about in the previous games, and so I think that he's going to play all that cards that are a must counter for Delva. It means a Defensive Grave is a must counter for Delva. Carpet of Flower. And then he's playing his own Pyroblasters.
Right. So what do you think is the reason of the Pyroblast Red Elemental Blast split?
The Red Elemental Blasts, they are used mainly against 2 cards. The first one was Cabal Therapy, because Matteo Blasi is not playing any Cabal Therapy, but if a player plays Cabal Therapy and you have 2 Pyroblast in hand and they name Pyroblast, they discard 2 Pyroblast instead of 1 Elemental Blast and one Pyroblast, and the other Red Elemental Blast remain on in the hand. And the other reason is that when the opponent plays Surgical Extraction, if you have 1 Red Elemental Blast and Pyroblast, you can split the 2 cards, and if the opponent in a specific spot, if Matteo Blasi, I don't think so, but if Matteo Blasi boarded in Surgical Extraction to Surgicate, already countered Show and Tell or something like that, or Snake and Show. But if there is a spot where he wants to remove the probability that Fantini has a Pyroblast in hand, he can Surgical 1 Pyroblast. At the same time, we can say that the Pyroblast is an amazing card because it could be used against every single permanent, every single target. You can target, for example, that's an amazing. That's basically basically a stifle on
On the Lorient reveal stream.
on a real
Cycle trigger.
cycle trigger. Yeah, that's basically a wasteland. That's basically super greedy, super greedy. Oh, and he played. Oh, and he played Simeon Simeon Spirit Guides counter that days.
Wow.
And we were talking about Parablast, sorry, and then we are coming back to the match. The Parablast can target every single permanent. It means that if you want to
trigger DRC or
trigger DRC, if you want to let the storm counter from a fluster storm
grow area,
you
can
cast
targeting any permanent, doing nothing but the surveil or the sarcasm. No. So
there are pro and contra where the Grixis Delva, Matteo Blasi was super aggressive with that stifle, and he's keeping the line that he had in game one, trying to keeping Fantini in the screw. Wow, that's defense grid. That's a mass counter.
That is gonna take the quickest of the days, I guess.
The quickest days ever. So, quickest days ever. Wow, he drew a wasteland. He drew a wasteland. That's wasteland is it's good, but I wouldn't play the wasteland probably because you are keeping. I know what you're thinking because Matteo wanted to keep the line. I'm playing so aggressive as possible, but if Matteo plays a waste, actually it's the same because if you're playing a wasteland, then you expose yourself to a soul land like City of Traitors into show and tell. Mm-hmm. But if you don't waste, they can play City of Traitor with show and tell.
Mm-hmm. Pay for days. Right?
And pay for the days, but in that case you can play a brainstorm and trying to eat a false will.
Right.
He's trying to set up the counterbalance probably, although I suppose that Blasi is looking for a false will or something because he wants to waste the and then now Delva.
We are still shy of Delirium, right?
Yeah.
So we play Delver and just one damage.
Plus, but Fantini has no lands in hand, and you have a daze.
And he just drew an Atraxa.
That flipped. It flipped with I don't know what. He flipped with we didn't say with a Ponda. A Ponda. And here you want to hit a Pyroblast or something like that. With a Ponda, who made Delirium, and did you find a Pyroblast or something like that, or another Daze, or a Wasteland. Wasteland cannot be played because you already played our Underground Sea. But he found. Oh my god! He found a Force of Will and a Force of Negation.
Wow. Why choosing one?
I mean, stop, Matteo, please. Stop, Matteo. I understood you want to win that Elm qualifier, but stop like that. You are doing everything possible. Let's see.
So now we have a tutor clock, and backed up we have a couple of Force of Negation and just one pitch though.
And
an
Orchid Bowmaster. Boom. Going there for 5. That's your turn. Actually, Matteo hoped On the top, you have a force of negation. You have a force of negation that counters your show and tell. Bam! Force of negation on the top, and the game is over. Bam! Okay. We are switching the camera, and we have our winner of the day. Greek Sisteva won the Elm qualifier here at Damnation Fest in PISA, and it's always the same story.
Yeah.
It's always the same story. Delvers win. Always the same story. We play 7 hours, we play 8 hours, we play Magic, we meet all together, 100 player, and at the end what happens? Devil wins. It's always the same, and we have our winner, Matteo Blasi, after the top 8 at Eternal Weekend Prague with the same deck. He managed to win our Elm qualifier here in Pisa. We could say that the Stifle was the game winner at a lot of game. It's insane.
Yeah. And I'm super happy because there's something I was about to mention when he won the first game in stream, but then I kept it for myself. That was, he told us the other day that he was in a downhill phase in which he was keep losing.
Yeah, he was keep losing the last 2 months after the top 8 in the Eternal Weekend. He had a win rate like about 15%. He was complaining about that, but only one person could reply us, could answer to this question, why he played 2 Stifles and why he was complaining about that. And we are gonna have the winner of the Eternal Weekend, the winner of the Elm qualifier here at the Damnation PISA. We are gonna have Matteo Blasi here in right in a while, in our like 30 minutes. We are gonna bring him here. Just give us 30 seconds. We are coming back in 30 seconds with the Elm qualifier winner here at Damnation Fest. See you in 30 minutes.
Andiamo a prendere.
Eccoci. 30 seconds. 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 30 Welcome back, guys. We are here at the Damnation Fest with the winner of our tournament of today. After 7 rounds of Legacy and after the top 8, we have our winner Matteo Blasi with his Grixis Delva.
Hey guys.
He's not only a great player, he's a friend of mine, and I'm quite happy for him. But he was complaining about his win rate yesterday as we had dinner together. And the only question that I would like to ask you is, why did you play the Stifle? And how was Stifle?
Let me get a quick explanation for that. So basically, I knew I wanted to play Grixis Delva because it's the best version against the control decks that now play Beans. And they also have Bowmasters. You don't want to keep your lightning bolts in during game 2 and game 3, but you want to be able to kill their Bowmasters. So you have to play Bowmaster yourself. Yeah. So this is why I played Grixis. And
we talk a lot about it. If you didn't want, if you didn't know if you wanted to play Tamil Deva or Grixis Deva, and that was the reason.
This was the reason I chose.
That was the reason you chose.
Yes.
You chose Grixis Deva.
And I wanted to play something spicy. I wanted to Molten Collapses because the card is very good actually, and also it's a sorcery for Delirium, which is quite nice. Kill the carpet, kill some stuff today. It's pretty good. But I also wanted something spicy against the combo decks, and I didn't know if I wanted to play 2 Stifles or Mishra's Bubble plus the 19th land, which would have been a Volcanic Island.
Yep. What did you cut then for the first two?
The 2 Stifles would have been the 4th Mishra's Bubble and the 4th Volcanic Island.
Okay.
So I didn't know which version I wanted to play, so I asked Manuel Drudi, and he didn't know himself. So we asked his girlfriend, and his girlfriend told me, there is no time for cacasotto.
It means that means that
no translation. No,
I mean the translation is like you don't have to be you have to be brave.
Don't be a pussy, basically.
Don't be a pussy, basically.
Be brave.
You have to be brave.
Stifle today actually won me so many games. It's become not maybe the best of its shape, but it's very, very good. Also counters the line binding on the spot. Lots of good stuff, yeah.
The interesting thing is that we were together a couple of months ago on December, actually last month, because we saw the Eternal Weekend in North America together.
Yeah,
and,
sure.
We saw the Grixis Delva player who played Stifle, and we were a little bit surprised, but we saw that play and said, wow. That is 2018, and I explained to the child that you have at home a Nimbo, a huge blanket with the Nimbo Magus. That you are a Canadian player. That Stifle is not a card.
I'm not unused to it. Let's say
you're not used to it. Stifle runs in your blood. Yeah, I would say.
Exactly. Nice card. Was fun today. Nice opponents and good matchup also.
So I would say that we are going to close that string with the winner of our ELM qualifier. We are going to see Matteo Blasi at 4 season, especially at the Elm tournament that is going to take
place next week. You mean in Lyon?
No. I mean. You are going to participate at the Elm tournament because you qualified for it.
Sure.
It's going to be at September.
Also, this weekend I'm gonna go to Lyon with my friends, but
just to
since
win.
I'm qualified, I would play. But if I happen to meet some of them in the final, I would just consider the thing.
I would like to thank all the staff. I would like to thank Gianluca Bose for the great
tournament was amazing.
Tournament was amazing. I would like to thank Quarta Parete for the streaming. I would like to thank Niccolo Coboni. I would like to thank Chiasso and all the judge staff. I would like to thank Jacopo Strati and all the judge organization, the judge team. I would like to thank Asino for the great company that we had today. After 8 hours of streaming, we are gonna close that stream, and we are going to wish you a great evening, and we are going to wish you a great legacy in the following weeks, and see you guys from Dr. D, Matteo Blasi, and Asino. See ya.
Top.